Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 Shocking. Unlocking billionfold rewards from the start. A small wooden raft floated on the vast ocean. Where is this? So much water. Why am I suddenly in the middle of the sea? At this moment, Luo Feng looked down at the raft beneath him. There was only a single hook and nothing else. Various items drifted on the surrounding water. Luo Feng's expression turned strange as he took in the scene. Why did this look so much like that survival game he used to play? Could he have somehow been transported into the game world? Just then, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Welcome to the Global Survival Game. Global Survival Game. Description: starting with one raft, one person, and one hook. Your mission is to survive. Death penalty: losing 30 years of lifespan upon death. Game rules. Luo Feng skimmed through the rules. They were pretty much identical to the raft survival game he had played before. As long as he had the blueprint, he could craft anything. Basic rope, 0/1 palm leaves. Basic fish hook, 0/2 ropes, 0/1 metal scrap. Construction hammer, 0/2 wood. For now, Luo Feng could only craft some basic items. More advanced tools would require corresponding blueprints. But with the right blueprint, anything could be made. Instead of rushing into action, Luo Feng checked the chat channel to see how others were reacting. He wondered if anyone he knew had also ended up here. Where is this place? Why is there nothing but water? Dad, where are you? I want to go home. Wait, dying in this game actually costs you 30 years of your life. Is this for real, or just some sick prank? I refuse to believe something like this could happen in real life. I just saw a treasure chest floating in the sky. I must be dreaming. I'll wake up soon. After scanning the chat, Luo Feng found nothing useful. He decided not to waste any more time. He needed to focus on gathering resources. As an avid novel reader, Luo Feng was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. In fact, he had often fantasized about it happening to him. The only question was, did he have a cheat system? Ding! The God-tier billionfold reward system has been successfully bound. Speak of the devil. Luo Feng spoke up. System, what are your functions? Give me a rundown. Ding! Answering host. By earning shock points, host can unlock higher reward multipliers. For example, if you unlock a 10,000x multiplier, any item you obtain may yield up to 10,000 times the original reward, either in quantity or quality. Luo Feng was stunned. This system was ridiculously overpowered. With that in mind, he checked his system stats. God-tier billionfold reward system. Host, Luo Feng. Shock points, 0. Maximum reward multiplier, 0. Just as Luo Feng was pondering how to earn shock points, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the daily sign-in reward, 1 exceptional grade casting hook. Item rarity tiers: common, good, fine, exceptional, perfect, epic, legendary, mythic, divine. Seeing the grappling hook appear in his hand, Luo Feng felt extremely delighted. Grappling hook. Grade, excellent. Description, can extend up to 20 meters and has a small range auto-tracking function. A common grade grappling hook could only extend 5 meters, which meant Luo Feng's material search range had significantly increased. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to start salvaging materials from the sea surface just yet. He opened the chat channel and sent a message. Everyone can use the grappling hook on your raft to collect materials from the sea surface. After sending this, Luo Feng posted a trade offer in the marketplace. Excellent grappling hook, for trade, 100 tons of water. Gain shock value +1. Gain shock value +2. Gain shock value +1. Ding! Congratulations host, shock value has reached 10, unlocking 10x rewards. Hearing this notification, Luo Feng felt very satisfied. It was exactly as he'd predicted. Now without hesitation, Luo Feng picked up the excellent grade grappling hook and cast it toward nearby floating objects. He first targeted a relatively close piece of floating wood. Gained wood +1. 10x reward, wood +10. Seeing this prompt, Luo Feng grew excited. While others only got 1 unit of material per attempt, he received 10. And this was just the beginning multiplier. If his reward multiplier reached the billionfold level, a single cast from Luo Feng could yield billions of pieces of wood. Now, Luo Feng felt even more confident about surviving on this vast ocean. However, the god-level billionfold reward system consumed shock value equivalent to the reward multiplier each time. This meant Luo Feng needed to continuously gather shock value. Originally, Luo Feng had planned to develop quietly, but now, it seemed his strength wouldn't allow him to stay low-key, so Luo Feng made another cast, gained wood +1, 5x reward, wood +5. After collecting all nearby floating wood, Luo Feng turned his attention to a wooden treasure chest in the distance. That wooden chest probably contained many good items. Using the grappling hook again, Luo Feng pulled over a floating wooden treasure chest, opening the wooden chest, gained palm leaves, +10, gained wood, +5, gained metal scraps, +2, 10x reward, gained palm leaves, +100, gained wood, +50, gained metal scraps, +20. This was truly a bountiful harvest. In just over 10 minutes, Luo Feng already had 2 materials in triple digits. He then opened the chat channel to see how others were faring. He also needed these people to generate more shock value for him. So thirsty, can someone give me a cup of water? Got a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches from a wooden chest. My water supply is secured for days. Why are all your chests normal? I found a silver chest floating in midair, no idea how to get it. I just encountered a shark that nearly killed me. At the critical moment, a golden chest appeared and swallowed the shark whole. These chests are terrifying. Luo Feng was also stunned when he saw the chat content from these people. It seemed that not all the treasure chests in this ocean were completely safe. This was something to be cautious about. Chapter 2, Seeking Help. Luo Feng then listed his materials on the trading platform. Wood 100, trades 4, excellent seawater purifier 1. Palm leaves 100, trades 4, food 20. The moment Luo Feng posted these items, they immediately drew attention. Currently, tradable items were still quite scarce for most people. Holy crap, whose supplies are these? How did someone already gather so many resources right from the start? Is this a cheat? I've only managed to collect 3 pieces of wood so far, and this big shot already has 100. This is just unfair. Big shot, my raft was just damaged by a shark attack. Could you spare a few pieces of wood to help me repair it? Gained shock value +2. Gained shock value +1. Gained shock value +2. Luo Feng's shock value was increasing rapidly. Before long, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shock value has reached 100. 100-fold rewards unlocked. 100-fold rewards already? Without hesitation, Luo Feng controlled his excellent grappling hook and hurled it toward a distant wooden treasure chest. Soon, he pulled the chest right in front of him, opening the wooden treasure chest. Obtained wood, +5. Obtained palm leaves, +10. Obtained excellent fishing rod blueprint, +1. 100-fold rewards. Obtained wood, +500. Obtained palm leaves, +1000. Obtained perfect fishing rod blueprint, +1. Luo Feng was overjoyed with this haul. He had actually obtained a perfect fishing rod. With this, Luo Feng now had a reliable source of food. Fishing rod. Grade, perfect. Description, can catch fish without bait. Capable of reeling in not just fish but possibly other items as well. Perfect fishing rod, 30/30 wood, 0/10 rope, 5/5 metal fragments, 0/2 plastic. Luo Feng glanced at the materials required to craft the perfect fishing rod. The higher the grade of an item, the more materials it demanded. However, wood was no issue for Luo Feng. He had plenty of common materials like that. As for rope, it could be directly crafted from wood. Ordinary rope, 0/1 wood. Luo Feng went ahead and crafted 30 ropes in one go. At this point, Luo Feng was practically swimming in resources, so he didn't have to worry about wasting wood. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to plastic. He hadn't come across this material yet. He seemed to be a slightly rarer resource. But even if he didn't have any, that wasn't a problem. He could always trade for it. With that thought, Luo Feng opened the chat channel. Does anyone have plastic? I'm open to trades. Wood 3, trades 4, plastic 1. His message quickly drew attention. Right now, wood was in high demand for everyone. Wood had a wide range of uses, the most basic being expanding one small raft. I have palm leaves. Can I trade them for wood? I have an extra metal piece here. Can I trade it for 2 pieces of wood? I happen to have some plastic. Let's make a deal. Soon, Luo Feng collected the plastic. After all, in such a vast world, quite a few people had managed to obtain these materials. Perfect fishing rod, 10/10 wood, 5/5 rope, 3/3 metal pieces, 2/2 plastic. Once all the materials were gathered, Luo Feng gave the order to begin crafting the perfect fishing rod. The fishing rod would take half an hour to complete. By now, Luo Feng had already begun to appreciate the thrill of trading. Others were desperately short on basic materials, while Luo Feng happened to have plenty, allowing him to exchange for items others had acquired. So, he took a glance at the trading section. Steamed bun B, trade 4, wood 20, palm leaves 40. Wood 3, trade 4, metal pieces 2. Condom, trade 4, plastic 10. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned by the sheer variety of items listed. Who would have thought so many interesting things could be found out here at sea? Right now, Luo Feng wasn't interested in trading for other materials. He directly used his wood and palm leaves to trade for the steamed bun B. His transaction quickly caught the attention of others. Holy crap, seriously? A single steamed bun can trade for that many resources? Who the hell has this much material at this stage? This trade actually shows a name. Who is this Shura guy? How did he get so many supplies so quickly? Is he cheating? That's obviously just a username. I wonder if this Shura is some kind of wilderness survival expert in real life. Luo Feng also noticed that when trading in the chat, he could set a display name. So, he casually used the same name he often used in games. Thinking about gaming reminded Luo Feng, an orphan, of one of his college classmates Tang Shuiying. Tang Shuiying was undoubtedly the campus belle at their university. Perfect figure, stunning looks, practically the goddess in the eyes of countless guys. In the entire school, only one other person could rival Tang Shuiying's beauty. That was Tang Sui, her older sister. Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying were classmates, but once, when he saw them together, he couldn't spot a single difference between them. As someone who prided himself on being an expert at spot the difference games, Luo Feng was completely stumped. Proof of just how identical they were. Still, Luo Feng was fairly close with Tang Shuiying since they were in the same class, whereas he barely interacted with Tang Sui. Moreover, Luo Feng had quite a soft spot for Tang Shuiying. Just yesterday, he had invited her to play games together. Who knew they'd end up in this world today? The thought made Luo Feng worry. Had Tang Shuiying also been dragged into this ocean world? So, he decided to post in the chat channel. Tang Shuiying, have you entered this world? If you Ave, can you contact me? After Luo Feng spoke, he caught the attention of the crowd. These people had already remembered Luo Feng's gaming name because of his generous spending. Chapter 3 The Suicidal Shark. Who is this person Shura is looking for? Could it be his significant other? I think I have a friend named Tang Shuiying. I wonder if it's her. I wonder if providing clues would earn me a reward. After sending this message, Luo Feng quickly received a private message. Hello, my name is Tang Shuiying. Why are you looking for me? Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised to see this response. He hadn't expected someone to reply so quickly. Luo Feng replied, then do you recognize my name? No, this is the first time I've heard of it. Luo Feng was taken aback by this answer. He and Tang Shuiying often played games together. If this were really her, she would have recognized his name immediately. It seemed this wasn't the right person. Thinking this, Luo Feng asked, how old are you? 48. Luo Feng, my apologies, goodbye. You're not the person I'm looking for. He quickly closed the chat window that had been terrifying. Guess it's all about fate. Maybe Tang Shuiying hasn't even entered this world yet. There was no forcing this. Just then, a game notification sounded in Luo Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully crafted a perfect fishing rod. A fishing rod materialized in front of him. Fishing rod. Grade, perfect. Description, can catch fish without bait. What you reel in may not just be fish, it could be other items as well. With this perfect fishing rod, Luo Feng no longer had to worry about food. So, he cast the fishing rod into the sea. Next, Luo Feng scanned the surrounding waters. He had already gathered all the nearby resources. For others, this might mean a temporary shortage of supplies. But Luo Feng's casting skill was excellent grade, allowing him to aim for a distant wooden treasure chest. However, the success rate for distant chests dropped significantly. It took Luo Feng 3 attempts before he finally hooked it. Once the chest was secured, he eagerly began pulling it toward his raft. But then, Luo Feng froze. Not far away, a shark was swimming straight toward him. Luo Feng's heart nearly stopped. No way already. He had barely been in the ocean for long before encountering a great white shark. His luck was truly terrible. His hands stilled. If he attracted the shark now, he wouldn't stand a chance. He didn't even have a decent weapon. But as the shark drew closer, Luo Feng noticed something strange. There was a bronze treasure chest floating in front of the shark, bobbing up and down in the water as if swimming. Luo Feng had never seen anything like this in his life. Then again, if he could already accept being transported to another world, he could accept just about anything. At this moment, Luo Feng was thinking that there must be something good inside this bronze treasure chest. Such a good item had to be obtained. However, the great white shark behind it looked quite intimidating. Soon, the great white shark approached Luo Feng. It had also noticed Luo Feng's presence. It launched an attack toward him. What the hell? I didn't even provoke you. Aren't you supposed to chase the chest? Why attack me instead? Luo Feng was startled by the situation. If the great white shark destroyed his raft, he would be in serious trouble. Earlier, Luo Feng had been busy gathering materials around him and hadn't had time to upgrade his small 2x2 raft. Now, he regretted it deeply. Once he managed to evade this great white shark, he would definitely reinforce and expand his raft first. The reason Luo Feng hadn't rushed to expand the raft was that he had gathered some basic materials: palm leaves, wood, metal scraps, plastic, etc. These basic materials could all be stored in his personal backpack. Everything else, however, could only be placed on the small raft. This wasn't the time to dwell on that. Luo Feng looked at the 4 wooden planks beneath his feet, trying to anticipate which one the great white shark would attack so he could dodge accordingly. Based on his gaming experience, the great white shark would leave after destroying one plank. With this in mind, Luo Feng focused intently, watching the shark's movements. The great white shark moved swiftly, charging straight toward the plank Luo Feng was standing on. Luo Feng had been paying close attention, so he reacted quickly, leaping onto another plank. Crack! The plank he had been standing on was shattered by the shark's bite. Seeing that its attack had missed, the great white shark gave up and resumed chasing the swimming bronze treasure chest. As Luo Feng watched the shark leave his raft, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had reacted fast, otherwise, he would have been done for. Now, however, Luo Feng's mood soured. He hoped the great white shark wouldn't go too far. After provoking him, it thought it could just swim away. Not a chance. Once Luo Feng crafted a weapon, he would settle the score with this shark. For now, he had no interest in salvaging that wooden chest anymore. It was time to expand his small raft. Ordinary wooden plank, 5/5 wood. Each plank required 5 pieces of wood. Right now, most players were frantically gathering materials. However, using the grappling hook wasn't easy. As a result, their success rates were extremely low. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting successful. Obtained 100 ordinary wooden planks. With these planks in hand, Luo Feng turned his attention to the construction hammer. To expand the raft, players needed to process the planks using the construction hammer. Construction hammer, 2/2 wood. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting successful. Obtained 1 construction hammer. Holding the hammer, Luo Feng got to work. Raft, 2x2. This was the current size of his raft. After some hard work, Luo Feng successfully expanded it. Raft, 1010. 4. Chapter 4, Someone Comes Looking. Now, Luo Feng's raft could be considered enormous, so large that even encountering a great white shark wouldn't be cause for concern. With this much space, Luo Feng could store far more items. Otherwise, he'd have worried that obtaining certain items with 100-fold rewards might sink his small raft entirely. After finishing all his tasks, he prepared to pick up his grappling hook again to retrieve the wooden treasure chest he'd spotted earlier. But just then, Luo Feng received another private message. Are you Luo Feng? Seeing this message, Luo Feng grew excited. Could this be Tang Shuiying reaching out? He quickly replied, I'm Luo Feng. Are you Tang Shuiying? On her raft, Tang Shuiying froze when she read the response. She'd only sent the message on a whim. Her younger sister Tang Shuiying had often mentioned Luo Feng, sometimes even dragging her along to play games with him. As a result, she knew Luo Feng quite well, partly because her sister had shown some affection for him. Being the protective older sister, she'd kept tabs on Luo Feng to ensure her sister wasn't being deceived by some scammer. So when Shura posted about searching for someone, she'd suspected it might be Luo Feng and decided to investigate. She was also genuinely concerned about her sister's whereabouts. But Luo Feng's response confirmed her sister hadn't contacted him yet. Luo Feng had become quite famous in this world, frequently trading basic materials with others. If Tang Shuiying were here, she'd have sought him out immediately. The fact that she hadn't appeared yet suggested she hadn't entered this world at all. Suddenly inspired, Tang Shuiying replied, Yes, it's me Tang Shuiying. I've finally found you, Luo Feng. Reading this, Luo Feng's excitement surged. Could it really be such a coincidence? Had Tang Shuiying entered this world too? Still, he decided to verify. If you're really Tang Shuiying, you should know what we plan to do together tomorrow, right? We were supposed to play games together, but obviously that's impossible now. Realizing her sister wasn't here, Tang Shuiying decided to impersonate her to interact with Luo Feng. After all, they were identical twins. This would give her a chance to assess Luo Feng's character. She wasn't worried about being exposed. Her sister shared everything with her, so she knew Luo Feng well enough. When Luo Feng heard the response, he became convinced this was indeed Tang Shuiying. At this thought, Luo Feng grew somewhat excited. Tang Shuiying was the school belle of their university and also his classmate. As a normal man, Luo Feng naturally had an appreciation for beautiful women. Now, being able to contact Tang Shuiying in this vast ocean felt like the heavens were giving him an opportunity. Luo Feng spoke up, have you encountered any dangers? The system was quite advanced, allowing voice communication. After confirming the other party's message, Luo Feng immediately sent a voice message. Tang Shuiying replied, I haven't encountered any danger so far. I'm currently salvaging items floating on the sea. Apart from seeing a golden treasure chest fly past me, nothing strange has happened. Hearing this voice, Luo Feng was absolutely certain that the person on the other end was Tang Shuiying. At this moment, Luo Feng said, That's good to hear. Is Tang Shuiying with you? Tang Shuiying felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Luo Feng's concern for her. She replied, I'm not sure about that. I'm still searching. If she sees this message, she should contact us. By saying this, Tang Shuiying was actually being cautious. If her sister had also arrived in this world and saw this message, she would definitely reach out to them. Hearing Tang Shuiying's response, Luo Feng said, Don't worry too much. If your sister is here and checks this chat channel, she'll find us. For now, let's focus on salvaging these items. Now that Luo Feng had confirmed Tang Shuiying was safe, it was time to continue building. After all, surviving at sea required more than just a small wooden raft. Wood 20, palm leaves 50, metal sheets 5, traded 4, none. Tang Sui was astonished when she saw the trade Luo Feng had initiated. She never expected Luo Feng to send her so many materials. It was an overwhelming amount. Could he have given her all his possessions? At this thought, Tang Sui quickly spoke up, Luo Feng, why are you giving me so many items? Don't you need them yourself? I've already gathered some supplies on my own. Hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled and said, I have plenty of materials. This is just a small portion. Take them and use them. If you feel bad about it, you can give me any treasure chests you find as compensation. Tang Sui was deeply shocked by Luo Feng's casual tone. How had he managed to gather so many materials? Was Luo Feng some kind of ocean survival expert? Still, since Luo Feng had insisted, she didn't refuse. She was indeed in need of wood for construction. Expanding the raft, crafting a fishing rod, and making a grappling hook all required large amounts of wood. After accepting the materials, Tang Sui began crafting tools. From then on, she also kept an eye out for treasure chests. Since Luo Feng had specifically asked for them, she decided to give any she found to him as repayment. 5. Chapter 5, Unlocking Thousand-Fold Rewards. At this moment, Luo Feng found Tang Shuiying, and his mood had improved significantly. After Luo Feng finished explaining things to Tang Shuiying, he prepared to continue gathering materials. To survive on the sea, the supplies he had were far from enough. Luo Feng picked up his throwing hook again. Earlier, due to the interference of the great white shark, the wooden crate he had hooked was still floating halfway. Now, without hesitation, Luo Feng pulled the crate toward him, opening the wooden treasure chest. Obtained outstanding grade barbecue grill blueprint, +1. Obtained wood, +10. Obtained apple, +1. Thousand-fold reward. Obtained perfect grade barbecue grill blueprint, +1. Obtained wood, +1000. Obtained apple, +100. When Luo Feng saw these rewards, he was utterly shocked. This time, he had actually obtained a barbecue grill and apples. This was truly a massive haul. Originally, for humans to survive at sea, food and water were absolute necessities. A person could last 7 days without food before starving to death. But without water, they might only endure for 3 days at most. Moreover, humans needed to drink freshwater. Seawater couldn't be consumed directly, as it would only make them thirstier. Thus, on the open sea, freshwater resources were extremely scarce. Luo Feng glanced at the chat channel and noticed that no one had obtained a water purifier yet. This meant that, for now, no one could produce freshwater. In that case, Luo Feng's apples were incredibly precious. Coincidentally, Luo Feng was feeling a bit thirsty, so he picked up an apple and took a bite. Crisp, sweet, and juicy. He quickly finished the apple. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the perfect grade barbecue grill blueprint. Perfect grade barbecue grill, 20/20 wood, 10/10 metal sheets, 10/10 rope. Luo Feng had already gathered all the required materials. Without delay, he chose to craft it. Ding! Congratulations, player. The perfect grade barbecue grill is now being crafted. Please wait a moment. Seeing that the barbecue grill had entered the crafting countdown, Luo Feng shifted his focus back to the sea. At the moment, there was nothing left around Luo Feng's area that he could salvage. Everything that could be fished up had already been collected. So, Luo Feng decided to change his objective. He opened the chat channel to see if anyone else had made any interesting discoveries. Vibrator, trading 4, wood 5. Inflatable doll blueprint, trading 4, life buoy blueprint. Common grade water purifier, trading 4, 1L of drinking water. Luo Feng saw all kinds of bizarre trade offers. There was truly no limit to what people were exchanging. However, the common grade water purifier did catch his attention. But when he saw that it was only a common grade item, Luo Feng dismissed the idea of making an offer. Now that he had the billion-fold reward system, he had no interest in such low-tier equipment. At the very least, he'd need an outstanding grade water purifier, if not perfect grade. Anything below that standard wasn't worth his time to craft. Moreover, Luo Feng currently had 100 apples and wouldn't be short of water anytime soon. Thinking this, Luo Feng decided to post a trade. 3 apples, in exchange for any excellent grade item. The moment he posted this trade, it immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. Holy shit, is Shura flexing again? I'm struggling to even get a sip of water, and he's out here trading apples. And the minimum requirement for this trade is excellent grade. This is just rubbing salt in the wound. I was so thirsty earlier that I drank some seawater, and now I'm even thirstier. What should I do? I'd kill for an apple. Shura, give me one, and I'll even sleep with you. Deal. This time, Luo Feng felt somewhat disappointed by these people. Not a single one had obtained an excellent grade item. At this point, Luo Feng formed a hypothesis. It seemed only higher-tier treasure chests contained better items. His mind flashed back to the bronze treasure chest that had floated past him earlier. With this in mind, Luo Feng sent another message. Has anyone here ever opened a bronze treasure chest? Seeing his question, people began responding. I saw a bronze treasure chest floating on the sea, but my wooden raft was drifting in the opposite direction. Talk about bad luck. I spotted a flying golden treasure chest and threw my throwing hook at it. Right now, I'm being dragged along by it. If I let go, I'll lose my only hook. I got lucky and opened a stationary bronze treasure chest. Found an inflatable doll blueprint inside. But I have no use for this thing. Shura, if you want it, give me an apple, and it's yours. Luo Feng was speechless at one person's reply and quickly responded. Keep the inflatable doll for yourself. If anyone has high-grade materials, feel free to trade with me. As he spoke, Luo Feng revealed just a fraction of his assets. 500 wood in exchange for perfect grade blueprint. Holy shit, big shot. Need a hanger for your thigh. Did Shura land on an island or something? How did he gather so much wood in such a short time? Even non-stop chopping wouldn't yield this much. To pull this off, he must have gotten his hands on a high-tier treasure chest. No wonder he was asking about them earlier. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Ding! Shock value has reached 1000. Maximum reward multiplier unlocked, 1000x. Hearing the system's announcement, Luo Feng was stunned. A 1000x multiplier. That was insane. Host, Luo Feng. Shock value, 1024. Maximum reward multiplier, 1000. Now, Luo Feng was even more determined to frequent the chat channel and show off. After all, this system was just too overpowered. It probably wouldn't take long. While others were still struggling to get food on their small wooden rafts, Luo Feng was already enjoying a life of luxury with fine food and drink on a yacht. Chapter 6, My appetite is huge. If he could bring Tang Shuiying onto his yacht as well, that would be absolutely perfect. Thinking of this, Luo Feng felt even more motivated. Just as Luo Feng was still deep in thought, he received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, I found a wooden treasure chest. Do you want it? When Luo Feng saw the message from Tang Shuiying, he was pleasantly surprised. This really came at the perfect time, because Luo Feng's surroundings had already been completely scavenged. He would have to wait a while before encountering floating debris again. During this period, Luo Feng might not obtain anything at all. Who knew when his perfect fishing rod would yield results again? With this in mind, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. Of course I want it. Give me the wooden treasure chest. I've obtained quite a few apples here. I was busy earlier, but now I have time, so I'll send them to you. Apples 10 trades for 1 wooden treasure chest. When Tang Shuiying saw this trade request, she was stunned. She truly hadn't expected Luo Feng to have obtained so much fruit. Up until now, she had only been scavenging floating debris, and this was the first treasure chest she had obtained. After getting this chest, she immediately brought it to Luo Feng. At this moment, she spoke up, this is too much fruit. Just giving me a few would be enough. If you give me this many, what will you eat? Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng chuckled and replied, I have plenty of supplies here, so don't worry about my food. You can eat these apples to your heart's content, there's enough for you. Didn't I say before that I wanted to take care of you? It seems this opportunity is really coming true now. At this point, Luo Feng fell into reminiscence. Back when Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying used to hang out together, he had jokingly said those words to her. And at that time, Tang Shuiying had actually responded that if she ever couldn't afford food, she would make Luo Feng take care of her. It had all been a joke back then, but who would have thought the heavens would play along like this? When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, she was taken aback because her younger sister had once mentioned this very thing in front of her. However, Tang Shuiying hadn't paid it much mind at the time, believing that with her sister's looks and talent, she wouldn't need to rely on any man. Still, she had always known that Tang Shuiying and Luo Feng had feelings for each other. After this brief interaction, Tang Shuiying also felt that Luo Feng was quite capable. It seemed her sister had good taste. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying said, my appetite is huge, you know. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you out of house and home if you take care of me? Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng smiled. With his system, how could he possibly worry about running out of food? Taking care of her alone was nothing even if. Luo Feng was confident about that. However, Luo Feng had no such plan, she was just entertaining the thought. With this in mind, Luo Feng replied, don't worry about that. Taking care of you alone is more than enough. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, she suddenly remembered something. She and Tang Shuiying were extremely close. Once, Tang Shuiying had mentioned something similar. At the time, when Tang Shuiying heard her say that, she felt utterly speechless. However, back then, she didn't outright refuse in order to spare Tang Shuiying's feelings. But now, after arriving in this ocean, thinking of this, Tang Shuiying spoke up, if you say it's possible, then it's possible. When Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying say this, he was immediately dumbfounded. He never expected her to say something like that. This was really too inappropriate. Because if they appeared together in front of Luo Feng, he wouldn't be able to tell them apart. In the past, Luo Feng had even caused an extremely awkward situation because of this. However, Luo Feng reconsidered after all, they were in the middle of the ocean now. With that in mind, Luo Feng said, sure. I'll feed you until you're plump and fair. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Tang Shuiying's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She had never spoken to a guy like this before. Back in school, no guy had ever caught her interest, not even Luo Feng. As a result, she had never planned on dating, which meant she rarely interacted with boys, let alone had any intimate exchanges. Normally, she was the type to joke around shamelessly with her sisters, but in this situation, she found herself at a loss. Fortunately, she remembered her current identity. Tang Xueying realized she should talk to Luo Feng the way Tang Xueying would. With that thought, Tang Xueyai said, "That's perfect. We should hurry and search. If she finds out about this, she'll definitely be overjoyed." After agreeing to the trade request, 10 bright red apples appeared before Tang Xueyai. Seeing them, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Without hesitation, she picked one up and started eating. Meanwhile, a wooden treasure chest appeared in front of Luo Feng. Without a second thought, Luo Feng opened it. Obtained wood plus 10. Obtained fine raft board blueprint plus 1. Obtained banana plus 1. 1,000-fold reward. Obtained wood plus 10,000. Obtained perfect raft board blueprint plus 1. Obtained fine golden banana plus 100. Holy crap, 1,000-fold reward triggered. This is insanely lucky. Staring at the massive pile of golden bananas before him, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 7 So big. At this moment, Luo Feng had a question in his mind. Food actually has grades? Filled with curiosity, Luo Feng picked up a banana. Golden banana. Grade, good. Description: eating the golden banana can quickly restore stamina and enhance your endurance. After reading the description of the golden banana, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Could this golden banana enhance that kind of ability? If that were really the case, Luo Feng wouldn't dare eat it casually. After all, they were surrounded by ocean here. If he ate this golden banana and enhanced that kind of ability, it would just be asking for trouble. At this thought, Luo Feng remembered that guy who had the inflatable doll blueprint. Just as Luo Feng was still considering whether to eat the banana, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations player, perfect grade barbecue grill has been completed. Barbecue grill. Grade, perfect. Description: this barbecue grill doesn't require manual ignition, it lights automatically and allows real-time adjustment of flame intensity. A barbecue grill appeared before Luo Feng. With this perfect grade barbecue grill, Luo Feng could enjoy grilled food. However, he'd have to wait until his perfect fishing rod caught some fish first. Since he had nothing better to do at the moment, Luo Feng took out the perfect raft board blueprint. Perfect raft board, 0/20. Raft board. Grade, perfect. Description: this advanced raft board has significantly improved durability and can withstand shark attacks without damage. After reading the description of the perfect raft board, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In ocean survival, you couldn't just worry about food and water. You also had to worry about marine creatures. The most common threat was the great white shark. These great white sharks were quite fond of actively attacking humans. Once your small raft was shattered by a great white shark, you'd fall into the water and become its meal. Now, Luo Feng had obtained perfect raft boards that could withstand great white sharks, greatly improving his safety. If he encountered that great white shark from before again, Luo Feng wouldn't have anything to worry about. Thinking this, Luo Feng didn't waste any time and immediately crafted 100 perfect raft boards in one go. Then, Luo Feng began spending time replacing the common raft boards with perfect ones. After replacing more than 10, Luo Feng started feeling tired. After all, not long ago, Luo Feng had just expanded his 22 small raft into a 1010 large raft. Before he could even rest, he had to continue working. Even a workhorse wouldn't dare work this hard. But for the sake of his own safety, Luo Feng had no choice but to keep going. Another reason was that Luo Feng needed to expand his raft to ensure he had space to store all the items he obtained. While Luo Feng was resting on the wooden raft, his gaze was drawn to a pile of golden bananas not far away. Golden banana. Grade, good. Description: eating a golden banana can quickly restore stamina and enhance your endurance. The properties of the golden banana appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't care which aspect of endurance the golden banana enhanced. As long as his stamina could be restored, that was enough. If the golden banana really had that kind of effect, Luo Feng could always go trade for the inflatable doll blueprint from that person. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up a large golden banana, peeled it, and took a big bite. Soon, he had eaten the entire golden banana. Within minutes of finishing it, Luo Feng felt his stamina genuinely recovering. Seeing this effect, Luo Feng was thrilled. Truly worthy of a good grade food, the results were impressively potent. After eating another banana, Luo Feng resumed upgrading his raft. This time, he completed the remaining modifications in one go. Now, looking at his sturdy raft board, Luo Feng finally relaxed. Earlier, a great white shark had appeared nearby. Though it hadn't lingered, it could resurface at any moment. Without any weapons, Luo Feng could only rely on this raft board for defense. He had already tested the perfect raft board earlier. Jumping and stomping on it felt as stable as walking on solid ground. Such a high-quality raft board wasn't something Luo Feng planned to keep to himself. After all, it was Tang Xueying who had given him the wooden crate containing the blueprint. Thinking of this, Luo Feng sent her a message. How's your haul going? I just opened the crate you gave me and found quite a few things. Meanwhile, on a small raft nearby, Tang Suiho had been salvaging driftwood. Paused when she saw Luo Feng's message. She replied, "My haul's not bad. I've already collected 3 crates. What good stuff did you get from that crate?" Luo Feng chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, I got a perfect raft board blueprint and some bananas." Tang Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? You actually got a perfect grade item? You're seriously amazing." Hearing her astonished tone, Luo Feng laughed. "Last time, I treated you to an apple. This time, I'll treat you to bananas. Golden banana 10, traded for nothing." This time, Tang Sui didn't refuse Luo Feng's offer. After all, she wasn't just taking food from him, she'd also given him her crate, so it wasn't like she was freeloading. Still, as someone with a certain level of experience, she couldn't help feeling there was something off about Luo Feng's phrasing. However, hearing Luo Feng's tone, it was clear he was simply offering her a banana in all innocence. She had overthought it. After Tang Sui agreed to the deal, 10 enormous golden bananas appeared before her. Upon seeing the size of these bananas, Tang Sui couldn't help but exclaim, "These bananas are so huge." Chapter 8, I agree to marry you. Upon hearing Tang Shui's words, Luo Feng spoke up, "This banana isn't just big, it's incredibly delicious too. Hurry up and try one. It can restore your stamina." When Luo Feng said this, Tang Sui suddenly realized she'd been thinking about something rather inappropriate. Instantly, her face flushed slightly pink. Such were the troubles of being a veteran driver. Tang Sui was truly tired of instantly understanding such innuendos. What made it worse was that Luo Feng was just having a normal conversation, yet her mind had already wandered into suggestive territory. She couldn't possibly explain this misunderstanding, either doing so would only make things more awkward. Cutting off these thoughts, Tang Sui quickly picked up one of the massive golden bananas. Holding it with one hand, she peeled it with the other. Then she took a big bite, swallowing the golden banana whole. After finishing it, Tang Sui began to feel her stamina gradually recovering. Earlier, she had expended quite a bit of energy while salvaging materials. Now, she felt like she could work for several more hours without issue. Realizing this, she said, "Luo Feng, thank you so much for the banana. The effect is really impressive." Luo Feng replied, "No need to thank, might came from the wooden chest you gave me. If you find any more treasure chests in the future, you can keep sending them my way." Tang Sui was surprised to hear that such good items could come from her wooden treasure chest. This meant her contributions were actually quite valuable. She nodded and said, "Got it, I'll keep working hard. After eating your banana, I feel super motivated." "Ah, there's a great white shark here. Luo Feng, what do I do? Am I going to get eaten? I don't want to die yet." Before she could finish speaking, Tang Sui spotted a great white shark rapidly approaching her direction. Hearing the panic in Tang Shui's voice, Luo Feng was startled. He hadn't expected her to encounter a great white shark before him. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll send you perfect raft boards. Upgrade your wooden raft immediately. That should keep the shark at bay for now." Perfect raft board 16, traded for nothing. Still trembling with fear, Tang Sui said, "Luo Feng, I'm so scared. That shark looks terrifying, and it's moving so fast." Luo Feng understood how frightening this must be for an ordinary girl. But if she didn't use the perfect raft boards right away, she might end up as shark food. At this thought, Luo Feng quickly spoke up, "Hurry, listen to my instructions. Use the perfect raft board I gave you to upgrade your wooden raft right now. Don't be afraid. Relax, I'm here. Trust me, I'll save you. I don't want to lose you like this." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Sui, who had been extremely panicked just moments ago, suddenly felt a deep stirring in her heart. Her tense emotions gradually began to calm down. Is this what it feels like to be cared for and valued? Is this the legendary love? But there was no time for her to dwell on such thoughts now. She said softly, "I believe you." With that, Tang Sui quickly used the perfect raft board Luo Feng had given her to upgrade her small wooden raft. Just as she finished upgrading the raft's boards, the great white shark arrived. The great white shark opened its massive jaws, its razor-sharp teeth aiming straight for the raft. Tang Sui, witnessing this terrifying sight, was utterly frozen in fear. When the great white shark bit down on the perfect raft board, there was a loud crack. The shark's teeth shattered. Realizing how sturdy the raft was, the great white shark circled it a few times before finally swimming away. Only after the shark had left did Tang Sui finally let out the breath she'd been holding. She exhaled deeply in relief. At that very moment, Luo Feng's message came through again. "Are you okay? Were you hurt? Did the great white shark leave?" Hearing Luo Feng's voice, Tang Sui felt a warm glow in her heart and replied, "I'm fine now. I can't thank you enough this time. You saved my life. I don't even know how to repay you." Luo Feng, hearing Tang Sui's words, chuckled and said, "For saving your life, the proper repayment is to pledge yourself to me. Sure, if we ever meet, I'll agree to marry you." Luo Feng was completely stunned by her response. He had only meant to lighten the tense mood with a playful joke. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect her to actually agree. In his mind, an image surfaced her breathtaking beauty and tall, graceful figure. Before this, Luo Feng had occasionally fantasized about her becoming his girlfriend. After all, they were already college students, dating wasn't out of the question. But now, in this oceanic survival world, if she were the only one who had entered, Luo Feng saw it as a golden opportunity. Surviving alone at sea could get lonely, after all. With that in mind, Luo Feng replied, "You said it yourself. When we meet, don't you dare go back on your word." Only then did Tang Sui realize she had spoken impulsively in the heat of the moment. But since the words were already out, backing out now would be inexcusable. Chapter 9 Preparing the Seasonings. Anyway, the chances of her crossing paths with Luo Feng on this vast ocean were practically negligible. Even if she agreed, it wouldn't really matter. Tang Sui then said softly, "I never go back on my word. But don't get your hopes up too much, this ocean stretches endlessly. I don't even know where I am. It's basically impossible for us to meet." Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng chuckled. If he didn't have the system, he might have thought the same way. But now that he had the system, finding someone on this ocean, though extremely difficult, wasn't entirely impossible. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, "So, you have to stay alive. Don't leave early, or else I'll have to find you in the real world. But dying this time would cost you 30 years of your lifespan. That's too steep a price." When Tang Sui heard Luo Feng say this, something inside her seemed to stir. The tightly shut doors of her heart began to show signs of opening. At this thought, Tang Sui suddenly felt she shouldn't continue interacting with Luo Feng under Tang Shuiying's identity. If this went on any longer, she might even start to wonder if she'd end up falling for Luo Feng. Though she might not mind such a thing, she still found it hard to accept. And even if she did fall for Luo Feng, it should be under her own identity. Once this thought took root in her mind, it refused to leave. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Sui said, "Luo Feng, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, I'm Tang Shuiying. I know you're Tang Shuiying. If you weren't, I wouldn't treat you like this." Luo Feng found it strange. Why would Tang Shuiying repeat her identity? Had she been scared out of her wits by the great white shark earlier? Tang Sui's words caught in her throat. The last three words, "S older sister," never made it out. Anyway, they were unlikely to meet again. Whether she said it or not didn't matter. Even if she did fall for Luo Feng, it wouldn't change anything. With this realization, Tang Sui seemed to come to terms with something. She said, "Never mind. I need to rest for a bit. Let's talk later. Could you also help me look for my sister, Tang Sui? See if she's ended up in this world too." Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng understood perhaps she missed her sister. After all, Tang Shuiying and Tang Sui had always been inseparable, their bond incredibly close. Thinking this, Luo Feng replied, "Alright, get some rest. I'll take care of finding your sister, Tang Sui." Once Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying ended their conversation, he opened the chat channel. By now, after some time had passed, people were gradually adapting to this new life. And the variety of items being traded had started to increase. Good fishing rod blueprint 1, trades 4, food 5. Excellent life buoy blueprint 1, trade, wood 20, palm leaves 30. Blueprint 1, trade, apple 1. I'm so thirsty and hungry, can someone take pity on me and give me a bite to eat? I just opened a wooden treasure chest and got a pack of Weilong spicy strips. Gotta say, the flavor is pretty authentic, but now I'm even thirstier after eating it. What should I do? I just got some seasonings, but I have no food. What's the point of having these seasonings? Luo Feng skimmed through the trades and noticed a few items he needed among the offers. Without hesitation, Luo Feng posted his own trade. Apple 1, trade, seasoning 1. The moment Luo Feng listed this trade, it immediately drew attention. After all, no one had obtained a water purifier blueprint yet, making water resources extremely scarce. Fruits were even rarer. Damn, how many apples did Shura get? Trading an apple for seasoning is such a waste. I just got a pack of Wangshai 13 spices. Wonder if I can trade it for an apple. I have a bottle of Laogama chili sauce. That's gotta be worth at least 2 apples, right? Soon, Luo Feng completed several trades. His dozen or so apples were gone, but in return, he acquired a variety of items: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili, cumin, and more. All the essential cooking ingredients were now in Luo Feng's possession. Even if others had these seasonings, without food, they were useless to them. But Luo Feng's offer of an apple was hard to refuse. Just because these people couldn't use the seasonings didn't mean Luo Feng couldn't. With his perfect fishing hook, if he managed to catch a fish, these seasonings would come in handy. Thinking this, Luo Feng sent a message, "That's all for now. I'll come back if I need more later." "Shura, come back anytime. Just name what you need." "Thanks so much, Shura. You let me enjoy a delicious apple out here on the sea. Take care, Shura. Save some apples for us. If you run into trouble, just say the word. We're always happy to help." Luo Feng wasn't surprised by their reactions. After all, being stranded at sea made fresh fruit a luxury. If the water purifier blueprint didn't appear soon, people might start dying of thirst. The world was just that cruel. As Luo Feng pondered this, his perfect fishing rod suddenly twitched. His excitement surged. This meant his perfect fishing rod had caught something. What kind of fish could he reel in from these waters? Curious, Luo Feng pulled up the perfect fishing rod. When the catch surfaced, Luo Feng was stunned. Hanging from the hook was a bronze treasure chest. His perfect fishing rod had actually hooked a bronze treasure chest. This was truly unbelievable. However, Luo Feng could understand, after all, the description on this perfect fishing rod had already stated that it wasn't just capable of catching fish. Chapter 10 Epic Quality Spear, sharp enough to pierce iron like mud. This was Luo Feng's first time obtaining a bronze treasure chest, and he had no idea what kind of goodies might be inside. If he were to get an inflatable doll blueprint, would it turn into a real person after the 1,000-fold reward? At this moment, Luo Feng stopped his wild imaginings and opened the bronze treasure chest. Obtained metal fragments, +3. Obtained good quality water purifier blueprint, +1. Obtained excellent quality spear blueprint, +1. 100-fold reward. Obtained metal fragments, +300. Obtained perfect quality water purifier blueprint, +1. Obtained epic quality spear blueprint, +1. After seeing the rewards this time, Luo Feng was completely stunned. An epic quality spear had actually appeared. This was truly unexpected. At this stage, most people's equipment was still at the good level. Possessing an outstanding quality item was already extremely rare, while an epic quality item was something most wouldn't even dare to dream of. Luo Feng immediately checked the blueprint for the epic quality spear to see what materials were required to craft such a high-tier item. Epic quality spear, 500/500 metal fragments, 1000/1000 wood, 3 hours. Spear. Grade, epic. Description: a spear of this grade possesses immense power, with an exceptionally sharp tip capable of easily piercing through any metal defense. It can cut through iron as if it were mud. After reading the description of the epic quality spear, Luo Feng was shocked. This spear was ridiculously powerful, cutting through iron like mud. Luo Feng couldn't even begin to imagine the true might of this epic quality spear. But of course, the stronger the spear, the better. He could use it as his weapon, and if he encountered the great white shark, he'd finally have a means to fight back. Right now, the waters around Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying's wooden raft were prowled by great white sharks, so crafting this weapon was a matter of urgency. With that in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately began crafting. The higher the grade of an item, the more materials it required. Even if others obtained high-grade blueprints, at this stage, they wouldn't have enough materials to craft them. But for Luo Feng, this wasn't a problem at all. If there was one thing Luo Feng had in abundance, it was materials. Ding! Congratulations, player. Epic quality spear successfully crafted. Crafting time, 3 hours. This epic quality spear actually took 3 hours to craft. Luo Feng could only hope that the great white shark wouldn't appear during these 3 hours. With that settled, Luo Feng turned his attention to the other valuable item. The perfect quality water purifier. This was an absolute necessity for survival at sea. A normal person would die of thirst in just 3 days without water. Perfect quality water purifier, 50/50ths wood, 10/10ths glass, 5/5ths palm leaves, 3 hours. Water purifier. Grade, perfect. Description: capable of rapidly purifying seawater. The purified water tastes even better than Farmer's Triple Fist and contains various trace elements beneficial to human growth and development. Upon reading the description of the perfect quality water purifier, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This was practically a bottled water production machine. Without hesitation, Luo Feng immediately began crafting it. Soon enough, he wouldn't have to worry about drinking water anymore. Ding! Congratulations, player. The perfect quality water purifier has begun manufacturing. Estimated time, 3 hours. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but complain about the manufacturing time required for this perfect quality water purifier. Despite not being as high grade as the epic quality spear, it still took the same amount of time to craft. But Luo Feng understood the more complex the item, the more time it would take. After completing both items, Luo Feng once again cast his perfect fishing rod into the sea. As expected of a perfect fishing rod, its effectiveness was truly impressive. At this point, Luo Feng found himself eagerly anticipating the power of the epic quality spear. With the perfect fishing rod in the water, Luo Feng resumed his salvaging efforts. Currently, the wooden raft drifted aimlessly, carried by the ocean currents, while floating debris moved with the waves. The area Luo Feng had previously salvaged was now replenished with new floating objects. Obtained wood, +2. 10-fold reward. Obtained wood, +20. Obtained palm leaves, +5. 100-fold reward. Obtained palm leaves, +500. After salvaging for a while, Luo Feng felt tired and took out a golden banana to eat. Refreshed, he continued his salvaging mission. If you want to get rich, salvage wood first. Wood was the foundational material for most items. Luo Feng's current wood stockpile was nearing 20,000 units. Meanwhile, others would be considered wealthy if they had just 20 pieces of wood. Just as Luo Feng was about to use his excellent grappling hook again, his perfect fishing rod suddenly trembled. Without hesitation, he abandoned his current task and rushed to the fishing rod. Lifting it, he found a fish hooked on the line. Obtained common fish, plus 100-fold reward. Obtained common fish, plus 100. Before Luo Feng's eyes appeared 100 fish, filling him with delight. Finally, he had food to eat. His perfect-grade barbecue grill and various seasonings could now be put to good use. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to start grilling. Instead, he turned his attention to the crafting station. Large wooden basin, 5/5, 5 seconds. Wooden bucket, 2/2, 3 seconds. A minute later, 12 large wooden basins and 5 wooden buckets appeared before him. Luo Feng then spent a few more minutes filling all the basins with water. The 100 fish were distributed among several basins. After all, with so many fish, Luo Feng couldn't possibly eat them all at once. It was better to keep them alive for freshness. Once everything was settled, Luo Feng lit up his barbecue grill. This was an automatic feature of the perfect-grade barbecue grill. It could ignite and extinguish flames on its own. So, Luo Feng picked up 2 fish and placed them on the barbecue grill. It was his first time grilling fish himself. Seeing that they were almost done, he began sprinkling seasoning on them. Soon, 2 delicious grilled fish were ready just like that. Luo Feng picked up one of the grilled fish, took a bite, and found the taste quite good. So, he sent a message to Tang Shuiying. 11, Chapter 11 Time Accelerator. Are you hungry now? Guess what delicious food I've brought you. When Tang Shuiying saw Luo Feng's message, her stomach betrayed her by growling at that very moment. After all, it seemed everyone had been transported here while asleep. After a whole night's digestion and extensive labor, their stomachs had long started protesting hunger. As the old saying goes, steel is made from iron, and rice is the staff of life. Skip one meal and hunger strikes. At this point, Tang Shuiying spoke up. I can't guess. It couldn't possibly still be what you gave me last time. After eating it, my body did feel more capable. After saying these words, even Tang Shuiying herself felt somewhat embarrassed. However, she knew Luo Feng was still a novice who wouldn't understand the implications of her words at all. In Luo Feng's eyes, these words probably sounded completely innocent. Truth be told, teasing someone this innocent gave her a rather peculiar feeling. Meanwhile, Luo Feng heard Tang Shuiying's words without reading too much into them, simply thinking. With this in mind, Luo Feng said, Today we're changing things up. These is fish I grilled for you. Grilled fish 1, trades 4, none. Tang Shuiying stared blankly at the fish in her hands, surprised that Luo Feng could be so capable catching fish so quickly. Without hesitation, she took a big bite of the aromatic grilled fish. At the first taste, her face lit up with delight. She hadn't expected the fish to be seasoned with so much chili and cumin. The flavor was absolutely wonderful. Soon, she had finished the entire fish. Tang Shuiying said, Your grilled fish is delicious. You're really skilled. This is the first time I've eaten such tasty grilled fish. And with so many seasonings too, truly amazing. Luo Feng had also finished his own grilled fish by now. Hearing Tang Shuiying's praise, he laughed and said, Of course, have you forgotten who I am? This is nothing. I have even greater skills. You'll discover when we meet. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying's imagination ran wild. If they met, would he show her something even more impressive? Was Luo Feng hinting at something? If they met, would he try something inappropriate with her? But then again, Tang Shuiying reconsidered. There was no chance they'd actually meet. If they somehow encountered each other on the open sea, it would prove they were fated. At that point, she might not refuse Luo Feng's requests. When that moment came, it wouldn't be too late to reveal her true identity to him. Just as Tang Shuiying was lost in these thoughts, Luo Feng's voice sounded again. Are you full? If not, I can grill another fish for you. I'm raising quite a few fish here. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying blurted out without thinking, Are you the Sea King? Raising so many fish? Luo Feng was taken aback when he heard Tang Shuiying say that. He hadn't expected her to describe him in such a way. But then it occurred to him he was currently at sea, and being a Sea King would actually be quite an impressive title. So, Luo Feng spoke up, I'm not a Sea King yet, but I want to become one. Tang Shuiying. It was only then that Tang Shuiying realized just how naive the person her sister Tang Shuiying had found was. He was just as simple-minded as her sister. No wonder the two of them got along so well. In today's society, people this naive were rarer than first-class protected animals. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying smiled wryly and said, Well then, I wish you the best in becoming a Sea King soon. Maybe then we'll get to meet. But this grilled fish of yours is pretty big. One piece should be enough. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng didn't press further about the fish. After a moment of thought, he said, We still haven't found any news about your sister Tang Shuiying. Don't be too upset. Maybe she didn't even come to this world. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng mention her, she couldn't help but feel happy inside. She had been thinking the same thing. If her sister hadn't contacted Luo Feng for so long, she probably hadn't arrived in this world. With that in mind, Tang Shuiying replied, I know. You don't have to worry too much. Meeting someone like you is already a stroke of luck. After Luo Feng finished chatting with Tang Shuiying, he closed the chat window. Now wasn't the time for romance. What mattered was improving and reinforcing his wooden raft as quickly as possible. Based on his past experience with survival games, Luo Feng knew that the ocean held far more terrifying things than just great white sharks. Natural disasters, 4-1. Storms, tsunamis, typhoons, these were all immense challenges for survivors like them. If all he had was a wooden raft, facing such conditions would mean certain drowning. So, before any of that happened, upgrading his raft into a proper boat or yacht was absolutely crucial. As usual, Luo Feng checked the global chat to see what people were trading. Was there anything he could use? As time passed, players had managed to gather quite a few valuable items. Good quality water purifier blueprint, trading 4, good fishing rod. Time accelerator 5 minutes, trading 4, wood 5. Inflatable doll blueprint, trading 4, apple 1, or condom, trading 4, apple 1. Today's my lucky day, I actually got 2 good quality water purifier blueprints. Did changing worlds finally make me lucky? I haven't had a single drop of water or bite of food. I'm so weak from hunger I can't even gather materials anymore. Can someone please take pity on me? Just a little something to eat, I'll do anything in return. My wooden raft just had a plank bitten off by a great white shark, and I'm still missing one piece of wood to repair it. I wonder if any kind soul could lend me a piece of wood to help me out in this emergency. Once I fix my raft, I'll return double the amount. I'm Zhang Wei. Whoever gives me something to eat, I'll provide free legal assistance when we return to the real world. 12. Chapter 12 News from Tang Sui Ai. Luo Feng hadn't realized until reading these chats that most people outside were actually living such difficult lives. However, Luo Feng was no saint, he would absolutely never give away his possessions for free. If he started down that path, the moment he stopped playing the good guy even once, he'd undoubtedly face backlash. Being a good person was truly too difficult. Luo Feng decided it was best to just focus on himself. Still, from these trades, Luo Feng discovered quite a few valuable items. One item in particular caught his attention, something called a time accelerator. So, Luo Feng sent a message to inquire about its function. I just joined this chat channel and noticed someone trading something called a time accelerator. Can anyone tell me what it does? Whoever gives a good explanation will receive a piece of wood as a reward. The moment Luo Feng's message appeared, the chat channel erupted. Though Luo Feng was only offering a single piece of wood as a reward, for those with bad luck or poor throwing hook skills. Some had been in this oceanic world for hours without acquiring even one piece of wood. This alone demonstrated the value of wood. As expected of the great Shura, even asking a question comes with a would reward such extravagance. I don't know either, but just the name, Time Accelerator, sounds incredibly advanced. Could it actually speed up time? I know about these, it's my time accelerator that's up for trade. Seeing someone respond, Luo Feng immediately followed up. Go ahead. If this time accelerator has special properties, I'll trade for however many you have. Soon, the person replied. Great Shura, this time accelerator was something I obtained from a wooden crate. As we all know, crafting items here doesn't just require materials. Each item also takes a certain amount of time to craft. Some items take too long, and for those who can't wait, the time accelerator solves that problem. The one I have can save you 10 minutes of crafting time. Luo Feng was stunned by this explanation. Such an incredible item actually existed in this world. Both his perfect quality water purifier and epic quality spear required 3 hours to craft. But Luo Feng had no patience to wait that long. After all, out on the ocean, without a proper weapon, one could face an attack from a great white shark at any moment. Though Luo Feng now had a perfect grade raft and didn't need to fear the great white shark, he couldn't swallow his anger from its previous attack. Next time he encountered that shark, Luo Feng was determined to impale it with his spear. And now, he'd stumbled upon this incredible time accelerator. Luo Feng was practically overjoyed. At this thought, Luo Feng quickly sent a message. Shura, I see you're all trading 1 wood for a 1-minute time accelerator. I happen to need these time accelerators. I'll offer 2 wood for 1 minute of time accelerator. I'll take as many as you have. Anyone with time accelerators can contact me. Wood 2, trades 4, time accelerator 1 minute. As soon as Luo Feng posted this trade, the transactions instantly reached over a dozen. At that moment, a clock-like object appeared in Luo Feng's hand. On it was displayed a number. 2 minutes. Just then, the properties of the time accelerator appeared before Luo Feng. Time accelerator. Time accelerated, 2 minutes. Description, reduces the time required to craft any item. Time from different time accelerators can be transferred between them. After reading the description, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately transferred all the time from the dozen or so time accelerators onto a single one. Right now, the item levels of crafted items weren't particularly high, and a single time accelerator could only speed things up by a few minutes, so people didn't place much importance on them. This time, Luo Feng got the better deal. After over a dozen trades, Luo Feng looked at the number on the clock in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours. Luo Feng had spent over 200 wood in total, trading for 2 hours of acceleration. He was quite pleased with the result. Seeing that everyone had already traded away their time accelerators, Luo Feng sent another message. This trade will continue indefinitely. Anyone who obtains a time accelerator can trade it directly. I'll be stepping away now to gather more wood. But before I go, I have something to say. I'm currently looking for a girl named Tang Sui Ai. If Tang Sui Ai sees this message, I hope she contacts me as soon as possible. And if anyone else has information about Tang Sui Ai, you can also reach out to me. The reward won't disappoint. I have apples, bananas, grilled fish, drinking water, whatever you need. Whoever helps me find Tang Sui Ai can have all of it. The moment Luo Feng's message went out, the audience was stunned. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Apples, bananas, grilled fish, drinking water, how can these things exist on the ocean? Shura actually got his hands on food like this so quickly? I can't believe it. This has to be fake, right? We've only been in this world for a few hours. How could anyone have this much food? I think Shura is just saying this to get people to pay attention to Tang Sui Ai's whereabouts. I don't believe it either. We don't have anything right now, how could anyone be fishing? And if there's grilled fish, where did the fire even come from? Seeing these responses, Luo Feng hadn't expected people to doubt his words. What seemed like perfectly normal food to Luo Feng was completely unbelievable in their eyes. It seemed he'd have to show them some of his food to convince them. As a result, 2 new trade items appeared on the trading platform. Golden Banana 10 trades for Tang Sui Ai's information. Fish 10 trades for Tang Sui Ai's information. When these items appeared, everyone was completely dumbfounded. 13, Chapter 13, Thinking of You. Damn, is this for real? Actual bananas and fish? How is this possible? How did Shura get these foods? Great one, do you still have room on your legs for accessories? You seem to have so much food, probably more than you can eat. Want me to help you finish some? Shura, I'm Lu Yen, a 36D beauty. Forget about Tang Sui Ai, I'll be your girlfriend instead. I don't ask for much, just let me eat my fill. At this moment, Luo Feng watched as his shock point surged rapidly, and he felt extremely satisfied. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, it was just how his system worked, requiring a massive amount of shock points. Seeing that there was nothing else noteworthy, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Now, he faced a dilemma. He was currently crafting 2 items, a perfect quality water purifier and an epic quality spear. Both required 3 hours to complete. Luo Feng only had a 2-hour time accelerator and wasn't sure which item to prioritize. If he used it on the perfect quality water purifier, he could drink purified water sooner. But if the great white shark suddenly appeared, he wouldn't have a weapon to kill it. This left Luo Feng momentarily unable to decide. Since he couldn't make an immediate choice, he decided to think it over a little longer. There was no need to rush anyway. As long as he used the 2-hour time accelerator before the remaining crafting time for both items dropped below 2 hours, he'd be fine. With that in mind, Luo Feng stopped hesitating. He picked up his throwing hook again and began gathering floating materials nearby. Obtained wood plus 10, 100-fold reward. Obtained wood plus 1000. Obtained wood plus 5, 1000-fold reward. Obtained wood plus 5000. After fishing for a while, Luo Feng started feeling bored. He already had more than enough wood. What he needed now was to hook wooden crates for better loot. Otherwise, this method was just too inefficient. After working for several dozen minutes, Luo Feng felt his throat parched. Though he had some fruit to quench his thirst, it wasn't the same as pure water. The ocean was scorching, and ever since arriving here, Luo Feng had been constantly busy. If not for the fruit, he might have already been dying of thirst. Thinking this, Luo Feng decided to use the time accelerator on the perfect quality water purifier to speed up its completion. He couldn't let the threat of the great white shark make him suffer from thirst. So, he took out the 2-hour time accelerator and said, apply this to the perfect quality water purifier. Ding! Congratulations, player. Time accelerator successfully used. Remaining crafting time for perfect quality water purifier, 5 minutes. Seeing only 5 minutes left, Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 minutes were up. A water purifier, roughly over a meter tall, appeared before Luo Feng. Ding! Congratulations, player. Perfect quality water purifier successfully crafted. Once the perfect quality water purifier appeared, Luo Feng didn't waste any time. He immediately poured the bucket of seawater he had prepared into the purifier. After a few minutes, a bucket of purified water was ready. At this moment, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the crafting table. Wooden dipper, 2 halves wood, 2 seconds. Plastic cup, 1/1 plastic, 1 second. A few seconds later, Luo Feng was holding a wooden dipper and a plastic cup in his hands. Without hesitation, he used the dipper to fill the plastic cup with water. He downed it in one gulp. After drinking the water, Luo Feng felt an immense sense of refreshment. Indeed, it tasted even better than the bottled water he used to drink back in the real world. If this were sold in reality, it would easily fetch at least 5 yuan per bottle. After quenching his thirst, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying, "What are you up to?" "Thinking of you." Luo Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw Tang Shuiying's reply. While they had always shared mutual affection, neither had ever openly acknowledged their feelings. The main reason was that neither Luo Feng nor Tang Shuiying had much experience with romance, so they weren't particularly familiar with navigating such matters. Another significant factor was that Tang Shuiying's older sister, Tang Sui, had forbidden her from casually entering relationships. Now, unexpectedly, after being transported to this oceanic world, Tang Shuiying had actually taken the initiative to say something like this. Luo Feng could sense that Tang Shuiying had undergone some changes. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, when suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar world, any girl would naturally feel anxious and seek comfort from someone familiar. For Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng was that person. As Luo Feng reflected on this, he realized their arrival in this world might actually present a golden opportunity. He intended to seize this chance after all. Tang Shuiying was the girl who made his heart race. Images of Tang Shuiying flashed through Luo Feng's mind, her flawless figure, exquisite face, slender legs, and that tiny waist. But what left the deepest impression were those two prominent, perky assets. It wasn't that Luo Feng was particularly lecherous, it's just that those features of hers were simply too impossible to ignore. Luo Feng quickly shook off these thoughts. This was definitely not the time for such distractions. He sent another message to Tang Shuiying, if you're thinking of me, which part of me are you thinking about? Tang Sui, note, this appears to be an error in the original text, it should be Tang Shuiying, felt her cheeks grow warm upon reading Luo Feng's message. If any of her friends saw this, they would never believe it. Tang Sui, veteran driver, actually blushing? Among her circle, Tang Sui was famously known as the Akina speed star. When she started driving, making risky jokes, others couldn't even see her taillights. But Tang Sui knew the truth, she only dared to make such jokes around other girls, never in front of male company. In the past, she would have rather died than believe she'd ever speak this way to a guy. And now, she found herself genuinely developing feelings for Luo Feng. This was only natural. Being alone at sea with no one to rely on was difficult. But Luo Feng could give her a sense of security, and coupled with her growing understanding of him, she couldn't help but start developing feelings. Fortunately, this was just an online conversation. If they had been face to face, she would never have dared to say such things. Chapter 14, Tang Sui wants to take a bath. After realizing this, Tang Sui began to feel a bit bolder. With that in mind, she sent Luo Feng a reply, I like everything about you. When Luo Feng saw Tang Shuiying's message, his body tingled as if electrified. What was going on? It startled him so much that he didn't dare continue the conversation on this topic. Luo Feng spoke up, I've brought something good for you again this time. Guess what it is? Hearing this, Tang Sui's curiosity instantly flared up. After all, whenever Luo Feng said something like this, he always brought something unexpected. However, she wasn't in a hurry to guess his question. Instead, she said, I've also prepared something good for you. Guess what it is? Luo Feng thought about it. It seemed the only thing she could give him was a wooden box. It couldn't possibly be a bronze treasure chest, could it? With that in mind, he replied, is it a wooden box? Tang Sui's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. She felt a bit frustrated that Luo Feng had guessed correctly. It seemed she really had nothing else to make him happy besides a wooden box. This Luo Feng was such a straight shooter, he didn't even bother pretending to guess wrong. No wonder he was still single at his age. However, Tang Sui already knew a bit about Luo Feng's personality from her younger sister, Tang Shuiying. She wasn't actually upset, she just couldn't help teasing him a little. Truthfully, she quite liked guys like him. At least it meant he hadn't sweet-talked other girls before. With that thought, she said cheerfully, Luo Feng, you're amazing. You actually guessed right. Well then, let me guess what you've brought for me. First, I'll use the process of elimination. It can't be bananas, apples, or grilled fish. I can't figure it out. Hearing this, Luo Feng's face first lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Tang Shuiying to obtain another wooden treasure chest. This meant he was about to get something good again. However, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to claim the wooden treasure chest just yet. He needed to deliver the water to Tang Shuiying first. After all, in this oceanic world, water was an extremely precious resource. It wasn't just for drinking. Daily necessities like washing up and cooking all required clean water. With that in mind, Luo Feng said, here's a hint, both men and women have this, but women tend to have more of it in their bodies than men. Tang Sui froze for a moment upon hearing this. Something both genders had, but women had more of it. As someone with a bit of a dirty mind, one word immediately popped into her head. Water. At this realization, she said in disbelief, Luo Feng, do you have water already? You got water so quickly. Seeing how astonished Tang Shuiying sounded, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to be this sharp. I do have water. Would you like some? I'd love some. I'm dying of thirst. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Sui immediately became excited. In her part of the ocean, the sunlight was scorching hot. Even with apples and bananas, it was barely tolerable. After all, these fruits could only temporarily replenish moisture. But they weren't entirely water, which made them somewhat inferior to actual water. Thus, after receiving Luo Feng's affirmative response, she couldn't wait to drink his water. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by Tang Sui's reaction and proceeded to trade the water to her. 1 bucket of water, traded for nothing. At that moment, Tang Sui was stunned by the large bucket of water before her. She couldn't help but exclaim, Luo Feng, you have so much water. How did you manage to get this much in such a short time? Luo Feng chuckled and replied, I just acquired a perfect quality water purifier and used a time accelerator, so I was able to produce this much. Don't worry about running out, drink as much as you want. I've got plenty. Hearing this, Tang Sui seemed to think of something, and her face flushed slightly. She suspected Luo Feng might be making an innuendo, but she had no proof. Now she wondered if Luo Feng was secretly a sly old fox, taking advantage of her sister Tang Shuiying's innocence with deliberate suggestive remarks. If Luo Feng really was thinking that way, then Tang Sui had found her match. She would need to observe him further, though logically, Luo Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. Shaking off her thoughts, Tang Sui quickly fashioned a ladle, scooped up some water, and took a small sip. The moment the water touched her lips, her expression changed dramatically. She had assumed that purified seawater wouldn't taste particularly good, but after tasting it, she realized how different it was. This water was far more delicious than any purified water she had ever drunk in the real world. Without hesitation, she finished the entire ladle in one go. Once satisfied, she sent Luo Feng a message, Luo Feng, your water is amazing. Hearing this, Luo Feng felt a surge of happiness. He replied, I'm glad you like it. Don't worry, I have plenty, just let me know if you need more. Tang Sui suddenly had an idea. Since Luo Feng had so much water, why not take a bath? Ever since arriving in this ocean world, she had been toiling under the blazing sun, her body constantly drenched in sweat. Before, she had no choice, but now that conditions allowed, she suddenly became acutely aware of how sticky and uncomfortable she felt. With that in mind, she asked, Luo Feng, since you have so much water, would it be alright if I took a bath? If you don't have enough water, I don't need to use this water to wash. I can also bathe in seawater. Luo Feng was taken aback when he heard Tang Shuiying say this, never expecting her to make such a request. Chapter 15 Preparations before bathing. However, Luo Feng quickly realized why on such a scorching day, even doing nothing would make one want to take a cold shower. Moreover, ever since arriving in this world, they had been constantly salvaging materials from the ocean's surface. And Tang Shuiying, being a girl, was particularly particular about cleanliness. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, sure, but you'll have to wait a bit. This perfect quality water purifier needs some time to process enough water for a bath. In the meantime, I'll find you some bathing supplies. The water I have has been treated by the perfect quality water purifier. It removes all harmful substances from seawater while retaining only the beneficial elements for the body. So there's no need for you to rush into using seawater directly. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Sui felt as happy as a blooming flower. She never imagined she could bathe with purified water while stranded at sea. Of course, seawater could also be used for bathing after all, people often swam in it. Regular seawater baths could even be beneficial for health. But Tang Sui was quite conservative and had never bathed in the ocean before. Besides, the seawater here might not even be clean. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never use seawater directly for bathing. After all, during a bath, the water would inevitably come into contact with more private areas. To be precise, she wanted to bathe completely naked was simply her habit. With this in mind, Tang Sui said, Luo Feng, you're so kind. Thank you so much. Luo Feng chuckled at her words. Who else would I treat well if not you? Hand me the wooden treasure chest. Let's see if there's anything good inside. Without hesitation, Tang Sui traded the wooden treasure chest to Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng had always been so good to her, collecting wooden treasure chests for him was the least she could do in return. At this moment, Tang Sui thought to herself if she could obtain higher-grade treasure chests, Luo Feng would probably be even happier. From now on, she would work even harder to collect chests for him. Wooden treasure chest, traded for nothing. After bidding farewell to Tang Shuiying, Luo Feng began using the perfect quality water purifier to produce clean water. He wasn't in a hurry to open the wooden treasure chest yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. Meanwhile, Luo Feng opened the chat channel to see if he could trade for some bathing supplies. The trading platform had become more active again. The first thing that caught Luo Feng's attention was that water resources had already entered the market. 200 milliliters water, traded for 10 wood, 10 palm leaves. Inflatable doll blueprint, traded for 1 golden banana. 1 bar of soap, traded for 100 milliliters water. I'm so thirsty I might die. This heat is unbearable, I might become the first person to die of thirst here. If only I drunk more water before going to sleep last night. I'm almost at my limit. Can't you people with water sell it a bit cheaper? I worked so hard to salvage a piece of wood, and all I got in return was a single sip of water. These profiteers are ruthless. Just picked up a bar of soap. Anyone need it? Only 100 milliliters of water. Don't miss out. I'm Master Ma. Anyone interested in learning my lightning 5-hit combo? Just 1 bottle of water, and I guarantee you'll master it. Luo Feng scanned the area and indeed found quite a few hygiene products. He then posted a message, anyone with bath supplies can come to me. I have purified water for trade. The moment Luo Feng's message went up, the chat channel exploded. In their eyes, Luo Feng was now synonymous with a resource tycoon. Holy crap, sure a god has finally arrived, and he didn't disappoint this time with purified water. The daily supplies I've collected can finally be put to use. Sure a god, I have a pair of my own, original flavor, stockings here. Want them? I don't ask for much, just a big banana in exchange. Others trade with wood, but sure a boss trades with purified water. Truly a resource tycoon. I wonder how he's acquiring supplies so quickly. Has he really entered a resource-rich sea zone? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Luo Feng didn't hold back and soon acquired plenty of bath supplies, towels, shower gel, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and more. When Luo Feng saw the pile of items before him, he was stunned. Who would have thought this oceanic world had such a variety of things inside treasure chests? For some people, obtaining these items now wasn't necessarily a good thing after all. They couldn't eat or drink them. When you're on the brink of starvation or dehydration, who cares about these tools? But some had already figured out that Luo Feng had abundant resources and might just have a taste for these things. So, they held onto them, waiting for Luo Feng to come online and trade. Now, this situation had confirmed their suspicions. Among them was one person whose item hadn't sold yet, but he was confident Luo Feng would eventually need its inflatable doll blueprint. Seeing that he'd collected enough, Luo Feng spoke up. From now on, anyone with these items can come to me for trade. Water is guaranteed. Enough talk. I've gathered enough purified water. Time for a bath first. This sea is unbearably hot. Who knows when this ordeal will end? The moment Luo Feng finished speaking, the chat channel erupted. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Sure a god is going to use purified water for a bath. That's such a waste. I haven't even had a single sip of water yet, and sure a god has so much he's bathing in it. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for misery. At this point, I feel like jumping into the sea and drowning myself. Sure a god, could you please not throw away your bathwater? Give it to me instead. Wow, the person above is seriously disgusting. Who would even want bathwater? I must express my strongest condemnation. So, sure a god, you should give your bathwater to me instead. We can't let someone like that get their hands on it. Who knows what terrible things they might do with it. 16, Chapter 16, The Legendary Telescope, No Peeking. At this moment, Luo Feng wasn't paying attention to what others were saying. Instead, he was staring excitedly at his shock points notifications. Shock points gained, +2. Shock points gained, +3. Shock points gained, +1. Then, Luo Feng watched as his shock points reached 10,000. The number was still increasing rapidly. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your shock points have reached 10,000, unlocking the maximum reward multiplier, 10,000x. Hearing this system message, Luo Feng's face lit up with excitement. 10,000 times. A full 10,000 times multiplier. Just activating it once could make Luo Feng rich. Then, a data panel appeared before Luo Feng. Name, Luo Feng. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 69 years. Shock points, 10,086. Maximum reward multiplier, 10,000x. Basic attributes, Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 9, Spirit 11, Intelligence 11, Average human value, 10. Special attributes, Charm 11, Luck 9, Average human value, 10. Wooden Raft, 1010. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Pets, none. Assets. This time, Luo Feng took the opportunity to review his entire data panel. Overall, his attributes were about average compared to normal people, with some higher and some lower. Luo Feng wasn't too concerned about these. Instead, he focused on the lifespan section. If this data was accurate, Luo Feng still had 69 years to live. If he died once and lost 30 years of lifespan, that would be a huge loss. Some players, upon seeing their lifespan, would know whether they should continue playing or not. For those with less than 30 years left, death in the game would mean true death. At this moment, an idea occurred to Luo Feng. Since this ocean survival game could deduct lifespan, was there any way to increase it? However, this wasn't something Luo Feng needed to think about right now. Now that his maximum reward multiplier had reached 10,000x, it was time to open the wooden treasure chest. But Luo Feng didn't open the wooden treasure chest immediately. First, he looked at the supplies in front of him. He first traded the bathing supplies to Tang Shuiying. Then, seeing several barrels of purified water, he traded those to her as well. Tang Shuiying looked at the various bathing supplies and large barrels of water before her, her face breaking into a smile. At this moment, she sent Luo Feng a message. Luo Feng, thank you so much. You're really too good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. If we ever meet, you can ask me to do anything you want. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng's mind began to wander. After all, Luo Feng was a normal man, and it was inevitable that his thoughts would drift in that direction. Luo Feng spoke up at this moment, so you're saying that? Don't go back on your word later. I definitely won't go back on my word. If we can still meet on this vast ocean, it must be fate. Although Tang Sui said this, she still didn't believe that two wooden rafts could encounter each other in the endless expanse of the sea. Thinking this, Tang Sui said, then I'm going to take a bath soon. After I finish, I'll collect treasure chests for you. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng replied, take your time with the bath, no rush. Make sure you wash yourself thoroughly, who knows, we might meet someday. At this moment, Luo Feng thought to himself, hoping the system would be more reliable. His future happiness now depended entirely on this system. Best case scenario, tomorrow's check-in would give him a teleportation talisman, allowing him to instantly appear by Tang Shuiying's side. With this thought, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. Now, images of Tang Shuiying bathing had already surfaced in Luo Feng's mind. Quickly shaking off the thought, Luo Feng decided to focus on opening the treasure chest instead. He approached the wooden treasure chest and reached out with his left hand to open it. As for why he didn't use his right hand, well, it wasn't convenient at the moment. Wooden treasure chest opened. Obtained wood, +5. Obtained common stockings, +1. Obtained outstanding grade telescope, +1. 10,000x reward triggered. Obtained wood, +50,000. Obtained perfect grade crystal stockings, +1. Obtained legendary telescope blueprint, +1. Luo Feng was stunned by the items from this chest. Unexpectedly, there was no food this time, instead, entirely different items. A telescope was one thing, but stockings? That was something Luo Feng had never anticipated. Still, these were perfect grade stockings, so Luo Feng certainly wouldn't throw them away. Of course, he wouldn't wear them himself, he planned to save them for Tang Shuiying. Though whether she'd be willing to wear them was another matter. Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry to ask her now. What if she was in the middle of undressing? Not the best time for a chat. Instead, Luo Feng turned his attention to the legendary telescope blueprint. This was truly beyond his expectations. A telescope could reach legendary grade. Did it just see farther? Still, with a telescope, searching for resources on the ocean would become much easier. Legendary telescope, 30,000/30,000 wood, 10,000/10,000 glass, 2,000/2,000 plastic, 1,000/1,000 metal sheets, 5 hours. Telescope. Grade, legendary. Function, once per day, you can observe someone you've communicated with through this telescope, no matter how far away they are. Viewing time is limited to 10 minutes per day. Only one person can be bound within 3 days. Description: the range of this telescope has been vastly improved. It can see over 10 times farther than a standard telescope, allowing you to scout for more resources on the ocean. Reading the description of the legendary telescope, Luo Feng was utterly dumbfounded. This legendary telescope could actually directly observe someone who had communicated with Luo Feng. If that was the case, couldn't Luo Feng use it to see Tang Shuiying? Perhaps through this legendary telescope, Luo Feng could locate Tang Shuiying's position and then he could meet her. At this thought, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel excited. After all, being alone on the ocean was still quite lonely. With a beautiful woman by his side, life at sea could become much more vibrant and interesting. Chapter 17, The Unbreakable Crystal Stockings. Thinking of this, Luo Feng directly spoke, manufacture this legendary telescope for me. Ding, congratulations player, legendary telescope successfully manufactured. Production time, 5 hours. After manufacturing this legendary telescope, Luo Feng's various materials had been drastically reduced. He went directly from being a resource tycoon to a modest standard of living. However, Luo Feng didn't care about these materials. As long as he could see Tang Shuiying a little sooner, he was more than willing. Moreover, Luo Feng had obtained these materials quite easily. What made Luo Feng unhappy was that the manufacturing time for this legendary telescope actually took a full 5 hours. This was simply too long. Luo Feng couldn't wait that long. So, he opened the chat channel and sent a message, mass purchasing time accelerators. Those who have time accelerators, contact me quickly. As soon as Luo Feng's message was sent, it immediately drew attention. Some people even set Luo Feng as a special contact, so they would receive notifications the moment he spoke. Thus, the chat channel became extremely lively. Shura is stocking up again. Who would have thought Shura likes collecting time accelerators so much? Does he have some item that needs quick manufacturing? If it were just a common grade item, it would take at most a few minutes to manufacture. For Shura to be this eager to collect time accelerators, he must be making another high-grade item. Comparing myself to others is just depressing. I haven't even gathered the materials for a common-grade fishing rod yet, and here's Shura complaining about the long manufacturing time for high-grade items, even going out of his way to buy time accelerators to shorten it. Life is so unfair. Though these people were chatting away, their hands weren't idle. After all, most of them had time accelerators, though at most just a few minutes worth, or maybe a little over 10 minutes. Keeping them in their inventory was useless anyway, since they didn't have any high-grade items that required time accelerators for manufacturing. Might as well trade them to Luo Feng for some materials and speed up their own progress. In just 10 short minutes, Luo Feng had gathered a full 3 hours worth of time accelerators. This was truly a huge haul. This outcome was actually within Luo Feng's expectations. After all, the number of people who had arrived in this oceanic world was enormous. Luo Feng conservatively estimated that at least 100 million people had entered this marine world. Because during his time in the chat channels, he noticed there were very few foreigners. This suggested one thing: it wasn't that foreigners hadn't entered this world, but rather that people from every country had likely been brought here. However, the chat channels for different countries weren't interconnected, meaning people from different nations couldn't communicate with each other. Even so, the number of people in Luo Feng's chat channel alone was already massive. Therefore, even if only 1 out of 100 people obtained a time accelerator, the quantity would still be quite substantial. Once the trades were nearly complete, Luo Feng exited the chat channel. The remaining transactions had already been set up with predetermined conditions in the marketplace. As long as someone met the trade requirements, the deal would proceed automatically without Luo Feng needing to confirm it personally. At this point, Luo Feng turned his attention to the crystal stockings in his hand. Crystal stockings. Grade, perfect. Description: these stockings are crafted from the finest crystal silk, translucent and incredibly thin yet remarkably durable. They can withstand attacks from wild beasts without sustaining any damage. Providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, they offer excellent breathability, making them an essential outdoor accessory for women. Luo Feng was stunned by the description of these perfect-grade crystal stockings. Could stockings really be this powerful? Judging by the description alone, weren't these dozens of times better than stockings from Balenciaga? No woman could possibly resist these crystal stockings, could they? However, Luo Feng frowned slightly when he noticed one detail in the description: the stockings were too durable. They could even fend off wild beasts. It seemed Luo Feng wouldn't be able to tear them apart. Indeed, sometimes higher quality isn't always better. Now that Luo Feng understood the stockings' effects, he decided to gift them to Tang Shuiying. But would she even like such stockings? The thought made Luo Feng restless. Was Tang Shuiying bathing right now? There was still some time before nightfall. She probably wasn't bathing yet, right? Luo Feng stopped overthinking and decided to ask directly. If she was bathing, he wouldn't disturb her. Without further hesitation, he said, "Are you bathing right now? I have something to give you. Hope I'm not interrupting." Meanwhile, Tang Shuiying had already poured the water from the wooden bucket into a large wooden basin. But she wasn't in a hurry to bathe just yet. She planned to let the sun warm the water in the basin first. There was no rush. Hearing Luo Feng's question, she chuckled and said, "Did you find something good in that wooden box I gave you?" Luo Feng laughed. "You're sharp, you guessed right. I wonder if you'll like this. I don't think I've ever seen you wear something like this before." Tang Shuiying grew curious. Something she'd never worn before. Was it some kind of special clothing? But when the trade appeared before her, she was stunned. Stockings. Crystal stockings, traded for nothing. Tang Shuiying stared at the long, sheer stockings in her hand, hardly believing such an item could exist out here at sea. She had worn stockings before, but never outside. Her heart still couldn't quite accept it. For someone who is quite shy, it takes a lot of courage to walk around wearing stockings. However, when she saw the level description of these crystal stockings, her mouth fell open in surprise. 18, Chapter 18 The Great White Shark is too weak, instant kill, 1/5. These crystal stockings are actually perfect grade. This is truly unbelievable. She exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng, these crystal stockings. Hearing Tang Shuiying's hesitation, Luo Feng asked puzzledly, "What about them? Don't you like them? If not, we can trade them away. They're of no use to me anyway." Tang Shuiying quickly interjected, "That's not what I meant. Of course I like the gift you gave me. I just never expected these crystal stockings to be perfect grade. This is incredible." Hearing her response, Luo Feng sighed in relief. "As long as you like them. With these crystal stockings, you'll have extra protection at sea. That puts my mind at ease." Tang Shuiying felt warmth spread through her chest. Luo Feng had been worrying about her all along. Suddenly seeming to recall something, she said dejectedly, "I wish you could be here with me. Then I could wear these stockings and show you their effects. I wonder if we'll ever get to meet." In the past, Luo Feng might have offered comforting words, but now the situation was different. Once his legendary telescope locked onto Tang Shuiying's position, he could locate her. If they weren't too far apart, they could meet soon. Even if the distance was great, it would just take more time. Thinking this, Luo Feng's tone became resolute. "Don't worry, we'll definitely meet. I've already obtained an item blueprint. Barring any mishaps, I should be able to locate you soon." Tang Shuiying's heart raced at his words. If Luo Feng was telling the truth, could he really find her? But she wasn't ready to meet him yet. She was still pretending to be her sister. How would she face him when they met? Now she felt both joy and fear. "You can really find my location?" she asked. Luo Feng considered this. "I can locate you, but searching for you at sea would still be difficult. The ocean is vast. If we're too far apart, I wouldn't be able to reach you quickly. But rest assured, we'll meet eventually. Tang Sui sighed in relief, though disappointment also flickered through her. Her emotions were a tangled mess. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Feng's voice came through again. Wait a moment. There's a great white shark here. Let me deal with it first. At this moment, Tang Sui's face first showed shock, then concern as she said, be careful. That great white shark is really powerful. If you don't have a weapon, don't confront it head-on. I'd be heartbroken if you got hurt. Luo Feng chuckled upon hearing Tang Shuiying's words and replied, don't worry at all. Just give me a minute. After saying this, Luo Feng closed the chat. He glanced at the remaining time for crafting the epic quality spear 20 minutes, but he couldn't wait any longer. Because in the distance, a great white shark was swimming toward him. Luo Feng recognized it immediately. It was the same shark that had attacked him before. Not far away, he spotted a bronze treasure chest drifting past the front of his wooden raft. The great white shark had been chasing the chest, but once it noticed Luo Feng's situation, it abandoned the pursuit and swam straight toward him instead. Seeing this, Luo Feng snorted coldly. This shark really had a death wish. It had attacked him once before, and now it was coming for him again. But Luo Feng wasn't as easy to bully as before. Activating the time accelerator on the epic quality spear, a notification sounded in his mind just a second later. Ding! Congratulations, player. Epic quality spear successfully crafted. At that moment, a spear materialized in Luo Feng's hand. Just then, the great white shark reached the side of his raft. Luo Feng stood at the edge, spear in hand. The shark wasted no time. It lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Luo Feng showed no mercy either, thrusting the epic quality spear straight into the shark's head. The spear met the shark's skull and pierced through it as easily as tofu. With a few more stabs, the shark's body went completely still. The great white shark was dead. The entire ordeal had taken less than a minute. Looking at the shark's corpse, Luo Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, the shark had chosen the path to its own doom, coming straight to Luo Feng, the god of death. Not one to waste, Luo Feng hauled the shark's body onto his raft. He wasn't in a hurry to process it yet, though. Instead, he sent a message to Tang Shuiying, the great white shark is dead. No need to worry. On the raft, Tang Sui had been anxiously fearing that Luo Feng might get hurt in a clash with the shark. Now, hearing his words, she was stunned. From the moment Luo Feng mentioned the shark's approach to announcing its death, less than a minute had passed. Had Luo Feng really killed a great white shark in under a minute? How did Luo Feng become so powerful? This was truly beyond what Tang Sui could comprehend. Originally, it was simply impossible for a person to kill a great white shark at sea. Even if the great white shark couldn't defeat you, it could just dive into the ocean. Could you still catch up with it then? Chapter 19. What are girls' legs for? 2/5. Moreover, when an ordinary human encounters a great white shark, they can only become its prey. Yet now, Luo Feng not only single-handedly killed the great white shark but did so in such a short time. Was this even something a human could accomplish? Thinking this, Tang Sui exclaimed in astonishment, you killed a great white shark. Hearing Tang Shuiying's doubtful tone, Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, just a great white shark, no need to be so surprised. I've just successfully crafted an epic quality spear. If you ever face a shark attack, you can ask me for it. Tang Sui was already thoroughly shocked, but now, hearing that Luo Feng had actually obtained epic equipment, she was so startled she could barely catch her breath. Item levels: common, good, outstanding, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, fabled. These were the item tier classifications in this oceanic world. From what Tang Sui knew, the highest grade blueprints currently being traded in the chat channels were only excellent tier, and she had only seen 2 of those. Now, Luo Feng had produced an epic quality spear. One could imagine how staggering this was to her. Yet at this moment, she became completely convinced of Luo Feng's capabilities. Thinking this, Tang Sui spoke up, I'm glad you weren't hurt. Who would have thought you'd have such incredible luck? Not long after arriving in this oceanic world, you've already obtained so many high-tier items. Hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled and said, maybe it's because I met you. You might just be my lucky charm. At these words, Tang Sui's face flushed slightly. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she realized she was gradually developing feelings for Luo Feng. In the past, she had never spoken to boys like this. Of course, boys never had the chance to talk to her either, as she rarely interacted with them. This time, if she hadn't pretended to be her sister to communicate with Luo Feng, she wouldn't have used such a tone with him. If it were up to her usual demeanor, she would have been indifferent toward any boy. That way, she would never have had this much interaction with Luo Feng. The current situation was truly an unexpected twist of fate. If she and Luo Feng were to meet in person, Tang Sui would definitely reveal her true identity and her feelings. With this in mind, she said, I think so too, that I'm your lucky charm. Don't you dare leave me, or else I won't bring you any more good fortune. Luo Feng replied, don't worry, I would never let you go. Wherever you go, I'll chase after you with my own 2 legs. Now, Tang Sui felt incredibly happy. This sensation was so comforting. Could this be what love felt like? No wonder so many people enjoy being in love. Now, Tang Sui no longer had to worry about survival in this vast ocean. At first, she had come to this world alone, with no one to rely on, and life was tough. But after meeting Luo Feng, everything changed dramatically. At the same time, the door to her heart, which had been closed for 20 years, finally opened. Now that she was in a better mood, she felt like talking more. Tang Sui also decided not to strictly mimic her sister's speech and thoughts when chatting with Luo Feng. She wanted to slowly return to her true self, letting Luo Feng like her for who she really was, not a version imitating her sister. However, this had to be done gradually. Revealing her identity outright might have very negative consequences. Thinking this, Tang Sui spoke up, "You boys use your legs to chase after girls, but do you know what girls use their legs for?" Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask such a question, but it didn't stump him. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Girls use theirs to make sure boys can't catch up, right?" Tang Sui smirked mischievously at his answer and said, "Girls use their legs to wrap around boys' shoulders." Luo Feng looked utterly confused. What kind of move is that? I've never heard of it before. Tang Sui wasn't surprised by his reaction. Luo Feng was probably as naive as her sister, Tang Shuiying. She couldn't tell if he was pretending to be innocent, but it didn't matter much to her either way. With that in mind, she continued, "It's fine if you haven't heard of it. When we meet, I can show you in person." "Alright, I think we'll be meeting soon anyway. I look forward to broadening my horizons then." Luo Feng agreed readily, genuinely curious about what Tang Shuiying had mentioned. It wasn't entirely Luo Feng's fault for lacking knowledge. During college, he had spent most of his time gaming. He rarely interacted with the opposite sex. The only girl Luo Feng knew well was Tang Shuiying. Hearing Luo Feng agree so directly, Tang Sui was momentarily stunned. She had only been teasing, but she wasn't too worried. Who knew when they would actually meet? If they did cross paths one day, it wouldn't be a big deal even if Luo Feng tried something. Now, Tang Sui no longer felt as averse to men or more accurately, to Luo Feng. Actually, there were many possible answers to her question. Tang Sui had even considered saying, "Girls use their legs to spread apart," but that would have been too blunt. Even the most innocent person would instantly understand the implication if she phrased it that way. Luo Feng then spoke up, "Don't worry about me. Weren't you going to take a bath? I won't disturb you anymore." Hearing this, Tang Sui replied, "I'll bathe later. Let the water warm up in the sun a bit more. I'll take this time to gather more supplies. It's not too late to take a bath after resting." Luo Feng didn't say much when he heard Tang Shuiying's words. After all, she could take a bath whenever she wanted. 20 Chapter 20 Shark meat doesn't taste good, I want dumplings, 3/5. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, "In that case, I'll get busy too. This shark is quite large, I wonder how shark meat tastes. If it's good, we can have shark meat for dinner tonight." Then, Luo Feng closed the chat channel. Next, Luo Feng picked up his epic quality spear. The sharpness of this epic quality spear needs no elaboration. It could pierce through steel, let alone flesh and blood. After some work by Luo Feng, the great white shark's corpse was divided into several parts. He then lit the barbecue grill and slowly roasted several skewers of shark meat over the flames. In real life, Luo Feng had never seen an actual shark before. He'd only encountered great white sharks in various films and TV shows: man-eating sharks, flying sharks, land-walking sharks, two-headed sharks, and so on. When he saw those ridiculous movies back then, he nearly died laughing. He had to admire the director's wild imaginations. Fortunately, the great white sharks in this world were relatively normal. Soon, the great white shark meat was ready. Without ceremony, Luo Feng picked up a skewer and took a bite. The texture wasn't particularly good, too tough compared to smaller fish. If food were scarce, Luo Feng wouldn't mind eating the great white shark meat. But currently, he had small fish, apples, and bananas available. So he decided to forego the less palatable shark meat. Still, he sent Tang Shuiying a message, "I just finished grilling the shark meat. Tried some, not very tasty. See what you think. If you don't like it either, I'll trade the great white shark meat for other items." Grilled shark meat 1, trade, none. Tang Sui was currently observing a particularly bright object in the distance, likely something valuable. Hearing Luo Feng, she withdrew her gaze and found a skewer of grilled shark meat in her hand. Looking at it, she never imagined she'd one day eat something like this. Without hesitation, she put the grilled shark meat in her mouth. After tasting it, she frowned slightly. The meat indeed wasn't as good as she'd expected. Luo Feng was right. She said, "The shark meat is edible, barely. If you don't want it, you can trade it away. We have plenty of food anyway. I've spotted something bright in the distance, but it's too far to make out clearly. Probably a high-grade treasure chest. Wait for my good news." Luo Feng was startled by Tang Shuiying's words. Could she have stumbled upon something good again? It seemed Tang Shuiying had quite the luck. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up, "Alright, then be careful." At this moment, Luo Feng recalled the bronze treasure chest that had been swimming around in front of him earlier. That great white shark had been following the bronze treasure chest. Now, he wondered where that swimming treasure chest had gone. but it probably wasn't too far away. Once Luo Feng successfully crafted the legendary telescope, he could use it to search for that elusive swimming chest. A treasure chest this special must contain something extraordinary. However, there was no need to rush the crafting time, for the legendary telescope still had over an hour left. Luo Feng had already used all the time accelerators he had gathered on it. He then opened the chat channel. By now, nearly half a day had passed since everyone entered this oceanic world. Most had adapted as much as they could. Players who initially struggled with their throwing hook accuracy had improved significantly after hours of practice. Wood 3, trades 4, 200 milliliters of purified water. Fine level spear blueprint, trades 4, 1L of purified water, food 2. Inflatable doll blueprint, trades 4, grilled fish 1, or apple 1, or banana 1. This heat is unbearable. Having to keep salvaging supplies under this scorching sun, I am dying of thirst. After all this salvaging, I've only gotten 2 sips of water. How miserable is that? I haven't eaten yet and I'm starving. Now I'm hallucinating. I swear I just saw a 2-headed great white shark swimming toward me. Holy crap. It's not a hallucination. There really is a 2-headed great white shark attacking me. Half of my wooden raft is already destroyed. Help. That's terrifying. A 2-headed shark? Are you just making that up? Luo Feng was stunned reading these discussions. The very thing he had just been thinking about had actually happened. Could there really be a 2-headed great white shark? If that were the case, then flying sharks and land-walking sharks probably existed too. But even so, Luo Feng wasn't worried. After all, his epic quality spear wasn't just for show. No matter what kind of shark it was, Luo Feng would skewer them all. With that thought, he took out some shark meat. Shark meat 1, trades 4, time accelerator 5 minutes. Right now, the shark meat wasn't of much use to him. It was better to trade it for something practical. What Luo Feng lacked most were time accelerators. With his billionfold rewards ability, he would soon obtain all kinds of high-level item blueprints. This meant he would have a huge demand for time accelerators. While everyone was still in need of supplies, Luo Feng could stockpile these accelerators. The moment Luo Feng posted the trade information, the chat channel instantly exploded. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Shura, Azura, Big Boss is actually trading shark meat. Doesn't this mean he's already killed a great white shark? How is that even possible? 21, Chapter 21, Great White Shark Hunting Guide, Easy as Pie, 4/5. Shura God, I beg you to teach me how to kill this great white shark. There's one circling my raft right now, eyeing me like I'm its next meal. My situation's worse. I am facing a 2-headed great white shark. Please, Shura God, share your strategy. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned by these responses. He hadn't expected survivors to prioritize hunting methods over trading shark meat. It seemed many players were currently trapped by great white sharks. After some thought, Luo Feng posted, seeing everyone's concern, I won't keep secrets. Truth is, while the great white shark looks intimidating, it's actually weak. I killed one in just a minute using a spear. No special technique needed when it approaches, just stab its head. It's that simple. Literally child's play. Luo Feng wasn't exaggerating. The actual kill took mere seconds. The full minute included hauling the carcass aboard. The survival community was dumbfounded by his post. Is this god-tier gameplay? 1 minute to kill a great white shark? And calling it child's play. I couldn't even butcher a chicken in that time. Looks at hand suddenly feel unworthy to share this survival world with Shura God. Please, stop teasing us noobs, Big Boss. Be more specific. I am barely hanging on. My common grade spear bounces right off its skull. Now the shark's enraged, and my 4x4 wooden raft's coming apart. I just crafted a good grade spear, but the shark swam off with it stuck in its hide. Not even good grade can pierce that thick skin. Dare I ask what tier is Shura God's spear? Perfect grade? That would explain everything. Watching his shock points skyrocket, Luo Feng grinned. Responding casually, he typed, just got an epic quality spear. Works fine. Sharks are just too fragile. Enough talk. Anyone with time accelerators can trade with me. Back to looting. The chat channel fell eerily silent after his message. Then like a damn break-in, it exploded with frantic replies. Big shot, please take me with you. An epic quality spear is something I wouldn't even dare dream about. Brother Shura, I'm so hungry. I want to eat your big banana. I seriously suspect Shura must be related to the game developers. It hasn't even been a full day yet. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? I'm going to die from frustration. After Luo Feng closed the chat channel, his shock points were rapidly increasing. It probably wouldn't be long before he unlocked the maximum 100,000x reward multiplier. Luo Feng's god-level billion-fold reward system required collecting shock points to unlock corresponding multiplier tiers. However, the unlocked multiplier only represented the highest possible trigger, not a guaranteed amount. For example, if Luo Feng unlocked the 100,000x reward tier, this didn't mean every reward would be multiplied by 100,000. The actual multiplier would be random. It could be 10x, 100x, or any value up to the maximum unlocked tier. Each triggered multiplier would deduct the corresponding amount of shock points. A 100,000x reward would consume 100,000 shock points. As Luo Feng was contemplating this, his spirit suddenly lifted and his face broke into ecstatic delight. Had spotted the swimming bronze treasure chest again. The chest swam past Luo Feng once more. Seeing this, Luo Feng immediately grabbed his throwing hook and hurled it toward the swimming chest. But this time, his aim wasn't as precise as before. The swimming chest moved quite swiftly. If it didn't, the great white shark would have caught up with it long ago. After several failed attempts, Luo Feng could only watch helplessly as the chest swam away. His skills simply weren't up to par yet. He would need a more advanced throwing hook. Luo Feng wasn't too disheartened though, as he'd already encountered the swimming chest multiple times. This suggested the chest didn't wander too far away. Once Luo Feng completed crafting his legendary telescope, he could properly track the swimming chest. Right now, Luo Feng was intensely curious about what might be inside that peculiar chest. Then he remembered Tang Shuiying had mentioned something unusual happening on her end earlier. He wondered if she'd made any discoveries. He sent her a message. "How's it going over there? Found anything interesting?" Meanwhile, Tang Shuiying was testing the water temperature in her large wooden basin with her hand. If the temperature was right, she planned to take a bath. On the open sea, her wooden raft moved entirely at the mercy of ocean currents. Currently, her raft was drifting away from the glowing object's direction. This meant she wouldn't be able to investigate the mysterious glow anytime soon. Just then, Luo Feng's message arrived. Tang Shuiying replied, "My raft is moving away from the glowing object. There's no way for me to check what it is right now. I plan to take a rest. Maybe after some time, the wind direction will change." Luo Feng didn't pay much attention to Tang Shuiying's words, as this wasn't something that could be controlled by human effort. For now, everyone's wooden raft could only drift along with the waves. 22 Chapter 22 I like it, 5/5. At this thought, Luo Feng said, "Alright, you should rest. Since arriving in this world, you've been constantly busy. This is a good opportunity for you to take a proper break. Nightfall is just a few hours away. Let me see if I can find some tents or similar items. Otherwise, sleeping out in the open like this on the sea could easily invite attacks from other creatures." It wasn't that Luo Feng was being overly cautious. This was an ocean where two-headed sharks existed, so the appearance of a flying shark wouldn't be too far-fetched. Hearing Luo Feng's concern warmed Tang Shuiying's heart. He was truly good to her. At this moment, Tang Shuiying hoped that when Tang Shuiying found out about this, she wouldn't be angry. It wasn't that big of a deal anyway. Had Tang Shuiying not shared such thoughts with her back then, she would never have done this. Besides, in this oceanic world, anything could happen. As Tang Shuiying's mind wandered, her hands remained busy. First, she took off her outer coat. Then, she removed her shorts. Thankfully, she hadn't been sleeping naked. Otherwise, arriving in this oceanic world completely bare would have been beyond embarrassing. Even if there were no one else around, the mere thought of standing stark naked on the wooden raft made her flush with shame. Though she wasn't in that situation, there were plenty of people in this world who preferred sleeping naked. And now, those people were still carrying out their tasks in the nude. After Tang Shuiying's actions, only 2 pieces of clothing remained on her body. She glanced at the crystal stockings Luo Feng had given her. Once she finished bathing, she would put them on. It wasn't just for aesthetics, they would also protect her legs. After all, prolonged exposure to the sun would undoubtedly harm her skin. She couldn't allow that to happen. She had to keep her body in the best condition possible, just in case she really did meet Luo Feng. That way, she could present her best self to him. With that, Tang Shuiying hesitated no longer and began removing the last piece of clothing on her upper body. Just then, a thought struck her, and she sent Luo Feng a message. "Can you tell me and Tang Shuiying apart?" Luo Feng was just about to speed up the crafting process for the legendary telescope when Tang Shuiying's question caught him off guard. Tang Shuiying and Tang Shuiying were twin sisters. Luo Feng had met them together a few times, but unless they identified themselves, he could never tell who was who. This was precisely why Luo Feng wasn't very familiar with Tang Shuiying's elder sister, Tang Shuiying. He rarely and reluctantly saw her, afraid he might mistake her for someone else. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't know why Tang Shuiying suddenly asked this question. Wasn't this common knowledge? However, Luo Feng didn't dwell on it and replied, "I can't tell the difference. Do you two have any distinguishing features?" Tang Shuiying glanced downward when she heard Luo Feng's words. If she had to point out a difference between her and her younger sister Tang Shuiying, there really wasn't much. Even their voices were practically identical. The only real difference, if she had to name one, was that one particular part of their bodies wasn't the same size. Her younger sister's was a bit bigger than hers. Thinking of this, Tang Shuiying spoke up, "Actually, there is a slight difference between me and my sister Tang Shuiying. Do you know what it is?" Luo Feng was stunned when he heard Tang Shuiying say this. If it was really as she said, Luo Feng suddenly recalled the online rumors about the differences between the twin sisters Tang Shuiying and Tang Shuiying. Namely, that Tang Shuiying and Tang Shuiying weren't the same size in that area. Apparently, the younger sister Tang Shuiying's was bigger. Now that Tang Shuiying had brought this up, was she trying to talk about this? Luo Feng couldn't figure out what she was getting at, but since Tang Shuiying had mentioned it, he decided to answer, I've heard that you and your sister Tang Sui aren't the same size in that area. Supposedly, yours is a bit bigger. Is that the difference you mean? I've never really paid close attention before. Tang Sui wasn't surprised by Luo Feng's response after all. There were indeed people online who said this. But back then, neither she nor her sister had cared. After all, unless they took off their clothes, the difference wasn't that obvious. However, Tang Sui and Tang Shuiying often bathed together, so Tang Sui had personally compared their sizes. Her younger sister was indeed slightly bigger than her. In the past, she wouldn't have cared, but now things were different. She knew that guys preferred girls who were bigger in that area. With this in mind, Tang Sui said, You're absolutely right, that's the difference. So, do you prefer bigger or smaller ones? Note, at this point, Luo Feng still doesn't realize he's talking to the older sister, Tang Sui. He believes he's conversing with the younger sister, Tang Shuiying. Therefore, from Luo Feng's perspective, the person in front of him is Tang Shuiying. In reality, it's Tang Sui. This time, Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded by Tang Shuiying's question. Based on his understanding of Tang Shuiying, she would never ask him something like this. This situation was truly beyond his expectations. Had Tang Shuiying decided to let loose after arriving in this ocean world? Or had she picked this up from her older sister Tang Sui? Although Luo Feng hadn't interacted much with Tang Sui, he knew she was quite the seasoned expert when it came to suggestive banter. Perhaps Tang Shuiying, after spending so much time with such a sister, had gradually started walking down the same path. Still, since Tang Shuiying had asked, Luo Feng saw no reason to shy away from answering. The girl wasn't even shy, so why should a grown man like him be afraid? After some thought, Luo Feng also spoke his mind. Of course I prefer bigger ones, that way the baby won't need formula. I can even get a bite to eat too. 23 Chapter 23 Telescope successfully built, peaking. Seeing Tang Shuiying becoming increasingly open, Luo Feng followed suit. Sometimes, cracking a joke wasn't such a bad thing. Only this way could the two of them find common topics. But Luo Feng never expected that if he were really chatting with Tang Shuiying and said he liked them big, she would be extremely happy hearing it. However, the person Luo Feng was chatting with now wasn't Tang Shuiying, but her elder sister Tang Suiho's assets were smaller than Tang Shuiying's. So the moment Luo Feng made that remark, Tang Sui's expression darkened visibly. A look of disappointment involuntarily surfaced on Tang Sui's face. Men really are all the same. But soon, her expression steadied, becoming resolute. A woman's assets weren't something that couldn't be enlarged. Hadn't she heard papayas could make them bigger? Or perhaps the massage technique would work? At this moment, numerous methods she'd heard about before flooded Tang Sui's mind. Previously, though she knew these methods, she'd never considered using them. But now was different. Since Luo Feng said he liked them big, then hers mustn't be smaller than Tang Shuiying's, at the very least. With this thought, Tang Sui sent Luo Feng a message. Alright, I understand. I'll keep working hard. I'm going to rest now. I'll message you later. After sending this, Tang Sui closed the chat window. She glanced downward, then removed the last piece of clothing covering her lower body. Stepping into the large wooden basin, she began her bath. After a busy day, nothing was more comfortable than soaking in hot water. Now, Tang Sui lay in the large wooden basin, slowly washing herself. Luo Feng had prepared every conceivable bathing product for her. Meanwhile, Luo Feng found Tang Shuiying's words rather baffling. What exactly was she planning to work hard on? Surely not making that area even bigger. Luo Feng knew Tang Shuiying's assets were already substantial. If they grew any larger, it would be downright terrifying. But he couldn't press further since Tang Shuiying had said she was resting. It wouldn't be right to disturb her. Now, Luo Feng turned his attention to the legendary telescope he was constructing. This legendary telescope was an extremely important item for Luo Feng. Whether for locating nearby resources or checking Tang Shuiying's position, it would serve crucial functions. Currently, there were only 5 minutes remaining in the telescope's construction time. Since Luo Feng wasn't in urgent need of the legendary telescope right now, there was no need to use the time accelerator. So Luo Feng used this time to gather some floating debris nearby. Obtained wood, +1. Obtained palm leaves, +5. Obtained plastic, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained wood, +10,000. Obtained palm leaves, +50,000. Obtained plastic, +10,000. Luo Feng saw the 10,000-fold reward trigger once again and revealed a satisfied smile. These materials happened to replenish the vast resources he had just spent crafting the legendary telescope. Luo Feng's current resources likely surpassed the combined total of 50,000 people's supplies. And that was just in terms of raw materials, not even counting the various tools and items he now possessed. Just as Luo Feng finished gathering all these resources, the system's notification chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting successful. Obtained, legendary telescope. At that moment, an exquisitely crafted telescope appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Though the telescope didn't appear particularly large, just from its exterior, it was clearly anything but common. When Luo Feng saw the successful creation of the legendary telescope, he was utterly thrilled. This was the first legendary tier item in this oceanic world. If there were an item ranking list, Luo Feng alone might dominate the top spots. Luo Feng remembered that such game worlds usually had various leaderboards, so, this incredibly advanced oceanic game world surely wouldn't lack them either. The only question was what were the conditions to activate these leaderboards. If he could become the first to unlock a leaderboard, following gaming conventions, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. However, Luo Feng didn't dwell on this too much. He picked up the legendary telescope, eager to test the effects of this legendary tier item. As soon as Luo Feng raised the telescope to his eyes, he immediately felt his vision enhanced dramatically. He could now see incredibly far into the distance. So, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward the surrounding waters. He quickly noticed all kinds of floating debris scattered across the sea. He could even make out fine details of these floating objects, things he had never been able to observe before. At this moment, Luo Feng recalled the swimming bronze treasure chest from earlier. He wondered if he could locate it now. With that thought, he wasted no time and began scanning the area with the legendary telescope, searching for the chest. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Luo Feng eventually spotted the swimming chest in one direction. The chest was swiftly moving in a straight line. But even though Luo Feng had found it, there wasn't much he could do about it right now. Then, he adjusted the telescope to peer even farther into the distance. What he saw next shocked him to the core. Luo Feng seemed to spot a large black dot far away. The sight filled him with excitement. Discovering something like this at sea could only mean one thing: that might be an island. This suggested Luo Feng might have finally encountered land, where he could go ashore and search for other food sources. After all, some animals could only survive on land. Right now, Luo Feng was beyond thrilled. However, the distance was a bit too far, and it would likely take Luo Feng some time to get close to the island. Most importantly, with just his wooden raft, it was uncertain how long it would take for him to reach that island. For now, Luo Feng set aside this thought. 24, Chapter 24. You look so beautiful, 2/5. Next, he was going to test another feature. This was an inherent function of the legendary telescope. Telescope. Grade, Legendary. Function, allows you to observe one person you've communicated with daily, regardless of distance. Viewing time limited to 10 minutes per day. Can only bind to one person within 3 days. Description: this telescope's range has been dramatically improved, capable of seeing over 10 times farther than common telescopes, enabling you to search for more resources on the ocean. Without hesitation, Luo Feng bound Tang Shuiying to the legendary telescope. Thus, Luo Feng could see Tang Shuiying's surroundings through the legendary telescope. At this thought, Luo Feng grew extremely excited. He could finally see Tang Shuiying. Coincidentally, Luo Feng could also check out the glowing object Tang Shuiying had mentioned earlier to see what it was. After all, the legendary telescope's functions were quite powerful. Moreover, Tang Shuiying was currently resting, and Luo Feng didn't want to disturb her by sending a message. Thinking this, Luo Feng stopped hesitating and activated the legendary telescope's function. He hoped to locate Tang Shuiying's position through it. This way, Luo Feng could meet Tang Shuiying sooner. But when Luo Feng used the legendary telescope, the next scene left him utterly stunned. Why was he seeing Tang Shuiying in a bathtub? And her hands were moving. The sight nearly made Luo Feng's nose bleed. This was way too stimulating. Didn't Tang Shuiying say she was resting? Why was she bathing at this moment? Luo Feng was completely caught off guard. Now, he didn't even remember why he had come here in the first place. After watching for 3 minutes, Luo Feng finally snapped out of it. He was here to check what the glowing object Tang Shuiying mentioned was, and to confirm her location. No wonder people said even heroes couldn't resist beauty's temptation. Even someone as upright as Luo Feng almost fell into it. Fortunately, Luo Feng had strong self-control and only watched for 3 minutes. But even those 3 minutes had already caused unusual reactions in his body. If he kept watching, things might get troublesome. Now, Luo Feng's mind was filled with images of Tang Shuiying's snow-white body, scaring him into immediately suppressing those thoughts. But since Tang Shuiying had already agreed to marry him, it shouldn't be a problem for Luo Feng to look, right? If Tang Shuiying wanted to look at Luo Feng, he wouldn't mind either. With this thought, Luo Feng no longer felt embarrassed. At this moment, Luo Feng shifted his gaze away from Tang Shuiying and scanned the surroundings of her wooden raft. Sure enough, Luo Feng spotted a glowing object not far away. When Luo Feng got a clear look, his expression changed. Because the glowing object turned out to be a shining bronze treasure chest. Just like that, Luo Feng should have been wearing a happy expression, but instead, he noticed a great white shark circling around the glowing treasure chest. The great white shark kept swimming around the glowing chest but didn't attack it, almost as if it were guarding it. This great white shark was even larger than the one Luo Feng had just killed. If an ordinary wooden raft encountered such a shark, it could easily be overturned from below. Tang Shuiying's raft wasn't particularly large either. If attacked by this shark, she might lose her balance and fall into the sea. Most importantly, Tang Shuiying was currently bathing. If she encountered that shark, things could get very troublesome. Fortunately, Tang Shuiying's raft was still far from the shark. Just to be safe, Luo Feng didn't care if she was bathing and sent her a message, saying, "If your raft starts moving toward that glowing object, let me know." Tang Sui, who was bathing, froze upon hearing Luo Feng's words, wondering why he would bring this up now. Was Luo Feng particularly interested in that glowing object? Her hands unconsciously continued massaging herself. After hearing Luo Feng's words, she asked curiously, "Do you know what that glowing object is?" No, I don't. I'm just curious. An anomaly like this appearing in the ocean might signal danger. If there's any danger, I can help you." Luo Feng was nearly stunned by the alluring sight before him. So Tang Shuiying had this kind of hobby? At this point, he didn't dare look any longer and quickly turned off the legendary telescope's function. He needed to save some time to guide Tang Shuiying when she got closer to the great white shark. Tang Sui didn't overthink Luo Feng's words. Since he said so, she would just follow his advice. "Alright, if the raft gets close to that glowing object, I'll let you know." At this moment, Tang Sui felt an unusual warmth in her heart. She had never been cared for like this by a guy before. Now, she began to wonder, did Luo Feng like her too? After all, she hadn't known Luo Feng for long since arriving in this oceanic world. Through their interactions, she had discovered many admirable qualities in him, things she had never noticed before. She could also sense Luo Feng's care and affection toward her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Then, a thought struck her: what if Luo Feng found out she had lied to him? Would he be furious? Would he stop liking her because of it? If Luo Feng no longer liked her, what would she do? Now, Tang Sui was starting to feel a faint unease. Once she began liking someone, her thoughts inevitably became more complicated. She was beginning to feel a bit uncertain and insecure. At this moment, Tang Sui might not have realized it herself, but she was already starting to develop feelings for Luo Feng. People often fall for someone without even realizing it. Then one day, when you suddenly become aware of it, you realize you can no longer live without that person. 25, Chapter 25, Determining Tang Sui's Direction, 3/5. So when she spoke, her words often came out brash and unfiltered. She frequently joked around with Luo Feng. Little did she know that some jokes, when taken too far, might just become reality. Sometimes, once a mask is put on, it can never be taken off again. Some of her thoughts aligned quite closely with Tang Shuiying's. And indeed, events were unfolding in that very direction. As Tang Sui was lost in thought, danger was slowly creeping toward her. Currently lying in the large wooden basin, she failed to notice the shifting wind direction. Earlier, her wooden raft had been moving away from the glowing object. Now, it was drifting closer. Yet Tang Sui remained absorbed in her musings, leisurely washing herself. Meanwhile, Luo Feng closed the chat channel and took a deep breath, trying to relax. The image of Tang Shuiying still lingered vividly in his mind, utterly unforgettable. This realization gave Luo Feng quite the headache. Normally, he wouldn't react so strongly. But this had him unusually agitated. Indeed, everything happens for a reason. Nothing occurs without cause. Shaking his head, Luo Feng forcibly interrupted his own train of thought. He approached a water bucket, splashing his face to cool down. Now wasn't the time for such distractions. He needed to consider, what if Tang Shuiying encountered that great white shark? Luo Feng absolutely trusted Tang Shuiying and was willing to lend her the epic quality spear. His only worry was whether fear might prevent her from using it properly. If she panicked and dropped his epic quality spear into the ocean, Luo Feng would truly be devastated. Because in this marine world, while basic tools could be crafted freely, higher-tier equipment required corresponding blueprints, and each blueprint could only produce one item. To recreate the epic quality spear, Luo Feng would need to obtain another epic spear blueprint. Yet there was no alternative. He couldn't possibly abandon her. Under normal circumstances, Luo Feng would never lend his epic quality spear to others. Their deaths would mean nothing to him. But Tang Shuiying might very well become his other half. After all, life on these waters could be unbearably lonely for a solitary survivor. This realization sparked another thought: his legendary telescope wasn't just for viewing. It also had distance-measuring capabilities. If Tang Shuiying wasn't too far away, Luo Feng could use the legendary telescope to pinpoint her exact location. Then he could set out to find her immediately. With this plan forming, Luo Feng wasted no time checking the legendary telescope's tracking records. The target location is too far away to locate. Please move closer before using this function. After seeing this description, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. It seemed there was no way to meet Tang Shuiying anytime soon. There was nothing Luo Feng could do without a direction. Finding someone was truly difficult. Direction? At this thought, Luo Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, because he noticed that beneath this record, an arrow had appeared. Could this be pointing toward Tang Shuiying's direction? If that were really the case, then by heading in this direction, Luo Feng would eventually encounter Tang Shuiying, right? So, Luo Feng looked in the direction the arrow was pointing. He realized the arrow was pointing toward the small black dot he had seen earlier. Based on Luo Feng's estimation, that small black dot was likely an island. Could Tang Shuiying be near that island? Thinking of this, Luo Feng's mood began to stir with excitement. On the ocean, the hardest part of finding someone was determining the direction. Now that Luo Feng had confirmed Tang Shuiying's direction, he no longer had to worry about not seeing her. It was only a matter of time. With this in mind, Luo Feng's spirits lifted considerably. Seeing that Tang Shuiying still hadn't sent him a message, it seemed her wooden raft wasn't moving toward the great white shark. This also put Luo Feng at ease. So, he opened the chat channel to see how everyone was doing. By now, after such a long time, the disparities between people had begun to widen. The wealthier ones no longer worried about food and water, but most were still struggling for basic sustenance. 200 milliliters of water, trades, wood 4. Small banana 2, trades, apple 1. Stride gum 1, trades, bread 2. Vibrator blueprint, trades, 300 milliliters of water. Now that I'm in this world, I haven't found a single bite of food or drop of water. You people are truly heartless, just watching me starve to death. Would it kill you to spare me a bite or a sip? Pfft, I've seen beggars before, but never one so shameless about it. Starve for all I care. It's just 30 years of life anyway. If you're still young, why worry? I must be the unluckiest person. Sure, my surname is Huang, but I, Huang, am usually an upright person. Why is it that every treasure chest I open is filled with adult toys? Anyone in need, hurry and contact me. Even though we're stranded at sea, a happy life shouldn't be lacking. Single folks, come trade for some fun. Those with partners, don't forget safety measures. I've got plenty of stock, all kinds of styles available. Everyone, be careful, there are a lot of bad people in this game. One of my cousins was pushed into the sea and drowned by someone else. I'm devastated. This was the last message he sent me. To prevent others from suffering the same fate, I've decided to expose that person's name. 26, Chapter 26. Someone selling high-priced treasure map fragments? What a ripoff. 4/5. The person who killed my cousin is named Wang Hao. He killed my cousin near an island. Luo Feng had been reading through the chat messages from these people. This time, he actually discovered quite a few useful things. He also obtained a lot of new information. When Luo Feng saw that some people had already been killed by others, he was momentarily stunned. As expected, this was happening after all. Luo Feng had actually anticipated such a situation long ago. As a seasoned gamer, Luo Feng knew very well that wherever there were people, there would be conflict. In games, stealing monsters and treasures from others was completely normal. Now, in this oceanic game world, it was entirely possible for conflicts to arise over food and water. Once that happened, fights would be unavoidable. And naturally, lives would be lost. It seemed this person's cousin had probably discovered an island with his companions. Only for those companions to kill him in order to monopolize the island's resources. Such was human nature. In this oceanic world, with no laws whatsoever, these people had no restraints and could act with complete impunity. Luo Feng wouldn't actively kill others. But if someone came looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't hold back. If you showed mercy and spared an enemy today, that same enemy might come for your life tomorrow. Thinking this, Luo Feng glanced at the epic quality spear in his hand and felt somewhat reassured. He then began looking to see if there was anything useful he could acquire. As Luo Feng browsed through the trade items, Tang Shuiying was still taking her bath, since she didn't have much else to do at the moment. Therefore, she wasn't in any particular hurry to finish. However, what Tang Shuiying didn't notice was that as her wooden raft slowly approached the glowing treasure chest, it had already attracted the attention of the great white shark. The great white shark had been circling around the glowing treasure chest. Now, it stopped its circling movements, and began focusing its attention on Tang Shuiying's wooden raft. The distance wasn't particularly close yet, so the great white shark wasn't planning to attack the raft or the person on it. But if the raft continued to approach, the shark would launch its assault. Given the great white shark's current size larger than a common great white shark by a full margin, attacking the raft and the person on it would be effortless. However, at this moment, Tang Shuiying remained completely unaware of all this as she continued her sunbathing. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had spotted several items he needed on the trading platform. First, he acquired a few more hours of the time accelerator he urgently required. Next, he purchased some blueprints for daily necessities. Just as Luo Feng was about to leave, a newly listed trade item suddenly caught his attention. Because this trade item was somewhat special, it was one of the most expensive transactions Luo Feng had ever seen. Treasure map fragment 1, in exchange for 3 liters of water, food 10, fruit 10, wood 50. After seeing the contents of this trade, Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. A treasure map fragment had actually appeared. Without needing anyone to explain, based on Luo Feng's experience, he knew that as long as all the fragments of a treasure map were collected, one could go in search of a treasure. It seemed this item was quite valuable. However, after seeing the trade details for this treasure map fragment, Luo Feng frowned slightly. This person was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. At this stage, the only person who could produce this much food and wood at once was probably Luo Feng alone. Could this person be targeting Luo Feng specifically? Although Luo Feng had abundant resources, he wasn't willing to be taken advantage of as an easy target. First, Luo Feng needed to see the description of this treasure map before making a decision based on the situation. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, people who saw this treasure map fragment began to get excited. Damn, there's actually a treasure map fragment. Could there really be treasure inside? But a single fragment is being sold for such a high price. Who can afford this? At this stage, food and supplies are so crucial. Who would trade so much for just one fragment? A complete treasure map might be worth it, though. I think only Shura God could afford this. I just saw him trading items earlier, wonder if he's still around. At this moment, Xiao Wang, the owner of the treasure map, observed everyone's reactions closely. He had been quite lucky at first, managing to obtain a treasure map fragment. But afterward, his luck seemed to have run out, gained nothing else. Now, after arriving in this world, he hadn't even had a single proper meal. Seeing no other way to survive, he decided to sell the fragment. If he sold it to anyone else, he wouldn't get a good price. So, he set his sights on Shura. From what he knew, Shura was a resource tycoon. The moment he noticed Shura's arrival, he immediately listed the treasure map fragment for trade, confident it would catch Shura's attention. Right now, he was brimming with confidence. Luo Feng, not wanting to waste time, sent a message, "Show me the description of your treasure map fragment. If it's suitable, I might consider buying it." Seeing Shura's response, Xiao Wang frowned. His fragment required 5 pieces to combine into a complete treasure map. If Shura saw this, he might not be willing to trade so much food and supplies. With this in mind, Xiao Wang replied, "Hello, Shura big boss. The resources I'm asking for aren't much to you. Once the trade is complete, you can check the fragment's attributes yourself." Luo Feng was stunned when he saw this person's message. It seemed this guy really wanted to take Luo Feng for a fool. He was offering a fragment of a treasure map without even letting Luo Feng see the description, yet demanding such a large amount of food and supplies in exchange. If Luo Feng went through with this trade directly, others would likely follow suit in future transactions, driving up prices that would be troublesome indeed. 27, Chapter 27, Great White Shark Attacks, Disturbing Me, 5/5. This wasn't because Luo Feng lacked these food supplies or resources, it was mainly because he disliked being treated like a fool. With the god-level billion-fold reward system, even if Luo Feng fished up a mere harpoon, it could transform into Poseidon's trident. How could he possibly care about a single treasure map fragment? If he had it, he might go look for it. If not, he wouldn't force the matter either. With this thought, Luo Feng sent a message before directly closing the chat channel. No interest. Just a treasure map fragment. When Xiao Wang saw the message from Shura, he was dumbfounded. He never expected Shura to reject him so bluntly. Logically speaking, shouldn't Shura have handed everything over without even looking? He hurriedly sent another message, "Shura God, don't leave. I'll show it to you, alright? I won't ask for so many supplies anymore, just half will do." However, he wouldn't receive any response because Luo Feng had already left the chat channel. The onlookers who witnessed this scene grew excited. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Did you really think your treasure map fragment was so valuable that you could trade it for so much food? Shura God just wanted to see the description, and you wouldn't even show it before demanding supplies. Were you trying to scam him? Never thought I'd see something this hilarious even in this world. You treat this treasure map fragment like some priceless treasure. Little do you know, in Shura God's eyes, a mere fragment isn't even worth his attention. Maybe a complete treasure map could catch his interest. Shura God truly lives up to his name. We can't let people like this artificially inflate prices. A single fragment and he dares to ask for so much. Who knows how long it'll take to collect all the other fragments." Xiao Wang was stunned by the crowd's reactions. He hadn't expected his actions to provoke such anger and ridicule. Instantly, he felt deep regret. If he ended up offending a top player like Shura God over this, his days ahead would be tough. After all, although Shura God often flaunted his achievements, he was also the real deal, consistently offering food and supplies for fair trades. Many people strongly supported him. Now, Xiao Wang had to think of a way to make amends. He glanced at the treasure map fragment in his hand, gritted his teeth, and finally made a decision. After closing the chat channel, Luo Feng resumed his fishing operations. Obtained wood, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained wood, +1,000. Obtained plastic, +3. 100-fold reward. Obtained plastic, +300. After gathering some materials, Luo Feng decided to check on Tang Shuiying's situation. It had been a while, and she still hadn't sent him any updates. Had her wooden raft not reached the glowing treasure chest yet? Nearly half an hour had passed by now, so Tang Shuiying should have finished her bath. Thinking this, Luo Feng took out his legendary telescope again. Currently, the legendary telescope had only 5 minutes and 20 seconds of usage time left. Luo Feng needed to use it sparingly. After all, he only had this limited time each day. If he used it all up, he would have to wait until tomorrow to regain the 10-minute usage period. When Luo Feng opened the legendary telescope, the scene before his eyes immediately began to change. The moment he saw what was in front of him, he froze. Suddenly, Luo Feng's expression shifted rapidly, his face turning tense. Because when he instinctively looked toward the glowing bronze treasure chest, he realized the great white shark that had been circling around the glowing chest was gone. Seeing this, Luo Feng's heart sank. There was no way the great white shark would just disappear for no reason. So, he began searching frantically for the shark. Just then, the great white shark surfaced from the depths and started swimming toward Tang Shuiying's wooden raft. Realizing what was happening, Luo Feng immediately understood Tang Shuiying was in danger. At this point, he didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly sent her a message, "Have you been moving closer to that glowing object?" When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng ask about this again, she grew curious. Was there something special about that glowing object? She stood up and looked in that direction, but before she could finish speaking, her face suddenly twisted in terror. "No, I haven't moved. I've been staying There's a shark coming." At the sight of the great white shark approaching, Tang Shuiying panicked and screamed. Luo Feng saw Tang Shuiying's body undergo an indescribable reaction from sheer fright. The sight left his mind completely blank. Fortunately, Luo Feng was no stranger to high-stakes situations. It took him only a second to snap back to reality. He hurriedly said, "You didn't notice your raft drifting toward the glowing object? Tell me which direction the great white shark is coming from. After I hand you the epic quality spear, just follow my instructions. I've killed a great white shark before I have experience." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying didn't question why he was so certain. Right now, she knew that obeying Luo Feng was her only chance to survive this danger. Because this great white shark was twice the size of any she had encountered before. If it struck her raft, both she and the raft would capsize instantly. Without delay, Tang Shuiying sprang into action. Thankfully, she was only wearing sleepwear, so her movements weren't hindered. 28, Chapter 28, It's Normal to Be Nervous. Author, Smiling Orange. Date, December 16, 2022. Therefore, she dressed very quickly. The main reason was that the great white shark was still quite far from her wooden raft and would take some time to swim over. Once Tang Shuiying had fully dressed, she glanced at the perfect grade crystal stockings beside her, picked them up, and put them on without hesitation. Luo Feng was utterly stunned by Tang Shuiying's swift and decisive movements. Her speed was almost unbelievably fast. Earlier, Luo Feng had been worried what if Tang Shuiying panicked so much that she froze and didn't know what to do. In that case, Luo Feng wouldn't have had any time to comfort her. But now, it seemed Luo Feng had overthought it. Tang Shuiying was reliable in critical moments. With that in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately traded his epic quality spear to Tang Shuiying. At this point, Luo Feng was about to start remotely controlling Tang Shuiying. Right now, it felt like Luo Feng was playing a fishing game, with Tang Shuiying as the character he was controlling. Given Luo Feng's years of gaming experience, this level of difficulty was practically child's play for him. It was so easy that he could do it with just his mouth. He didn't even need to move his hands. As long as Tang Shuiying followed his instructions completely, everything would be fine. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke up, "The spear should be in your hands now. You need to grip it tight and let go under any circumstances." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying's expression grew solemn. If she were facing this situation alone, forget fighting the great white shark, she wouldn't even have the courage to get close to it. In that case, she'd have no choice but to wait helplessly for death. But now, things were different. Now, Luo Feng was backing her up, and she was holding his spear in her hands. These things gave her a tremendous sense of security, enough courage to face the great white shark head-on. Just then, Luo Feng's voice reached her again. "Right now, you're facing the great white shark. Tell me, how far away is it from you? Approximately how long until it reaches you? Or, just let me know when it gets within 5 meters of you. For now, all you need to do is follow my commands exactly. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, that shark won't lay a finger on you." Hearing this, Tang Shuiying replied, "I'll listen to you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. The great white shark is about 20 meters away from me right now." By now, Luo Feng had already witnessed the entire scene through his legendary telescope. However, he chose not to mention that he had the legendary telescope. If he had brought it up before Tang Shuiying took her bath, it might have been fine. But now that she had already finished bathing, if Luo Feng suddenly revealed he had a legendary telescope, wouldn't Tang Shuiying think he was some kind of pervert who liked peeping at others while they bathed? If that happened, Luo Feng wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Luo Feng's earlier encounter with Tang Shuiying was purely accidental. Had Luo Feng known that Tang Shuiying was bathing, he would never have done such a thing. But the fact was, it had already happened. There was nothing Luo Feng could do about it now. So, at this moment, Luo Feng wouldn't bring up the matter. When Luo Feng saw the great white shark approaching Tang Shuiying, he quickly called out, "When the great white shark leaps up to bite you, immediately thrust the spear into its head. Then, don't stop your movements, keep stabbing repeatedly. This spear's attack power is quite formidable, with some additional damage. It should be easy to kill the great white shark this way." At this moment, Tang Shuiying had no time to respond to Luo Feng's words. Soon, the great white shark lunged at her. Just as Luo Feng had described, the shark leaped up, attempting to swallow Tang Shuiying whole. Without hesitation, Tang Shuiying raised the epic quality spear and stabbed it straight into the shark's mouth. The spear was incredibly sharp, piercing right through the great white shark's skull. However, the shark didn't die immediately. Instead, it was enraged. It snapped its jaws toward Tang Sui-Ai's body. Startled by the sudden attack, Tang Sui-Ai froze, unsure of what to do next. Seeing this, Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't good. Though the epic quality spear could kill the great white shark, a single stab wouldn't be enough. It needed to be stabbed multiple times. So, Luo Feng shouted, "Don't stop moving. Keep stabbing. Otherwise, all your effort will be wasted." By the time Tang Sui-Ai heard Luo Feng's warning and reacted, it was already too late. The great white shark's jaws were already closing in on her body. Terrified, Tang Sui-Ai stumbled backward. The shark's teeth clamped down on her thigh just as she thought her leg would be bitten off. Something astonishing happened. Her perfect-grade crystal stockings, under the force of the powerful attack, instantly became incredibly rigid. They actually blocked the great white shark's bite. Realizing this, Tang Sui-Ai wasted no time. She gripped the spear tightly and began thrusting it into the shark again and again. With the epic quality spear, attacking the great white shark was as easy as stabbing tofu. Soon, under Tang Sui-Ai's relentless assault, the shark died. Once the great white shark stopped moving, Tang Sui-Ai collapsed onto the wooden raft, exhausted but triumphant. She had done it. She had killed the great white shark. Overwhelmed with excitement, she sent Luo Feng a message, "I killed the great white shark." Luo Feng had witnessed everything that had happened. He wasn't surprised that Tang Sui-Ai had managed to kill the shark. With an epic quality spear, taking down a great white shark was relatively easy. However, Luo Feng now looked at the perfect-grade crystal stockings in a new light. He never expected that the perfect-grade crystal stockings could actually withstand an attack from the great white shark. They truly were impressive. 29, Chapter 29, Dad, 2/5. Both aesthetically pleasing and practical, Luo Feng was truly fond of these perfect-grade stockings. He wondered if he could obtain other perfect-grade clothing: shirts, pants, gloves, shoes, underwear, and so on. Luo Feng remembered that Tang Shuiying seemed dissatisfied with the size of that area and wanted it to be even bigger. Did perfect-grade bras have that kind of functionality? Thinking of this, Luo Feng felt it necessary to keep an eye out. Since Tang Shuiying wanted to grow even larger, he would certainly fulfill her wish. Now, seeing that Tang Sui-Ai was no longer in danger, he let out a small sigh of relief. After all, Tang Sui-Ai was a girl. Some mistakes in such a situation were inevitable. With that in mind, Luo Feng spoke up, "It's good that the great white shark was taken down. Are you all right?" Hearing his words, Tang Sui-Ai replied somewhat guiltily, "Luo Feng, I'm sorry. I was too nervous earlier and didn't follow your instructions completely. I made some mistakes. Thankfully, the crystal stockings you gave me came through at the critical moment and saved my life. Otherwise, I might never have seen you again." Luo Feng chuckled at her words. "As long as you're fine. This was your first battle. It's normal to be nervous. You'll get used to it. Don't dwell on it. Hurry and deal with that great white shark. If you don't want to handle it, just hand it over to me. You can go collect that glowing item later." After listening to Luo Feng, Tang Sui-Ai glanced at the great white shark before her and decided to leave it to him. Coincidentally, their wooden raft was drifting toward the glowing object, so she would likely reach it soon. One great white shark trades for nothing. Epic quality spear trades for nothing. Looking at the great white shark and the spear before her, Tang Sui-Ai said, "I got your spear all bloody. I am really sorry. Should I clean it before trading it back to you?" Luo Feng smiled. "You stabbed a shark with it. Blood is completely normal. Don't worry about it. A quick wash will do. Leave it to me. You go rest for a bit." Seeing the great white shark and the bloodstained spear appear before him, Luo Feng wasn't too bothered. As long as Tang Sui-Ai was safe, that was all that mattered. When Luo Feng had killed his first shark, there had been plenty of blood too. Though the epic quality spear could pierce iron like mud, that didn't mean it repelled blood. Without wasting time, Luo Feng picked up the spear and began dissecting the massive great white shark. He wasn't particularly fond of eating great white shark meat, but he could trade it for other things. Most people still didn't have much food to eat at this point. After all, for an average person, obtaining food out on the ocean was no small challenge. Once Tang Sui-Ai confirmed there was no more danger, she finally relaxed, recalling the earlier incident. If not for Luo Feng's timely warning, she had been taking a bath the whole time and simply couldn't have noticed what was happening. By the time the great white shark approached, she probably still wouldn't have noticed. If not for Luo Feng, she might have lost her life to the shark this time. Once again, Luo Feng had saved her life. Girls often develop feelings for boys who've helped them, let alone someone who saved their life. Thinking this, Tang Sui-Ai glanced at the still distant glowing object and sent Luo Feng a message. "Luo Feng, I really can't thank you enough this time. Without you, I might have been killed by the great white shark again. Actually, it's my fault. I was too absorbed in bathing and didn't notice the danger in time. Thank goodness you warned me, otherwise I might never have seen you again." At that moment, Luo Feng was dealing with the shark. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, he replied, "I actually saw a great white shark near the swimming treasure chest by my place, so I thought there might be danger near that glowing object by you too. That's why I messaged to warn you. I didn't expect things to turn out exactly as I'd feared. But now that you're safe, that's what matters. Don't dwell on it too much. Just be more careful when similar situations arise in the future. And not just with creatures in this oceanic world, be cautious around other humans too. If you encounter other people in this marine world, you must maintain sufficient vigilance. Luo Feng voiced some of his concerns here. If Tang Shuiying met other humans, her kind-hearted nature might quickly make her vulnerable to harm from others. This was something Luo Feng absolutely couldn't allow. With this thought, he quickened his pace to move closer to Tang Shuiying's location. Hearing Luo Feng's words, the shock from the great white shark's attack gradually faded from Tang Shui's mind. Her heart felt incredibly warm, and without realizing it, Luo Feng's presence was making its way into her heart. Now, she was slowly falling in love with Luo Feng. At this moment, Tang Shui thought of her dad before this. The only man who'd ever shown her such care was her father. But now there was a second person. Lost in these thoughts, Tang Shui unconsciously called out, "Dad." Right then, Luo Feng happened to hear Tang Shuiying's voice. Upon hearing this, his hands froze mid-action. The epic quality spear he'd been using to process the great white shark's corpse nearly cut his hand. Luo Feng was completely startled by this. Dad? Was Tang Shuiying calling him dad? Could it be that beneath her pure and adorable appearance, Tang Shuiying enjoyed role-playing? This was something Luo Feng had never expected. He'd known Tang Shuiying for several years now and had never noticed this preference before. Perhaps coming to this oceanic world had affected her, causing her to say things she normally wouldn't. After all, any girl who was attacked by a great white shark twice and nearly bitten to death would likely have already suffered a mental breakdown. Not to mention, Tang Shuiying was only a sophomore in college. Under such circumstances, managing to kill the great white shark was truly an incredible feat. Chapter 30, Dad's here, what's wrong? 3/5. Thinking this, Luo Feng could understand why Tang Shuiying had called him that. Perhaps at this moment, she suddenly missed her father and wanted his comfort and encouragement. Adhering to his principle of helping others, and considering Tang Shuiying's fragile mental state that couldn't handle too much stimulation, Luo Feng decided to play along with her words. After all, Tang Shuiying was someone Luo Feng liked. When help was needed, he had to step up. With this in mind, Luo Feng spoke up, "Dad's here, what's wrong?" At this moment, right after uttering the word dad, Tang Shui realized something was amiss. She had actually sent this message to Luo Feng. Seeing this, Tang Shui immediately panicked, unsure how to explain it to Luo Feng. Just as she was about to speak up and clarify, Luo Feng's voice came through. Hearing what Luo Feng said, her mind went completely blank. Tang Shui was at a low show. Should she face Luo Feng now? How should she respond? She had actually called a guy dad. And that guy had even answered. Tang Shui felt utterly ashamed. This was the first time she had ever called another guy dad, even if it wasn't intentional. But the fact remained. Worst of all, Luo Feng's impression of her might have drastically changed. Now, in Luo Feng's eyes, she was probably a woman with some peculiar preferences. Thinking this, Tang Shui mustered her courage. She had to explain this clearly, otherwise, if Luo Feng started replying with "dad's here" every time they talked in the future, she would truly feel like dying. So, Tang Shui spoke up, "Luo Feng, that was just a misunderstanding just now. Please don't be angry. I was missing my dad too much, so I accidentally called out like that. Let's just forget about this, okay? Neither of us should dwell on it." Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng wasn't surprised at all. He knew it was perfectly normal for her to miss her father right now. If Luo Feng hadn't been an orphan, he would have missed his parents too after arriving in this oceanic world. Luo Feng wasn't angry about Tang Shuiying's address. In fact, he felt an inexplicable thrill from it. But this feeling was dangerous. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Why was he thinking about being a dad? Luo Feng quickly shook off this thought. Still, considering Tang Shuiying's current state, he said, "It's no big deal, why would I be angry? As long as you're okay, that's what matters. You can call me that anytime if you want. I don't mind you calling me dad." Luo Feng wasn't saying this to take advantage of Tang Shuiying. He was genuinely concerned for her mental well-being. A considerate and understanding man like him was truly rare. At this moment, Tang Shui nearly spat out blood upon hearing Luo Feng's words. It seemed her explanation had been in vain. Luo Feng actually wanted her to keep calling him dad. And Luo Feng didn't even mind. How did this make it seem like she was taking advantage of Luo Feng by calling him dad? Just thinking about this made Tang Shuiying extremely frustrated. The situation was getting more complicated the more they talked about it, and the harder it became to explain. As expected, all men were the same. From what Tang Shui knew, many couples in the real world enjoyed doing this kind of thing. It seemed Luo Feng was no exception. With that in mind, Tang Shui decided not to explain further. As long as she didn't call him that again in the future, it would be fine. Let Luo Feng think whatever he wanted. Alright, thank you so much. Let's stop chatting for now. I'll clean up this bathwater first. If I get that glowing object later, I'll send it to you. With that, Tang Shui turned her attention to the glowing object in the distance. As her wooden raft drew closer, she could faintly make out that the glowing object seemed to be a treasure chest. Seeing this, Tang Sui was instantly astonished. A glowing treasure chest, how unbelievable. However, given the speed of her raft, it would still take about 10 minutes to reach it. Next, she looked at the large basin of bathwater. On the open sea, even a sip of clean water was hard to come by. Yet here she was, using so much clean water just for a bath. If other girls saw this, they'd be green with envy. And all of this was thanks to Luo Feng. Thinking about it, Tang Sui mused that since Luo Feng had been so good to her, calling him dad wasn't really a big deal. Or maybe calling him hubby. Though the thought crossed her mind, actually saying it out loud would still be a little embarrassing. Meanwhile, Tang Sui didn't stop what she was doing and began pouring the bathwater into the sea. Hearing Tang Shui's words, Luo Feng didn't press the matter further. He just had to wait for her to send over that glowing treasure chest later. Next, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the swimming treasure chest not far away. This cheeky chest, relying on its speed, dared to swim back and forth right in front of him. It was practically taunting him. Luo Feng had never tolerated such disrespect. With a fierce glare, he growled, "Don't get too cocky. Once I hook you, let's see where you can run then. I'm really curious, what kind of stuff do you special treasure chests even contain? Just don't stray too far from my wooden raft, and we'll see." For now, though, Luo Feng really had no way to deal with this swimming treasure chest. He could only wait. But it wouldn't be long before he got his hands on that glowing treasure chest. Hopefully, there'd be something good inside. Just as Luo Feng was waiting, he received a private message. "Big Boss Shura, I'm here to apologize. I was blinded by greed earlier and tried to scam you. Now, I've realized my mistake. I'll trade you this treasure map fragment right away, just give me whatever food you can spare. If I don't eat soon, I might not make it through tonight." Treasure map fragment 1, traded for nothing. Luo Feng was stunned when he saw this message. He hadn't expected this person to be so considerate as to offer the treasure map fragment to him. 31, Chapter 31, Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook, Jurassic Island, King's Island, Zombie Island, Ultraman Island, 4/5. 31, Chapter 31, Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook, Jurassic Island, King's Island, Zombie Island, Ultraman Island, 4/5. At this moment, Luo Feng sneered and said, "If you had known this would happen, you shouldn't have acted that way in the first place. I'm not a petty person. Since you're sincerely apologizing, I'll directly give you 1/10 of the food and lumber you requested as this transaction. Do you agree?" Upon seeing Luo Feng's message, Xiao Wang became extremely excited. He had just gone through an intense internal struggle before making this decision. He quickly sent Luo Feng a reply, "Thank you, Shura Azura, big boss. This time, I was truly too greedy. I never expected you to still give me so much food and lumber. If I come across any more treasure map fragments in the future, I'll definitely send them to you." Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh when he read the message. "Do you think treasure map fragments are something you can just stumble upon whenever you want? I have things to attend to, so I won't chat further. However, if you do find more treasure map fragments, you can contact me. The reward won't disappoint you." "Understood, Shura big boss. I won't disturb you any further." Luo Feng closed the chat channel. He glanced at the new item in his hand, a treasure map fragment. Treasure map fragment, 1/5. Grade, unknown. Description, unknown. After reading the description, Luo Feng finally understood why the other party had been unwilling to show it earlier. There was absolutely no useful information at all. It seemed he would only learn the specifics of this treasure map after collecting all the remaining fragments. Luo Feng casually pocketed the treasure map fragment. Just then, he received a message from Tang Shuiying. "Luo Feng, I've obtained a glowing treasure chest. It's so bright. I'll trade it to you now." At that moment, Tang Sui was holding a bronze treasure chest that emitted a dazzling light, her face filled with excitement. Glowing bronze treasure chest, traded for nothing. Hearing Tang Sui's cheerful tone, Luo Feng also grew excited. What he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Without hesitation, a glowing bronze treasure chest suddenly appeared before Luo Feng. So bright. That was his first impression of the chest. Not wasting any time, Luo Feng eagerly opened it. Obtained outstanding fluorescent papaya cream, +1. Obtained island illustrated handbook, +1. Obtained outstanding throwing hook blueprint, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained epic fluorescent papaya cream, +10. Obtained myriad islands illustrated handbook, +1. Obtained legendary throwing hook blueprint, +1. Holy shit, what a haul. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the rewards. Special treasure chests were indeed different from common ones. The items inside were all high tier. Combined with his 10,000-fold reward, Luo Feng was beyond thrilled. With that in mind, Luo Feng first turned his attention to the item called the Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook. This was the first time Luo Feng had heard of such a thing, and it piqued his immense curiosity. Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook. Level, unknown. Description, upon reaching the corresponding island, this handbook will provide relevant hints. The more islands unlocked, the more functions this handbook will reveal. Islands to be unlocked: Jurassic Island, King's Island, Battle Royale Island, Glacier Island, Mist Island, Skull Island, Mermaid Island, Giant Island, Zombie Island, Flying Island, Underwater Island, Mythical Creatures Island, Rune Island, Mecha Island, Monster Island, Ultraman Island. After reading the description of the Myriad Islands illustrated handbook, Luo Feng was utterly stunned. This can't be a joke, right? Does this oceanic world really have so many islands? This seems a bit unscientific. Just the names of these islands alone are terrifying. At this moment, Luo Feng was at a loss for words. It wouldn't be too strange for there to be a glacier island in the ocean. Jurassic Island and Mermaid Island were somewhat acceptable. But the other islands left Luo Feng utterly baffled. Would Daji be on King's Island? Or could you actually eat chicken on Battle Royale Island? Would Digga be on Ultraman Island? Would King Kong be fighting Godzilla on Skull Island? Seeing the names of these islands, Luo Feng's imagination ran wild. Judging solely from the Myriad Islands illustrated handbook, this oceanic world was no simple survival game. If it were just about whether you could starve to death, the difficulty would be far too low. Though the names of these islands sounded terrifying, Luo Feng wasn't scared. This was exactly what would make the game more challenging and fun. As a seasoned gamer, Luo Feng loved games with high difficulty and challenges. Based on his speculation, these overwhelmingly powerful islands would likely appear much later. At this stage, it was practically impossible for humans to encounter them, so there was nothing to worry about. If Luo Feng, with his current abilities, couldn't survive, then no one else stood a chance either. With that, Luo Feng put away the Myriad Islands illustrated handbook. Who knew when he'd actually need it? Then, he turned his attention to the epic fluorescent papaya cream. Why did the name sound so bizarre? The word papaya immediately triggered a thought in Luo Feng's mind. In his impression, papaya breast enlargement. Having had little interaction with girls, he wasn't sure if that was actually true. Shaking off the thought, Luo Feng checked the description of the epic fluorescent papaya cream. Fluorescent papaya cream. Level, epic. Effect, when applied to the desired area, this item can enlarge it. The downside is that from then on, you'll never see your feet again. When looking down, your view will be blocked. Description, this item can be used externally. Once applied to the body, it provides strong sun protection and moisturizing effects, significantly improving skin texture for a whitening effect, restoring your skin to its youthful state. Luo Feng was utterly speechless when he saw this epic-grade fluorescent papaya cream. He couldn't believe he had actually obtained something like this. There was no way Luo Feng could use this directly. He could only make use of it indirectly. He decided to give this epic-grade fluorescent papaya cream to Tang Shuiying. She would probably like it quite a bit. If Luo Feng remembered correctly, he had heard Tang Shuiying mention something like this before. 32, Chapter 32, A Happy Life is Coming, 5/5. Moreover, Luo Feng had carefully examined that area. The current situation was just right, though Luo Feng could accept it even if it were slightly different. This item might not hold much value for Luo Feng, but for a woman, it was truly priceless. Luo Feng currently had 10 bottles of epic fluorescent papaya cream. He planned to give one to Tang Shuiying and keep the rest, as they might prove extremely useful in the future. Luo Feng had complete faith in its effects. Some women might say they prefer being small, as being too large would be inconvenient for movement. Women who say this generally fall into two categories. The first category consists of women who are already large. When such women complain about being big, there's a high chance they're humble bragging. Alternatively, they might genuinely be large, so saying this won't make them smaller, but it helps comfort those who are actually small. The second category consists of women who are naturally small with no possibility of becoming larger. They say this because envy won't change anything. Some things just can't be forced. But if an opportunity were placed before these women, epic fluorescent papaya cream that guarantees enlargement, do you think they would refuse? Luo Feng didn't even need to verify the answer. It's like asking a man if he would take a pill that enhances his masculinity without any side effects. Would he want it? If asked, Luo Feng, being a gentleman, would answer, yes. Such things, of course, are always welcome. Thinking this, Luo Feng felt that he might encounter such items in the future. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. His gaze shifted to the final item, the legendary grappling hook blueprint. Legendary grappling hook blueprint, 10,000/10,000 wood, 30,000/30,000 rope, 2,000/2,000 metal sheets, 6 hours. Grappling hook. Grade, legendary. Description, this grappling hook can extend up to 100 meters. Within a 10-meter range of the target, it will lock on and track automatically. Additionally, the hook can actively retract and extend, with exceptional tensile strength and powerful gripping ability. Luo Feng sucked in a sharp breath as he read the description of this legendary grappling hook. This was the second legendary grade item Luo Feng had obtained. The first, the legendary telescope, had already provided him with immense help. Now, the capabilities of this legendary grappling hook left Luo Feng utterly stunned. At this moment, a name flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Spider-Man. He wondered if using this legendary grappling hook could achieve similar effects. If it worked as he imagined, his mobility would skyrocket when traveling to that distant island. If there were any animals on the island, capturing them would become much easier. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He opened the crafting interface and began production immediately. Ding, congratulations player, the legendary throwing hook has begun production. Production time, 6 hours. Luo Feng wasted no time and immediately used all his stockpile of 5-hour time accelerators on the legendary throwing hook. Production time, 59 minutes. Luo Feng couldn't wait to catch that swimming treasure chest. Mainly because this glowing treasure chest had brought him a huge surprise, and he was now eagerly anticipating that swimming treasure chest. When everything was ready, Luo Feng sent a message to Tang Shuiying. I've already opened this glowing treasure chest and gained quite a few good items. The luck you brought me this time was truly incredible. There's something here you'll absolutely love. When Tang Shuiying heard Luo Feng say this, her face lit up with joy. After all, she had nearly died to obtain this glowing treasure chest, so getting valuable items made it all worthwhile. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying said, then hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and traded her a bottle of epic fluorescent papaya cream. Epic fluorescent papaya cream, traded for nothing. When Tang Shuiying saw the name of the item Luo Feng traded, she was completely stunned. This was actually an epic quality item. Previously, she had experienced the power of an epic quality spirit could pierce iron like mud and kill a great white shark as easily as cutting tofu. Now, encountering another epic quality item, she didn't hesitate and immediately accepted it. Then, the description of the epic fluorescent papaya cream appeared in Tang Shuiying's field of vision. After reading it, her mouth fell open in shock. Her face was filled with astonishment before quickly turning to ecstatic joy. Before, Luo Feng had mentioned he liked them big. Tang Shuiying had felt somewhat disappointed because, in that aspect, she wasn't as endowed as her younger sister. But now, she had obtained the epic fluorescent papaya cream. It seemed the heavens were truly helping her. With this, she wouldn't have to worry about that issue anymore. Maybe Luo Feng would like her now. Tang Shuiying was already lost in endless daydreams. However, she didn't forget about Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, thank you so much. I really love this item. If we ever meet in the future, I'll show you the results. Hearing Tang Shuiying say this, Luo Feng wasn't particularly surprised. It had already grown accustomed to her way of speaking. Truthfully, Luo Feng didn't need to meet her to see the effects of the fluorescent papaya cream, but he didn't dare say that out loud. After some thought, Luo Feng replied, the results should come quickly, so you'd better work hard. I'll be looking forward to seeing if the cream lives up to its description. Don't worry, it'll definitely amaze you. Tang Shuiying was extremely confident in the papaya cream. After all, it was an epic quality item, so its effects were beyond doubt. Even if the cream didn't work, Tang Shuiying would still put in the effort with her own hands to achieve the desired results. Luo Feng didn't say anything more after hearing Tang Shuiying's words. He had his own matters to attend to next. First, he needed to gather the time accelerator, then successfully craft the legendary throwing hook before heading to that island. It would be best if he could find Tang Shuiying around the island. If not, Luo Feng would continue moving forward. This was his current plan of action. 33, Chapter 33, Becoming Spider-Man? Woohoo, let's take off, 1/5. Thinking of this, Luo Feng opened the chat channel, intending to collect time accelerators from these people. So, Luo Feng sent a message, does anyone still have time accelerators? You can trade with me. I have a large amount of shark meat for sale. Shark meat 1, trades for, time accelerator 1 minute. When these people saw Luo Feng appear again, they became somewhat excited. Because every time Luo Feng appeared, it meant a large amount of food was about to arrive. Holy crap, Shura, Azura, Big Boss is finally back. I thought he got pissed off by that guy earlier. If Shura Big Boss didn't come back, the time accelerators in my hands would be useless. Originally, these time accelerators were useless to me, but ever since Shura Big Boss arrived, they've turned into food in my eyes. Shura God is here to stock up again. Seeing how urgently Shura God needs time accelerators, could he be crafting some high-level items again? Shura God, may I ask where you get all these high-level item blueprints? Shura God, I have a good inflatable doll blueprint here, type D. Do you need it? I can give you a discount. Luo Feng wasn't in the mood for small talk right now. He needed to quickly gather time accelerators and then go after that swimming treasure chest. Otherwise, once night fell, it would be inconvenient to act. Luo Feng's collection speed was extremely fast. Time accelerators didn't seem to be particularly scarce items. Most people had 1 or 2 minutes worth. Seeing that Luo Feng needed them, these people all brought theirs out to trade. After all, 1 or 2 minutes weren't much use in their hands anyway. Luo Feng checked the time and saw that he had collected enough, so he sent another message, I've gathered enough for now. I have my own business to attend to. For those who still want to trade, I've set up an automatic trading system. If the conditions match, the trade will go through. I'm out. With that, Luo Feng exited the chat channel. Now, Luo Feng looked at the clock in his hand, which displayed a number, 50 minutes. Without hesitation, he used the time accelerator on the crafting of the legendary grappling hook. The crafting time for the legendary grappling hook instantly dropped from 50 minutes to 0. Ding! Congratulations, player. Crafting successful. Obtained 1 legendary grappling hook. A grappling hook device appeared in Luo Feng's hand. This time, the legendary grappling hook looked far more luxurious than the previous one. Without delay, Luo Feng picked up the legendary grappling hook and began salvaging items from the surrounding sea. This time, both the range and speed of his salvaging had greatly improved. Combined with his legendary telescope, it was nothing short of exhilarating. Luo Feng spotted a wooden treasure chest within a 100-meter range and immediately threw a throwing hook in that direction. In the past, even if Luo Feng had exhausted himself, there was no way he could have thrown a hook that far a full 100 meters. But now, he possessed a legendary grappling hook, which was no ordinary tool. It felt as though Luo Feng was holding a launcher in his hand. With just a slight exertion of force, the hook could fly an incredible distance. The entire 100-meter rope was neatly coiled within the compact device. For this first attempt, Luo Feng's accuracy wasn't perfect. The hook landed a few meters away from the wooden treasure chest. However, this was a legendary grappling hook. Even though it missed, it automatically adjusted its trajectory and flew straight toward the chest. In the next moment, it latched onto the wooden treasure chest and swiftly reeled it back. The entire process took less than a minute. After witnessing the power of the legendary grappling hook, Luo Feng was thoroughly impressed. When the chest arrived before him, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately opened it. Obtained wood, +5. Common dumplings, +1. Common light bulbs, +2. 1,000-fold reward. Obtained wood, +5,000. Good quality pork and celery dumplings, +100. Perfect quality light bulbs, +2. Luo Feng was stunned when he saw the rewards. There were even light bulbs. But light bulbs alone weren't enough. It wasn't like Luo Feng could generate electricity. Despite his complaints, he picked up the 2 perfect quality light bulbs and checked their properties. Light bulb. Grade, perfect. Description: this solar-powered light bulb requires just 5 minutes of sunlight, not charging, to provide 2 hours of illumination. From now on, light shall be with you. Equipped with an on-off switch for instant use. Maximum illumination time, 12 hours. After reading the description, Luo Feng could only sum it up with one word: NB, incredible. This would perfectly solve the problem of darkness later. After all, once night fell at sea, visibility would drop to 0. What if danger struck? This was definitely a fantastic item. When Luo Feng eventually explored the islands, he'd have a reliable light source. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the remaining items. A brand new type of food this time. Dinner was settled. Pork and celery dumplings. Grade, good. Description: made from premium pork and celery, these dumplings are not only delicious but also highly nutritious. After eating them, your body and mind will relax, and you'll naturally recall happy memories. Luo Feng couldn't help but scoff at the description. Such an elaborate write-up for dumplings. He wondered how they actually tasted. Picking up his binoculars, Luo Feng scanned the surroundings and noticed that the swimming treasure chest had already moved beyond the 100-meter range. Even with the legendary grappling hook, there was no way to retrieve it now. Luo Feng glanced at the sky, noticing it was getting late, and decided not to focus on the treasure chest any longer. Once night fell, he planned to get some proper rest. After all, he had already spent an entire day in this ocean world, constantly busy. Even an Iron Man would find it exhausting. With that in mind, he sent Tang Shuiying a message: I just obtained quite a few items, and some of them might be useful for you. I'll trade them to you now. 34, Chapter 34, Perfect Quality Light Bulb, 2/5. Excellent Grappling Hook, Perfect Quality Light Bulb, Trade, none. Tang Shuiying was currently tidying up her wooden raft, which had become somewhat disorganized after her battle with the great white shark. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, she paused her movements, and 2 new items appeared before her. When she saw the perfect quality light bulb, her eyes lit up. She hadn't expected such a high-quality item to exist. With this, her nighttime activities would become much more convenient. Moreover, the excellent grappling hook was also an incredibly useful tool for her. With it, her speed in salvaging items would significantly improve. Thinking this, Tang Shuiying felt overjoyed and said, Luo Feng, you're truly amazing. Meeting you out here on the ocean is such a blessing. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, Luo Feng pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, You've already agreed to marry me. Isn't it only natural that I treat you well? I'm just a little worried. What if we run into Tang Shuiying out here on the ocean? Normally, she doesn't let you date or interact too much with guys. If she finds out about us, she might not be too happy. Tang Shuiying's expression darkened at his words. Was this really how Luo Feng saw her? After a moment, she said, How can you say that about my sister? She's not like that at all. She's actually quite easygoing. If you spent more time with her, you'd see her good qualities. Don't worry, she's actually very reasonable. She's always been good to me, and if it's something I truly want, she'll support me. Our thoughts are actually quite similar. We share many of the same hobbies and preferences, so you really don't need to worry too much. Luo Feng felt a headache coming on as he listened. It seemed Tang Shuiying really had changed. This line of thinking was dangerous. But if things really were like this, it might actually be a blessing. The only downside was that he might start suffering from face blindness. Luo Feng didn't dare dwell on it too much and quickly shook off the thought. Something this good, he had only ever dreamed of it. With that in mind, he said, don't worry too much. If she does enter the ocean world, I'll help you find her so you two can reunite. By now, the sky was gradually darkening. It wouldn't be long before night fully fell. Given the circumstances, Luo Feng decided to stop salvaging for the day. After dinner, he planned to rest up tomorrow. He would set out for that island. What could he possibly encounter there? He just hoped it wasn't one of those ridiculously overpowered islands from the Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook, otherwise, exploration would be impossible. As for why Luo Feng was confident about reaching that island, it was because people in the chat channel had already started trading paddle blueprints. Normally, without paddles, these wooden rafts could only rely on waves to move, which often meant unpredictability since the direction of the sea breeze was random. But once paddles were crafted, everything changed. You could now steer in any direction you wanted. So tonight, Luo Feng wasn't in a hurry anymore. Just as he was about to take out dumplings to cook, he suddenly heard Tang Shuiying's voice. Luo Feng, do you still have any bananas? I'm thirsty. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly. Her words sounded a bit ambiguous. Even if he wasn't a seasoned veteran in such matters, his mind couldn't help but wander after hearing that. Still, he knew Tang Shuiying definitely didn't mean it that way, so he replied, sure, didn't you just eat some? You're craving more already. I'll send them over now. Luo Feng still had plenty of bananas left, had obtained 100 in one go earlier, so there was enough for both of them in the short term. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate and immediately sent the bananas to Tang Shuiying. Truthfully, Tang Shuiying had no choice. Working non-stop on the open ocean under the scorching sun left her parched. Plus, the bananas Luo Feng had given her earlier boosted her stamina, so she had already used them up while working. That's why she had asked now. Once she saw Luo Feng had traded the bananas to her, she stopped overthinking it. She peeled one and slowly ate it. After finishing, she sighed contentedly. I'll rest tonight. Tomorrow, with the excellent grappling hook you gave me, my salvage speed will improve. I'll fish up more treasure chests to repay you. Luo Feng nodded. Sounds good, but stay safe. If you run into a great white shark at night, it'd be dangerous. I've got plenty of food here, so I'll try something different tonight. After eating, I'll head for an island tomorrow. Do you see any islands around your area? Suddenly, Luo Feng realized something. He had already confirmed Tang Shuiying's direction, which pointed toward that island. If there was an island near her, wouldn't that mean they could meet soon? Hearing this, Tang Shuiying grew curious. Encountering an island in the middle of the ocean would be incredibly lucky. After all, humans were land-dwelling creatures. Staying on the ocean indefinitely would feel unnatural. With that thought, she stood up and scanned the horizon but found nothing. Disappointed, she said, I don't see any islands here, just some floating debris. Luo Feng wasn't surprised to hear Tang Shuiying say that. After all, one's vision is limited, and it might be impossible to see things at a great distance. However, Luo Feng had a legendary telescope, so he didn't need to worry about such things. His legendary telescope still had 2 minutes of viewing time left. He would use it after finishing the tasks at hand. 35, Chapter 35, So Delicious, 3/5. He decided to use the legendary telescope again to check if there were any islands around Tang Shuiying. With this thought, Luo Feng spoke up, alright, since there aren't any, you don't need to keep looking. But I've already determined your general direction. If we want to meet, it's just a matter of time now. There's no need to rush. I'm going to start cooking now. I just got quite a few dumplings, so we'll have them for dinner tonight. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying felt extremely happy. Although she didn't know how Luo Feng could determine her location, since he said so, she chose to believe him. Now, she would believe whatever Luo Feng said without any doubt. Then, when she heard Luo Feng mention dumplings, Tang Shuiying was overjoyed. It was one of her favorite foods. She said, okay, go ahead with your work. I feel really bad that you're always the one cooking for me. Next time, I'll cook for you and let you taste my culinary skills. Luo Feng chuckled at Tang Shuiying's words and replied, sure, next time for sure. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the crafting table. Iron pot, 20/20 metal sheets, 2/2 plastic, 1 minute. Pot lid, 5/5 glass, 1/1 plastic, 30 seconds. Chopsticks, 1/1 wood, 1 second. Metal spoon, 5/5 metal sheets, 2 seconds. Plastic bowl, 3/3 plastic, 10 seconds. Since he was going to cook, these utensils were absolutely essential. Soon, these kitchen tools were laid out before Luo Feng. To be honest, Luo Feng's cooking skills were quite basic, or more accurately, he barely had any culinary skills. Luo Feng could only manage simple dishes like boiling noodles or dumplings, things anyone could do with minimal effort. If asked to prepare more complex meals, Luo Feng would be at a loss. However, in this oceanic world, having something to eat at all was already a blessing, so Luo Feng's limited cooking skills didn't seem so important. So, Luo Feng filled the iron pot with purified water and borrowed fire from the perfect grade barbecue grill. Once the water came to a boil, Luo Feng picked up a bag of dumplings, opened it, and dropped them into the now scalding water. Making dumplings was incredibly convenient. When the water boiled again, the dumplings would be almost ready. At this point, Luo Feng thought about sending a message to Tang Shuiying to tell her the dumplings were almost done and to get ready for dinner. But then another idea struck him: he could take this opportunity to use the legendary telescope to check if there were any islands near Tang Shuiying. If there were islands around her, Luo Feng could pinpoint her location. With this in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up the legendary telescope and looked toward Tang Shuiying. In the next moment, Luo Feng's vision flashed, and his sight was filled with vast expanses of snowy white. Several words popped into Luo Feng's mind at this moment. Seeing this scene, Luo Feng realized that Tang Shuiying must have applied the fluorescent papaya cream at this very moment. However, regardless of whether this fluorescent papaya cream was effective or not, its visual effect was undeniably stunning. Of course, Luo Feng was referring to eating dumplings. They were absolutely delicious. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly remembered his original purpose. He turned his gaze to the surroundings of Tang Shuiying's wooden raft but found no sign of any islands. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. It seemed his happy life would have to be postponed for a while longer. Then, Luo Feng shifted his gaze back to Tang Shuiying, not withdrawing it until he had completely exhausted the day's time. I wonder what it tastes like. Luo Feng unconsciously muttered these words. At that moment, Tang Shuiying, who had just finished applying the epic fluorescent papaya cream, heard Luo Feng's remark and was suddenly taken aback. What did Luo Feng mean by that? Her thoughts involuntarily took a turn for the worse. Surely Luo Feng didn't mean to eat. At this thought, her face flushed red. She asked shyly, Luo Feng, what do you want to eat? Only then did Luo Feng snap out of his reverie. He had been too engrossed. Smiling, he replied, of course, I meant the dumplings. They're already done. Pork and celery dumplings, try them and see how they taste. Hearing this, Tang Shuiying let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't what she had imagined. That would have been too intense. One bowl of pork and celery dumplings, traded for nothing. A bowl of dumplings appeared in Tang Shuiying's hands. Seeing that it was indeed dumplings, she grew excited. Who would have thought she could still eat dumplings out here on the ocean? It felt like a dream. Without hesitation, she dug in. After finishing the first dumpling, she couldn't help but exclaim, the dumplings are so delicious. Hearing Tang Shuiying's words, a certain phrase instantly popped into Luo Feng's mind. But he wisely kept it to himself. After all, saying something like that to a girl wouldn't be appropriate. Fortunately, Luo Feng managed to stop himself in time. After a moment's thought, he said, I'm glad you like them. Have some more. By now, Tang Shuiying had already decided to trust Luo Feng, so she didn't hold back. Besides, the dumplings really were delicious. Luo Feng, too, didn't waste any more time. He had been hungry for a while now. He picked up a dumpling and took a bite. As soon as he swallowed it, Luo Feng's expression changed. The scene he had witnessed earlier was still fresh in his mind, but now, after eating the dumpling, it suddenly became even clearer. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it too much and continued eating the remaining dumplings. However, the more he ate, the more pronounced the effect became. 36, Chapter 36, The Swimming Treasure Chest. Finally caught you, 4/5. Luo Feng felt somewhat strange. Why was he feeling increasingly hungry now? These dumplings must be poisoned. Startled, Luo Feng stopped eating the dumplings slowly and quickly devoured all of them. Soon, both Luo Feng and Tang Shuiying finished their meal. By then, it was almost completely dark. Luo Feng spoke up, let's rest early. We'll continue tomorrow. Tang Shuiying also felt physically exhausted at this point. Under the dim glow of the perfect quality light bulb, Tang Shuiying lay on a wooden bed. After a moment of thought, she said, good night. Luo Feng glanced at the perfect quality light bulb beside him. Truth be told, its features were quite impressive. Its brightness could even be adjusted as needed. Not only that, but it also provided some warmth, keeping the cold at bay. Luo Feng could only say this was truly an essential item for travel and home use. With that, Luo Feng also went to sleep on a wooden bed. The next day, at dawn, Luo Feng woke up on the wooden bed. He immediately felt sore and stiff all over, not just from yesterday's exhaustion, but also because the wooden bed was terrible. It had been incredibly uncomfortable to sleep on. Looks like he needed to upgrade to a better bed. How wonderful it would be to have a luxurious, king-sized bed. Just as Luo Feng was lost in thought while washing up, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly grabbed his legendary grappling hook and hurled it in a certain direction. Because Luo Feng had spotted that swimming treasure chest less than 10 meters away from him. This was practically delivery service at his doorstep. Within 10 meters, Luo Feng never missed. Thus, his legendary grappling hook shot toward the swimming treasure chest. The swimming treasure chest was fast. Within a second, it had already moved away from Luo Feng's vicinity. But by then, it was too late. Though Luo Feng's legendary grappling hook hadn't hit the swimming treasure chest directly, it had already activated its tracking and locking function. It swiftly pursued the swimming treasure chest. The speed of the legendary grappling hook was far greater than that of the swimming treasure chest. So the outcome was obvious. In just a few seconds, the legendary grappling hook struck the swimming treasure chest. Instantly, Luo Feng's body lurched, nearly losing his balance and toppling over on the wooden raft. Because even though the legendary grappling hook had hit the swimming treasure chest, the chest refused to give up. It continued swimming away stubbornly. As a result, Luo Feng's wooden raft was suddenly dragged along by the swimming treasure chest. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Who would have thought this swimming treasure chest would be so tenacious? But Luo Feng wasn't worried. In fact, he could use the swimming treasure chest as free labor to pull him forward. You must know that Luo Feng's wooden raft is a massive 99 structure. With all the items on top of it, the raft is quite heavy. Unless this swimming treasure chest never tires, it will definitely stop at some point. At this moment, Luo Feng looked in the direction the swimming treasure chest was heading. It was actually toward that island. His face lit up with joy. This way, the time it would take for Luo Feng to reach the island would be greatly reduced. However, this good fortune didn't last long. The swimming treasure chest suddenly changed direction. In this situation, Luo Feng had no choice but to let the swimming treasure chest do as it pleased. He secured the throwing hook to the raft and began preparing breakfast. Taking advantage of this breakfast break, Luo Feng opened the chat channel to see how everyone had fared overnight. First, he checked for any new items available for trade. Fine quality sleeping mat blueprint, trades for 500 milliliters of purified water. Inflatable doll blueprint, trades for 1 L of purified water. Spicy chicken feet, trades for 200 milliliters of water. A fish, trades for 500 milliliters of purified water. Life at sea is really tough. Too hot during the day, too cold at night. Right now, I'm cold, hungry, and thirsty. I just want to go home. Dad, where are you? I think I'm being targeted. While I was sleeping, a great white shark suddenly appeared and tried to bite me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd already be back in my hometown. But I really can't bear to lose 30 years of my lifespan. I'm so lucky I found a great fishing method, and I'll share it for free, hoping it helps everyone. As you all know, fishing at sea is difficult because bait is hard to come by. That's why fishing is such a challenge. Yesterday, I didn't catch a single fish all day. Since purified water is scarce on the ocean, I didn't dare to pee. But by night, I couldn't hold it anymore and had to relieve myself over the edge of the raft. While doing so, I decided to check if my fishing rod had caught anything. Guess what? Just as I was peeing, a fish leaped out of the water and bit onto my little worm. Finally, I had food to eat. That night, I caught 3 whole fish. It was amazing. Now I finally understand there are advantages to being small. Other than some pain down there, everything else is pretty good. Damn, bro, I respect you. Using your manhood as bait, I've got nothing but admiration. Though mine isn't small, wonder if I could catch a big fish with it. Bro, I'm gonna fight you. I remember you just traded me a fish for some water, and I already ate the whole thing. Now I just want to puke. What do I do? Luo Feng looked through the trade items and noticed that most of them involved water resources. After all, a person can survive 7 days without food, but no one can last 3 days without water. It had been nearly a full day and night, and most people were already parched. But when Luo Feng saw someone actually using that spot for fishing, he could only silently give them a thumbs up. As usual, Luo Feng first collected a batch from the time accelerator before exiting the chat channel. 37, Chapter 37, The Merfolk Queen, All Talk No Action, 5/5. At this moment, Luo Feng noticed that the treasure chest, which had been swimming quite happily earlier, had finally slowed down. Spotting this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel delighted. As expected, this swimming treasure chest couldn't keep moving indefinitely. Without hesitation, Luo Feng used his legendary grappling hook to close in on the swimming treasure chest. Soon, he reached it. By now, Luo Feng was beyond excited. This swimming treasure chest had taunted him countless times before, and he had long set his sights on it. Now, he was finally getting his wish. The treasure chest in the water was still struggling, though its movements had weakened significantly. Luo Feng wasted no time and used the legendary grappling hook to haul the bronze treasure chest out of the water. The moment it left the surface, it stopped moving entirely, just like an ordinary, unremarkable chest. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this oceanic game was full of bizarre mechanics. But that only added to the fun. With that thought, Luo Feng decisively opened the swimming treasure chest. Opening the swimming bronze treasure chest. Obtained common ice blocks, +5. Obtained proficient swimming skill book, +1. Obtained merfolk's call, +1. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained perfect ice blocks, +5. Obtained grandmaster swimming skill book, +1. Obtained mermaid queen's call, +1. Luo Feng was stunned when he saw the rewards. 3 entirely new items. This was a massive surprise. His efforts hadn't been in vain. First, his attention was drawn to the 5 enormous perfect ice blocks. In this world, aside from Luo Feng, no one else could possibly obtain perfect grade ice. Normally, common items like these rarely came in high quality. But with Luo Feng in the picture, things changed drastically. With him, anything could receive a massive multiplier. For a brief moment, he even wondered if an inflatable doll got a 10,000-fold boost, would it turn into a real person? But he quickly dismissed the thought as the stats of the 5 perfect ice blocks appeared before him. Ice block. Grade, perfect. Description: ice that never melts. It maintains a sub-zero environment around it, capable of freezing fruit solid. From now on, you can enjoy frozen fruits anytime. Luo Feng was overjoyed when he read the description. He had gathered so much food that he couldn't possibly finish it all in a short time. Left too long, it would likely spoil. These 5 perfect ice blocks were like a dream come true just when he needed them most. This way, Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about storage issues for these supplies. Looking at his 9x9 wooden raft piled high with various food and equipment, Luo Feng realized it wouldn't be long before he'd need to expand his raft again. However, leaving everything exposed like this wasn't ideal. If Luo Feng encountered other humans, they'd immediately spot his food supplies. In that case, there was no guarantee these people wouldn't try to rob him. On the ocean, food was more precious than life itself. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Feng wondered if it might be possible to obtain a spatial storage device. If he could get his hands on one, his future actions would become infinitely more convenient. But this wasn't something he could rush. As long as spatial storage devices existed in this oceanic game world, Luo Feng was confident he could acquire one eventually. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to another item that appeared to be a book with the words swimming written in large characters. At that moment, the attributes of the Grandmaster Swimming Skill Book appeared before him. Swimming Skill Book. Level, Grandmaster. Description: after using this skill book, your swimming ability will reach Grandmaster level. The ocean will become your home, and your swimming speed in water will surpass your running speed on land. Skill levels: Beginner, Proficient, Skilled, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster, Supreme Master, King, Divine. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw this Grandmaster Swimming Skill Book. Could such items really exist? Something that could instantly grant someone mastery of a skill was truly incredible. For Luo Feng, who found himself in this oceanic world, this skill book was absolutely vital. With this, Luo Feng wouldn't have to worry about underwater combat anymore. Next time he encountered the great white shark, Luo Feng could confidently dive into the water to fight it. With this thought, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Learn the Grandmaster Swimming Skill Book, he declared. As soon as the words left his mouth, the skill book vanished in a flash of white light that entered Luo Feng's mind. Instantly, Luo Feng felt his mind flood with swimming knowledge. He could already sense changes in his body. Now, Luo Feng was confident that if he entered the ocean, he wouldn't swim any slower than the great white shark. This was the confidence of a Grandmaster. His survival capabilities had just received another massive boost. In high spirits, Luo Feng turned his attention to the final remaining item, something related to the Merfolk Queen. Luo Feng had only seen merfolk in various movies and games before, never in real life. Did this mean merfolk truly existed in this world? If so, Luo Feng would be absolutely thrilled. He couldn't wait to examine this item. Mermaid Queen's Call. Level, Unknown. Description: after using this item, you will encounter the Merfolk Queen within 24 hours. What happens afterward depends entirely on your own actions. You might gain a Merfolk Queen as your wife, or you might be killed by the Merfolk Queen. Luo Feng stared thoughtfully at the carving of a mermaid with a human upper body and fish tail in his hand. Can using this thing really summon the Merfolk Queen? 38, Chapter 38, Swift Travel Charm. 1,000 miles in a single day is no longer a dream, 1/5. However, judging by the description, could this item potentially be dangerous? Luo Feng wasn't overly concerned. Even if he encountered the Merfolk Queen, he wouldn't act inappropriately. At most, he might just engage in some verbal banter. With this thought, Luo Feng picked up the incredibly lifelike statue of the Merfolk Queen and ran his hands over it. Surprisingly, the texture felt quite pleasant. At that moment, Luo Feng accidentally applied too much force and knocked off the 2 shell-like coverings on the Merfolk Queen's body. What he saw next left him utterly stunned. Beneath those shells were features identical to those of a normal human. Luo Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. The craftsmanship was far too realistic. Quickly, Luo Feng reattached the shells to the Merfolk Queen. Then, he proceeded to use the statue. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully used Mermaid Queen's Call. Within 24 hours, you will encounter the Merfolk Queen. As the game system's voice faded, the statue of the Merfolk Queen vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a waste. He would have preferred to keep it so he could admire it during idle moments. But then again, seeing the real Merfolk Queen in person wouldn't be a bad trade-off. However, the randomness of the encounter left Luo Feng feeling a bit uneasy. Just then, Luo Feng received a message from Tang Shuiying. Luo Feng, are you awake? Have you had breakfast? Hearing this, Luo Feng chuckled and replied, I woke up a while ago. I've already caught that swimming treasure chest. Soon, I'll start heading toward that island. I'll give you a direction later. Just paddle slowly toward me. If we work together, we'll definitely meet. Tang Shuiying, who had just woken up, glanced at a certain part of her body. Whether it was her imagination or not, it seemed even larger than yesterday. It appeared the epic fluorescent papaya cream was truly effective. She resolved to keep using it, determined to astonish Luo Feng when they finally met. Hearing Luo Feng's words, she said, all right, but be careful. At this moment, Luo Feng was brimming with confidence. Armed with the epic quality spear and the legendary grappling hook, his combat prowess had significantly improved. Even if he couldn't win a fight, escaping with the legendary grappling hook would be a breeze. With that in mind, Luo Feng said, "Got it. If you encounter any danger, let me know immediately. I'll get busy for now." After speaking, Luo Feng picked up an oar. Using it, he could at least somewhat steer the wooden raft in the desired direction. This was only when the wind wasn't too strong. If the waves were too rough, there would be nothing he could do. After paddling for over 10 minutes, Luo Feng began to feel fatigued. He was only using the most common oars, which were far too inefficient. If he could get his hands on higher-grade oars, his speed would increase significantly. At his current sluggish pace, it would be faster for him to swim directly. However, the wooden raft was the most crucial tool for any survivor. Abandoning it would likely mean not surviving much longer. Moreover, Luo Feng's raft carried so much food and high-grade equipment couldn't bear to discard it. Slow was fine for now. This was actually a good time for Luo Feng to explore his system functions. When he opened his exclusive system interface, Luo Feng was immediately startled. He noticed something extra. Host, Luo Feng. Shock points, 66,666. Maximum reward multiplier, 10,000. Daily check-in gift, 1, 2. When did an extra check-in gift appear? As soon as he wondered, the system responded, ding. Answering the host, this is the system's check-in feature. By completing daily life check-ins, you can receive a check-in gift. This is the second day's check-in gift. Daily check-ins begin at midnight. Since the host was asleep at the time, the system automatically stored it for you. Hearing this, Luo Feng recalled something. When he first arrived in this oceanic world, he had already opened a check-in gift once. That was how he obtained the excellent grappling hook. Once he figured this out, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Understood. Open this check-in gift for me now. Ding. Congratulations, host. Daily check-in gift successfully opened. Obtained, Speed Charm +1. Triggered 10,000-fold reward Swift Travel Charm +1. With this system prompt, a charm appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Staring at the Swift Travel Charm, Luo Feng was stunned. How had this raft survival game changed so drastically? Even charms were appearing now. But then he remembered the Myriad Islands illustrated handbook he had obtained with so many islands documented. Was a charm really that strange? Soon, the charm's attributes appeared in Luo Feng's vision. Swift Travel Charm. Grade, Epic. Duration, 100 hours. Maximum speed, 100 km per hour. Description: after using this charm, you can accelerate a specified object or creature. The maximum speed achievable is 100 km per hour, but the user must possess corresponding physical endurance. If a flesh and blood body attempts to move at 100 km per hour, it may turn into a bloody mess within seconds. Even a perfect grade wooden raft could risk disintegration at such speeds. After reading the description, Luo Feng was dumbfounded. This function was unbelievably powerful. It could directly increase the speed of an item. Luo Feng looked at the wooden raft beneath his feet. This time, he wouldn't have to manually row the boat himself. As for making a raft reach a speed of 100 km per hour, that was something Luo Feng didn't even dare to imagine. His expectations weren't that high. As long as it could reach 20 or 30 km per hour, it would still be faster than his current speed. With this in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly stuck the Swift Travel Charm onto the perfect grade raft. 39, Chapter 39, Encountering 3 Passers-by. I'm too famous, 2/5. Luo Feng didn't dare to accelerate too much at once. At first, the wooden raft moved at roughly walking speed, but gradually it picked up pace. Once it reached the speed of an electric scooter, Luo Feng maintained that speed. The Swift Travel Charm not only allowed him to freely control the raft's speed but also its direction, truly an essential artifact for sea travel. Luo Feng began heading toward the island. Initially, the island was just a tiny black dot in his vision. Only after using the legendary telescope did he confirm that the dot was indeed an island. Now, as he advanced, he could see the island's outline even without the telescope. Just as Luo Feng was about to use the legendary telescope to check for dangers on the island, his expression suddenly changed. He spotted several small black dots around the island. As he drew closer, the dots became clearer. They were small wooden rafts surrounding the island. It seemed someone had arrived ahead of him. This was the first time Luo Feng had encountered other humans in this oceanic world. Instead of feeling joy, he grew wary. The rafts were clustered close together, suggesting their occupants were a group. If they discovered Luo Feng's raft was loaded with supplies, trouble would follow. Though Luo Feng didn't seek conflict, he wasn't afraid of it. The main issue was that he didn't want to kill yet. But if these people had ill intentions, he wouldn't hesitate to stain his spear with blood. With that thought, Luo Feng maintained his speed and continued toward the island. As he approached, the 3 rafts came into clearer view, and their occupants soon noticed him. Their expressions turned to shock the moment they saw his raft. Is that a raft? Why is it so big? And look at all the food on it. We're about to strike it rich. Zhang-san, stop drooling over the food. Don't you see there's a guy on that raft holding a spear, watching us? He looks dangerous as hell. Wait, what the hell is that? 2 giant shark carcasses. Did this guy actually kill them? At this stage, there's only one person in this world who could have this much food and take down a great white shark. Shura. The 3 spoke in unison. When they thought of this name, these people became extremely excited. They had been following the chat channel all along and were already very familiar with Shura's reputation. One of the 3 waved his hand and said, "Shura God, it's a pleasure to meet you." Luo Feng was momentarily stunned by the reactions of the 3 people not far away. Why were they so enthusiastic, as if they were Luo Feng's close friends? Luo Feng glanced over and noticed that their wooden raft didn't seem to have any weapons that could be used for attack. Seeing that they had directly called out his name, Luo Feng decided to speak with them for a bit. This would be a good opportunity to ask about the situation on the island. Soon, Luo Feng's large wooden raft began to approach their smaller rafts. However, the 3 small rafts were tied together with ropes to prevent drifting apart. After getting closer, Luo Feng asked with some confusion, "Do you know me? How do you know my name?" When the 3 saw Luo Feng's large raft up close, they were completely dumbfounded. Piles of apples, piles of bananas, piles of dumplings, a large basin of fish, and various tools on the rafty was all too dazzling for them. They couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed on the food. They couldn't believe that Luo Feng had managed to obtain so much food. For people who hadn't had a full meal yet, this was a massive shock. Hearing Luo Feng's question, Li Si finally snapped out of it and said, "Hello, Shura Big Boss. We've seen your messages in the chat channel before. When we noticed the 2 great white shark corpses on your raft, we figured no one else in this ocean world could have that kind of strength besides Shura. Also, we once traded with you for a time accelerator we obtained. Right, we never expected to run into Shura Big Boss here. It's truly an honor for the 3 of us. Shura Big Boss, you're amazing. How did you manage to get so much food alone? Could you teach us your methods?" Luo Feng was surprised by their reactions. He hadn't realized his reputation had grown so much that random people could recognize him. However, he wasn't planning to engage in small talk with them. So, Luo Feng said, "That's not something I can share. Have any of you entered that island before? If you have, you can tell me about the situation inside, and I'll reward you with food. If not, then we'll have to part ways here." Hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. Then, Li Si spoke up, "Shura Big Boss, to be honest, the 3 of us were just blown away from the edge of that island by the wind. Not only that, but there are already people who have landed on it. When we got close, they attacked us. So, the 3 of us decided to take advantage of the wind direction to leave this island and then land again from a different direction." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was startled. He hadn't expected that humans had already landed on this island. What's more crucial was that the people on the island were actually trying to prevent others from landing. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. Chapter 40 Giant Type Island? Are the chickens here big? 3/5. If Luo Feng were to approach, he would undoubtedly be attacked as well. Considering this, Luo Feng spoke up, "Do you know how many people are on this island?" Li Si thought for a moment before replying, "We don't know. When we were still dozens of meters away from the island, we noticed arrows being shot from within it. 3 arrows were fired simultaneously. But as for how many people are actually inside, we have no idea. If it weren't for a sudden strong gust of wind, the 3 of us might have been too slow to retreat and would have been killed by those arrows." Hearing this, Luo Feng fell into deep thought. Judging by the situation, attempting to land on this island would likely lead to conflict. If that were the case, a battle would be unavoidable. As Luo Feng was pondering this, Li Si noticed his intention to board the island and said, "If you want to land on this island, you could try approaching from a different direction. After all, the island isn't that small. It's impossible for them to monitor every direction. Shura, Big Boss, why don't we team up? There's strength in numbers." Luo Feng chuckled at the suggestion and replied, "No need for teaming up. As thanks for sharing this information with me, I'll give each of you a piece of shark meat." With that, Luo Feng handed over 3 pieces of shark meat to the group. The 3 men looked at the shark meat in their hands with great excitement. "Thank you, Shura, Big Boss." They understood that since Luo Feng had made his stance clear, they couldn't follow him anymore. With his abundant food supply, Luo Feng would naturally be wary of others. One of them spoke up, "Since Shura, Big Boss has said so, we won't disturb you further. However, there's currently a strong sea wind blowing toward us from that direction. It'll be very difficult to approach now. You might want to wait until the wind dies down before proceeding." These 3 had just been blown back by the sea wind themselves. After receiving the food as payment, they felt obliged to offer this reminder. Luo Feng smiled at their words. In the past, he might have detoured to avoid such conditions. But now, he had no such intention. His swift travel charm wasn't just for show. Even if the wind were 10 times stronger, Luo Feng would press forward undeterred. With this in mind, Luo Feng said, "If you come across any time accelerators in the future, feel free to trade with me. I'll be on my way now." As he spoke, Luo Feng activated his swift travel charm and began moving forward. He wasn't the least bit concerned about revealing the charm's capabilities in front of these people. After all, this was the ocean game world, any item could appear, and anything could happen. Most importantly, Luo Feng still needed to collect shock points to level up his 10,000-fold reward system. This meant Luo Feng had no possibility of keeping a low profile. As Luo Feng's wooden raft continued moving forward, the three men finally noticed something terrifying. At this moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Am I seeing things? Azura, Big Boss's raft is moving forward without any power equipment, and at such a high speed too. What in the world is going on? Could it be that Shura Big Boss isn't human? Did we just run into a ghost? If that's the case, it wouldn't be hard to explain why he gathers resources so much faster than others. What nonsense are you two spouting? Shura Big Boss just gave me some food, and here you are bad-mouthing him behind his back. How shameless. But I'm also really curious, how is this raft moving without any power equipment? Is this some advanced feature of high-tier rafts? Luo Feng, however, paid no attention to their reactions. He took out his binoculars to check if there were any dangers on the island ahead. He did seem to spot several figures at the island's edge, holding bows and arrows. It appeared they had already noticed Luo Feng's approach. Just as Luo Feng got closer, he suddenly noticed that the Myriad Islands illustrated handbook in his pocket had begun glowing. Thrilled, Luo Feng quickly pulled it out. On the handbook, an image of the island appeared, accompanied by a new text description. Island. Attribute, Giant Type. Description: this is a giant-type island, where most animals far exceed normal biological sizes. A single chicken here might be larger than an elephant. Danger level. Luo Feng was stunned. So this was the function of the Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook? It could directly analyze and evaluate an island? This way, Luo Feng could learn about an island's conditions in advance and prepare accordingly. It seemed this handbook was truly an incredible tool. And if Luo Feng remembered correctly, this was just one of its basic functions. The more island records he unlocked, the more features the handbook would reveal. Who knows? Maybe in the future, it could even list all the species and quantities of creatures on an island, along with the locations and amounts of various resources and minerals. If the handbook could really achieve that, Luo Feng would be set for life. The Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook was absolutely a divine artifact for island exploration. With that thought, Luo Feng tucked the handbook back into his pocket. Although he now knew this was a giant-type island, Luo Feng wasn't the least bit worried. His epic quality spear would teach these oversized animals a lesson. At this moment, the three people behind Luo Feng saw his wooden raft advancing rapidly, seemingly unaffected by the sea breeze at all, and they all fell into deep thought. One of them spoke up, looking at how fast Shura's wooden raft is moving. Could it be that the sea breeze has already died down? Or perhaps the wind direction has even changed, now blowing toward the island. 41, Chapter 41, Advancing Against the Wind Without Oars? Showing off like the wind? 4/5. Should we try going over too? If this sea wind disappears, we can get closer to the island again. After all, there's nothing we can do just floating out here on the ocean. We should go to the island to find some food first. Those people might not attack us out of respect for Shura. Shura just said he wouldn't team up with me, but he didn't say we couldn't follow him. Let's go after him now. After discussing it, the three of them reached a consensus. They picked up their oars and began rowing with all their might. However, after just a short while, they could already feel the sea wind blowing against their wooden raft. Just as they tried to keep rowing, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The powerful gust sent their raft rapidly backward. At that moment, they saw massive waves churning violently around the island. It seemed the wind was simply too strong. When they realized what was happening, they were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. If it were calm, we could understand Shura's raft moving so fast. But right now, there's an incredibly strong sea wind blowing. Shura's raft is advancing against such a powerful headwind and at such speed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Even seeing it, I still can't believe it. Anyone who didn't know better would think Shura's raft was a speedboat. No engine, yet it's pushing forward against such strong winds. This world has gone completely mad. Good thing we didn't have any ill intentions toward Shura earlier. Otherwise, we might have ended up as shark food by now. The three of them were utterly terrified by Luo Feng's display. Even though anything was possible in this game world, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different kind of shock. And so, under their stunned gazes, Luo Feng sailed farther and farther away. As he advanced, Luo Feng could feel the sheer force of the wind. If not for the swift travel charm, his wooden raft would have been blown who knows where by now. As he drew closer, Luo Feng could see several people standing at the island's edge, watching his approach. These islanders held bows and arrows, their eyes fixed on his raft. Yet their faces were also filled with shock, as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. One of them, sounding nervous, spoke up, "Brother Hao, that guy coming toward us and his raft are strange. How can he be advancing against such strong winds? Maybe we shouldn't attack him. This might be someone we can't afford to mess with." Wang Hao glanced at the speaker and sneered. "Xiao Zhao, when we killed those other players earlier, I didn't see you hesitate. Now, with the 5 of us, can we really not take on one person from the other side? You've all seen what's inside this island. The animals here are enormous. This is truly a treasure island. Our future survival depends on this island. So, we absolutely cannot allow anyone else to approach it. Besides, with each of us wielding a superior grade bow, isn't it incredibly easy to take someone down? Hearing Wang Hao's words, the other 4 companions glanced at the superior grade bows in their hands and nodded in agreement. They had only explored a small part of this island so far, yet they had already obtained 5 superior grade bow blueprints, along with some other high-tier item blueprints. It was safe to say that this island was overflowing with resources. However, it was also extremely dangerous. They only dared to explore the outskirts. Originally, their group had 12 members when they discovered this island yesterday, but a conflict arose between Wang Hao and one of them. As a result, Wang Hao led 7 others to kill the remaining 4. The rest were killed by the island's creatures during their exploration. Even so, they had come to realize the island's immense value. Therefore, they had to eliminate anyone who tried to approach it. Earlier, 3 newcomers had nearly died under their superior grade bows, but a sudden gust of wind had blown those 3 away. At this moment, one of them spoke up, "Brother Hao is right. We can't let anyone else near this island, or they'll compete with us for these resources. This island isn't big enough to share with a large number of people." Despite the abundance of wood resources on the island, crafting high-tier items required even more materials. Likely, all the wood on the island combined would only be enough to make a few high-tier items. With this in mind, all 5 of them turned their attention to Luo Feng's wooden raft. They raised their superior grade bows, ready to attack Luo Feng. As Luo Feng drew slightly closer, all 5 of them fired arrows at him simultaneously. Seeing the 5 arrows streaking through the sky, Luo Feng's heart grew eerily calm. It seemed today would be a day of bloodshed. Luo Feng had never been one to kill lightly, but the moment he approached the island, these 5 had immediately tried to take his life without a word. He didn't understand what they were thinking, but right now, he didn't care to know. In Luo Feng's eyes, these 5 were already corpses. Though he had never killed in reality, his experience in games was extensive. He could treat this as just another game. Meanwhile, not far from the island, the 3 survivors were also watching the scene unfold. They wanted to see how Shura would handle the attacks from all 5 at once. They couldn't help but worry. No matter how strong Shura was, could one man really take on 5 alone? Most importantly, Shura didn't seem to have any long-range attack items. How could he fight against 5 archers? From their brief encounter with Shura, they could sense that he seemed like a rather decent person. They didn't want Shura to die like this. 42 Chapter 42 Heads like watermelons. Shatter at a touch, 5/5. Luo Feng saw the arrows flying toward him and immediately accelerated, causing all of them to miss their mark. Moreover, with strong winds blowing across the sea, these arrows had little effect. Seeing how determined the other side was to kill him, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He took out his legendary grappling hook and hurled it toward one of the men. The speed of Luo Feng's legendary grappling hook was incredibly fast. Within seconds, it had already reached the island. The men were terrified when they saw a massive hook flying toward them, scattering in panic. But this was a legendary grappling hook. Once someone entered its 10-meter range, escape was impossible. Horrified, they watched as the hook seemed to have a mind of its own, homing in on one man before clamping onto his head. The moment the hook seized his head, the man screamed in terror and pain, "Brother Hao, save me. I don't want to die." Wang Hao was also startled by the situation and didn't dare approach. But he knew that abandoning his teammate and fleeing now would only make things worse. Once Luo Feng reached the shore, thinking quickly, Wang Hao shouted, "Stay calm. While he's still on the raft, focus on shooting him down. If we kill him now, there's nothing to fear. If we run, he'll pick us off one by one. Xiao Zhao, grab a knife and cut the rope to save Xiao Li." The group had been in complete disarray, but Wang Hao's words snapped them back to focus. They had followed his leadership before, going from starving to amassing plenty of resources, so they still trusted his judgment. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhao grabbed a large knife and rushed toward the grappling hook. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 men and Wang Hao, seeing the approaching raft, wasted no time and began firing arrows frantically. Among them, Wang Hao had practiced archery before, and with the superior grade bow, his accuracy was decent. One of his arrows even landed on Luo Feng's 9x9 giant raft. Frowning, Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder why were these people so fearless, so determined to kill him? This was his first time encountering them. Why were they so eager to take his life? If Wang Hao and his group had never killed before, they wouldn't have made such a ruthless decision upon first meeting. But 4 people had already died by their hands. That experience had left a deep impact on them. Under extreme circumstances, people's personalities can change drastically. After all, very few can kill and remain completely unfazed. Deep down, they were extremely worried. What if others discovered their secret? This was precisely why they were determined to kill Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng couldn't care less about their concerns. Since these people insisted on taking his life, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't hold back. So, he commanded the legendary grappling hook to retract. The person caught by the legendary grappling hook was swiftly dragged toward the sea. Xiao Zhao could only watch helplessly as Xiao Li's body was pulled into the water. Once Xiao Li's body sank beneath the surface, the seawater suddenly turned crimson. Xiao Li was dead. Then, the legendary grappling hook returned to Luo Feng's hand. Washed by the seawater, the hook remained as pristine as ever. At this moment, Luo Feng felt little emotional turmoil. Now, he wanted to know why these people had tried to kill him, so he didn't immediately strike again. The 4 men on the island were utterly terrified by Luo Feng's actions. They didn't dare make another move. Luo Feng's wooden raft moved swiftly, and soon, he reached the shore. Standing at the edge, Luo Feng spoke coldly, "Drop your bows. Don't make any sudden moves, or my grappling hook will fly again." Hearing his words and seeing the exquisitely crafted hook in his hand, the men froze in fear. To them, Luo Feng now seemed like a demonic killer. From nearly 100 meters away, he had effortlessly taken out one of their companions with a single strike of his hook. It was horrifying. Trembling, all 4 of them lowered their bows. As Luo Feng approached the island's edge, Wang Hao could clearly see the massive wooden raft behind him, piled high with fruits and food. But when his gaze landed on the 2 great white shark carcasses, his heart skipped a beat. A name flashed through his mind: Shura. Hesitantly, he stammered, "Are you Shura?" Luo Feng was taken aback. "How am I this famous?" he wondered. 2 random groups, and both recognize me. But when he noticed their awestruck expressions, he understood. His raft, loaded with mountains of food and the 2 shark corpses, only Shura could have amassed such resources. His expression darkened. "If you knew I was Shura, why attack me? I never provoked you. Yet you tried to kill me." Wang Hao suddenly broke into a nervous smile. "Great Shura God, this is all a huge misunderstanding. We've heard so much about Yoi Ve always admired you. We were just joking earlier. We never imagined your skills were this incredible. No wonder you've gathered so much in such a short time." Luo Feng sneered inwardly when he heard their words. Those people had all fired at him, and now they were claiming it was just a joke. Did they really think Luo Feng was a 3-year-old child? Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke expressionlessly. "Just earlier, I encountered 3 people." 43, Chapter 43 Treasure Map Fragment +1, one step closer to the mysterious treasure. "You were shooting at them too. Were you just joking around as well? Seems like your way of joking is quite special. How many people have you killed since coming to this ocean world?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Wang Hao was startled. He hadn't expected Luo Feng to ask such a question. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, their eyes all flickered with panic. Fortunately, Wang Hao had a strong mental fortitude. He spoke up, "Shura, you should know this too. We're already in the ocean world now. There are no laws binding us here. Killing a few people to compete for resources shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, these people don't truly die, they just lose 30 years of their lifespan. Surviving alone in the ocean world is extremely difficult. With more people, the efficiency of gathering resources increases. How about distant kill the 4 of us, and we'll follow your orders from now on. We'll hand over all the resources we collect to you. Does that sound acceptable?" Luo Feng fell into thought after hearing this. It wasn't that he wanted to take these people as subordinates, she didn't even care for their resources. At this moment, Luo Feng was considering whether to eliminate all of them. If he let them go, what if they sought revenge later? Moreover, these people had already killed quite a few. After some deliberation, Luo Feng made a decision. Based on his years of gaming experience, showing mercy was never the right move. Just then, Luo Feng heard the man speak again. "Shura, to show my sincerity, I have a treasure map fragment here. I think you might be interested. Ive decided to give it to you." Luo Feng was stunned. Did this guy actually have a treasure map fragment? Immediately after, Luo Feng saw the man reach into his pocket. Instantly alert, Luo Feng focused his attention on him. If the man made any suspicious moves, Luo Feng's legendary grappling hook would land on his head in an instant. When Wang Hao finally pulled his hand out of his pocket, Luo Feng indeed saw a treasure map fragment in his grasp. "Hand over the treasure map fragment through a trade," Luo Feng said. Wang Hao wasn't surprised by the request. Smiling, he replied, "Shura, you can see how sincere we are, right? As long as you let us stay, we'll serve you loyally." Treasure map fragment 1, traded for nothing. When Luo Feng saw the name on the trade request, his heart skipped a beat. Noticed the man's name was Wang Hao. If Luo Feng remembered correctly, he had heard this name somewhere before. Someone had once mentioned in the chat channel that their cousin had been killed by a man named Wang Hao, and that person had publicly called him out for it. Could the person before him really be that Wang Hao? At this moment, Luo Feng chose to accept the trade. Thus, a treasure map fragment appeared in Luo Feng's hand. Before Luo Feng could even examine it closely, Wang Hao suddenly sprang into action. During their exchange, Wang Hao had been discussing a plan with his 3 teammates through the chat channel. Their plan was simple: the moment Luo Feng took possession of the treasure map fragment, all 4 of them would simultaneously pick up their bows and shoot Luo Feng dead. The 4 of them had grown extremely envious after seeing the food on Luo Feng's wooden raft. Even at the risk of their lives, they were determined to kill Luo Feng. Moreover, the sight of the grappling hook in Luo Feng's hand filled them with bitter envy. Why could Luo Feng alone possess so much food and high-grade items? Meanwhile, despite their desperate struggles, the best they could obtain were excellent grade items, with barely enough food to survive. not to mention the variety of fruits. Now, blinded by jealousy, they seemed to have completely forgotten the terror Luo Feng had just instilled in them. And so, at this very moment, all four of them bent down simultaneously, intending to shoot Luo Feng dead with their bows. They were, at most, 30 meters away from Luo Feng. If they were fast enough, it might just work. However, they had severely underestimated Luo Feng's strength. Although Luo Feng had just acquired the treasure map fragment, he hadn't let his guard down around these people. Especially after realizing that this was Wang Hasomion who would kill his own good friend for resource. She knew this was a ruthless character. And indeed, the moment Luo Feng saw them bending down, he knew their time was up. Without hesitation, Luo Feng's legendary grappling hook shot straight toward Wang Hao's arm. The hook moved with lightning speed. Just as Wang Hao's hand touched the bow, the sharp iron claw of the grappling hook clamped onto his arm. Then crack. An arm fell to the ground. The grappling hook swiftly retracted back to Luo Feng's arm. The entire group was frozen in shock by what had just happened. For a moment, none of them dared to move. All of them remained bent over in stunned silence. Wang Hao stared at his severed arm, overwhelmed by despair. Shura was truly terrifying. Now, he deeply regretted provoking Shura. If he hadn't, given how much Shura possessed, he likely wouldn't have bothered with them at all. With this realization, Wang Hao immediately dropped to his knees. He began kowtowing frantically, his forehead smacking against the ground as he begged for mercy. Lord Shura, please spare my wretched life. I was blind, I shouldn't have crossed you. I'll give you all my food and supplies, just let me go. As he continued kowtowing, blood streamed down his forehead. Seeing this, his three accomplices were so terrified that they too dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Among them, Wang Hao was like their leader. Even Wang Hao was kneeling and begging for mercy non-stop, so they knew that this time, they might all die. Seeing their reactions, Luo Feng sneered and said, "If you had known this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place?" 44, Chapter 44, 5 kills achieved, easy as pie. You immediately tried to kill me upon meeting. It seems lawless places truly bring out the worst in people. Since that's the case, I hope you'll learn to be better when you return to the real world. With that, Luo Feng's throwing hook flew out once more. Wang Hao was so terrified he couldn't even move his body. A blood-curdling scream later. Wang Hao's head rolled. The remaining three men trembled with fear upon witnessing this, their legs turning to jelly. One even wet himself in terror. One of them, realizing his inevitable demise, suddenly grabbed a bow and arrow from the ground in a desperate attempt to shoot Luo Feng. But another scream followed and another death. Soon, 4 corpses lay before Luo Feng. 5 kills. However, the bodies didn't remain for long. They dissolved into beams of white light before vanishing completely. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. So that's how it works. This truly was the ocean game world. The question was, where were these people sent after death? Back to the real world? Or into another game? There was no way to know. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it. Instead, he gathered all the dropped items to see if anything could be of use. Where the bodies had been, 4 boxes now sat. Luo Feng approached Wang Hao's box first, and its contents appeared before him. Wang Hao's box: wood 30, palm leaves 20, metal sheet 20, plastic 20, glass 20, time accelerator 1 hour. Disappointment flickered across Luo Feng's face. The box contained nothing but basic materials resources he already had in abundance. Still, he didn't waste anything. He looted every last box clean. Without delay, Luo Feng returned to his wooden raft and sailed along the shore until he spotted the other players' rafts. They hadn't dared stray too far from their rafts, as their food supplies were stored there. For ocean survivors, a raft was practically a second life. By continuously upgrading their rafts, players could unlock more functions. A quick inspection revealed their supplies were mediocre at best, so unimpressive that Luo Feng couldn't even muster the desire to plunder them. Instead, he listed everything on the trading platform. Good quality water purifier, trades 4, time accelerator 30 minutes. Bow and arrow 4, trades 4, time accelerator 30 minutes. 2L purified water, trades 4, time accelerator 30 minutes. The moment Luo flooded the market with these items, waves of spectators rushed to witness the spectacle. Damn, is Shura Big Boss about to rob someone? Why are all these complete sets of supplies being traded? This is really terrifying. I never expected Shura Big Boss to be such a ruthless character. I seriously suspect Shura Big Boss wiped out an entire team by himself. If that's the case, won't Shura Big Boss start killing others too? I truly didn't expect that even with so many supplies, Shura Big Boss would resort to murder and robbery. The image of Shura Big Boss in my mind has been shattered. This is actually my cousin's clothes. How did they end up being traded by Shura? Did Shura Big Boss kill Wang Hao? Seeing how agitated everyone was, Luo Feng sent a message. This matter is exactly as you all guessed. I believe that in this oceanic world, many people have already resorted to violence for food, some even targeting their own friends and family. I can't control these people. But if anyone dares to provoke me, these 5 individuals serve as an example. I don't seek trouble, but if trouble comes to me, I will eliminate it. After Luo Feng sent this message, the players were stunned by his words. For a moment, no one dared to speak carelessly. However, one person finally broke the silence. "Sure God, I can't thank you enough for avenging my cousin. Before, my cousin and Wang Hao were close friends. Who would have thought that after coming to this world, Wang Hao would do something like this? You really can't judge a person's heart by their face. We just encountered Shura God earlier. We were almost killed by Wang Hao too, but thankfully, Shura God stepped in and dealt with those guys. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of Shura God, we won't stand for it. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Iraya 3 actually went through something like this and didn't tell me. Do you not consider me, Meizi, a real brother?" Luo Feng didn't bother saying anything more. No matter what these people said, as long as they didn't target him, he didn't care. After handling these matters, Luo Feng found a suitable spot by the shore and anchored his wooden raft. At the edge of the island, he spotted coconut trees and the enormous coconuts hanging from them. Even from a distance, the sheer size of the coconuts shocked him. Just as Luo Feng stepped off the raft, he suddenly received a message from Tang Shuiying. "Luo Feng, were you in danger just now? Did those people hurt you? Are you injured?" While browsing the chat channel, Tang Shuiying had seen that Luo Feng had killed 5 people. Her first thought was whether he had been harmed. After all, Luo Feng was only a sophomore in college. The idea of him fighting and killing 5 people was almost unimaginable to her. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Had those 5 men hurt him at all? Luo Feng felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Tang Shuiying's concern. After learning about the incident, she hadn't feared him for killing someone but had immediately come to check if he was injured. It was clear that Luo Feng's safety had become the most important thing in Tang Shuiying's heart. Thinking of this, Luo Feng spoke up, "You don't need to worry too much. All 5 of them have been dealt with." 45, Chapter 45, Drinking Coconut Juice. My strength is already vastly different from before. Through this encounter, I've come to realize that this ocean game has become completely lawless. So if you encounter other humans, never interact with them casually. Don't get too close either, because I'm afraid you might be in danger. If you spot other humans, tell me immediately. Luo Feng knew all too well that with Tang Shuiying's devilish figure, someone would inevitably get ideas if they saw her. It was better to keep Tang Shuiying away from such people, better safe than sorry. However, Luo Feng now possessed the swift travel charm. Once he explored part of this giant-type island, he would go find Tang Shuiying. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Tang Shuiying felt an overwhelming warmth and security. Thank goodness she had met Luo Feng after arriving in this oceanic world. Otherwise, as a woman alone, surviving here would have been incredibly difficult. At this thought, she silently thanked the heavens for giving her this chance to spend time alone with Luo Feng. Otherwise, she might never have discovered his virtues. Nor would she have experienced what it felt like to be cared for by a man. This feeling was something Tang Shuiying had never known before. In the past, she would never have believed she'd ever actively worry about a man's safety. Even when gathering materials, she'd often find herself thinking of Luo Feng, wanting to talk to him. But she also knew Luo Feng was busy, so unless something urgent came up, she wouldn't disturb him. The image of Luo Feng in her memory wasn't entirely clear anymore, and now she longed to see him again. Even if Luo Feng ended up disliking her after learning she was Tang Shuiying, she still wanted to meet him. With this in mind, Tang Shuiying said, "All right, if I spot anyone else, I'll notify you immediately so you won't worry about me. Actually, there's another reason I came to find you. I think I've discovered another special bronze treasure chest. Once I get a little closer, I can claim it, and then I'll be able to give it to you." Luo Feng was startled by Tang Shuiying's words. He hadn't expected her to have so many treasure chests. And a special bronze treasure chest at that. This was a huge surprise for Luo Feng. Generally, the more unique the chest, the better its contents. A smile spread across Luo Feng's face. "Alright, be careful then," he said. "Later, I'll give you something delicious to drink as a reward, me goddess of luck." Tang Shuiying grew curious upon hearing this. Did Luo Feng have some new beverage besides purified water? So, she asked with great curiosity, "What's this delicious drink you're talking about? Can you give me a hint? That way, I'll have more motivation to work." Luo Feng thought for a moment, deciding to keep Tang Shuiying in suspense, and said, "Don't be impatient. You'll get to taste it soon. I can give you a little clue. I guarantee you'll love it." What Luo Feng was referring to wasn't anything else, it was the coconut juice from the nearby coconut trees. At this moment, Tang Shuiying, upon hearing Luo Feng's words, suddenly blushed intensely, as if she had heard something incredibly embarrassing. Could it be? Surely Luo Feng wasn't that kind of person, right? But what if Luo Feng was serious? Should she drink it or not? After all, she had never tasted anything like that before. Little did Luo Feng know that his simple remark had sent Tang Shuiying into a whirlwind of wild imagination. She was now caught in an intense internal struggle. Should she drink whatever Luo Feng was offering? The thing was, Luo Feng hadn't expected this reaction. On an island, wasn't coconut juice the first thing that came to mind? After securing his wooden raft, Luo Feng began walking toward the island. From a distance, he could see several towering coconut trees, thick and tall, easily 30 meters high by conservative estimates. And on these massive coconut trees hung several enormous coconuts. Their sheer size startled Luo Feng. Could these be the coconuts of a giant-type island? This thought led to another, more terrifying idea in Luo Feng's mind. If this island were compared to a giant, then what would these thick coconut trees and massive coconuts represent? As soon as this thought surfaced, Luo Feng quickly shook it off, afraid to let his imagination run wild. Otherwise, he might not be able to bring himself to proceed. Now, Luo Feng understood why the other rafts he had seen earlier had no coconuts. With coconut trees this tall, ordinary people would have no way of retrieving the coconuts. And if one of these enormous coconuts fell from such a height, it could easily kill a person on impact. Just standing beneath them, Luo Feng estimated that these coconuts were at least size E. Without further hesitation, Luo Feng took out his legendary grappling hook. While others might struggle to harvest these coconuts, it was no challenge for Luo Feng. Of course, he didn't plan to use the legendary grappling hook to yank the massive coconuts down directly. He was worried that if the coconuts fell from over 30 meters, they might shatter upon impact. Instead, Luo Feng aimed the grappling hook at a thick branch near one of the enormous coconuts. In no time, the legendary grappling hook latched securely onto the branch. Then, Luo Feng took out a perfect wooden plank and began winding the rope around it. 46, Chapter 46 Giant Coconut, F. 4/7. Luo Feng then stood on the wooden board and began pulling the rope, causing his body to slowly ascend upwards just like riding an elevator. The rope of the legendary grappling hook possessed remarkable durability. It could easily support not just Luo Feng alone, but even 10 more of him without any issue. The 30-meter height wasn't too daunting, and soon, Luo Feng reached the trunk of the coconut tree. Now, he could observe the two giant coconuts up close. When Luo Feng got a clear look, he was stunned by their sheer size. These were the largest coconuts he had ever seen. The two giant coconuts before him matched his earlier estimate as if not exceeded them, as his initial guess had been somewhat conservative. One of the coconuts was as big as an E-cup, while the other was even larger, comparable to an F-cup. Luo Feng then took out a knife and, with all his might, managed to detach the E-cup-sized coconut from its stem. The main issue was how firmly these giant coconuts were attached. But Luo Feng understood given their massive size, if they weren't securely fastened, they would have sagged or even fallen to the ground long ago. Just this single E-cup coconut weighed several dozen pounds. As soon as Luo Feng obtained the E-cup coconut, a system notification suddenly chimed. Obtained giant coconut, E+1. 10x reward. Obtained fine quality giant coconut, E+1. Hearing this, Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this to trigger a reward. If this was the case, then Luo Feng was in for a massive haul. Curious, he checked the attributes of the fine quality giant coconut. Giant coconut. Grade, fine. Description: the coconut juice inside this coconut is of exceptional quality. Not only does it have an excellent taste, but it is also packed with rich nutrients. It tastes even better than regular coconut milk, and the amount of juice inside is plentiful, ensuring you can drink to your heart's content. No more worries about thirst. After reading the description, Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Coconut juice that tastes like coconut milk? That sounded absolutely amazing. Later, he planned to bring this E-cup coconut back to his wooden raft, freeze it with a perfect ice block, and enjoy some chilled coconut juice. With this thought, Luo Feng raised the binoculars hanging around his neck and scanned the shoreline where his raft was anchored. Seeing that nothing unusual was happening, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that while he was busy harvesting coconuts, Zhou might show up. Although his raft didn't have any electric batteries, it was stocked with plenty of food enough to make him concerned. Right now, Luo Feng deeply wished he could obtain a spatial storage device. In that case, if Luo Feng were to go ashore, he could store all the items, including the wooden raft, directly into his spatial equipment in one go. The storage space Luo Feng requested wasn't too big, just about 100 million square meters. Though Luo Feng was indulging in wild fantasies, who knew? Maybe one day, he'd actually succeed. However, Luo Feng didn't let his hands stay idle. Using the throwing hook, he lowered the giant coconut, to the ground. Then, Luo Feng turned his gaze to another, even larger coconut, F. Just as he was about to retrieve this giant coconut, F, Luo Feng suddenly froze, stopping mid-action. A serious concern struck him. What if this giant coconut, F, triggered a multiple reward effect in quantity? Would a massive number of coconuts just appear out of thin air? If a large number of coconuts suddenly materialized mid-air and then fell to the ground, Luo Feng couldn't guarantee that these giant coconuts, F, would remain unharmed. These giant coconuts, F, were extremely important to Luo Feng as a beverage source, and he had no intention of wasting them. Thinking this, Luo Feng spoke up. System, do you have a temporary storage function? If a large number of coconuts are rewarded later, could you store them for me first? At this height, if a bunch of coconuts suddenly appear, I won't be able to handle them. Ding. Answering the host, you're overthinking it. If a large number of coconuts appear, they won't just drop to the ground. This system provides user-friendly services. Hearing this, Luo Feng relaxed. As long as it wasn't as he imagined, it was fine. At that moment, a sudden thought popped into Luo Feng's mind, and he asked, System. In other novels I've read, systems can often take on forms either as cute little lolies or alluring, voluptuous beauties. Do you have that kind of function? Ding. Answering the host, this question is outside the scope of responses. Please ask another question. Luo Feng wasn't surprised by the system's answer. He had only asked casually, without any real expectations. Now that his earlier concern was resolved, Luo Feng went ahead and retrieved the giant coconut, F. Right at that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Obtain giant coconut, F plus 1. 100-fold reward. Obtained fine quality giant coconut, F plus 10. Following the system's prompt, Luo Feng looked at the ground. Sure enough, 9 giant coconuts, F, had suddenly appeared there. Holding the giant coconut, F, in his hand, Luo Feng couldn't help but grumble. Couldn't the system have taken this one down too? So inconsiderate. Was there even a place to rate the system? Now that all the coconuts had been picked, Luo Feng had no reason to stay on the coconut tree any longer. So, he lowered the giant coconut, F, to the ground. Just as Luo Feng was about to climb down, his expression suddenly changed. Because he saw a large animal charging straight toward him. Clearly, its target was the giant coconuts on the ground. Luo Feng saw the situation and thought to himself that it was bad. He quickly picked up his legendary grappling hook, intending to find an opportunity to catch the large animal. After observing the massive creature before him for a while, Luo Feng's expression became rather complicated. 47, Chapter 47, An excellent giant chicken? What a treat, 5/7. Because the more he looked at this large creature, the more it resembled a chicken. However, the sheer size of this chicken left Luo Feng utterly astonished. The chicken stood a full 2 meters tall. Its body was also exceptionally massive. The chicken moved with remarkable speed, quickly darting over to the coconuts. Upon seeing these enormous coconuts, the chicken appeared visibly delighted and attempted to peck them open with its beak. Watching the chicken's fluid movements, Luo Feng realized this wasn't the first time it had done something like this. But these coconuts already belonged to Luo Feng. How could he let this giant chicken eat them? So Luo Feng controlled his legendary grappling hook, hurling it toward the chicken's head. Just as the hook was about to strike, the chicken suddenly dodged with a swift movement. However, the grappling hook had a built-in tracking function. It immediately adjusted its trajectory and flew toward the chicken's head again. Spotting this, the chicken retaliated by pecking at the hook with its beak. Then Luo Feng heard a loud clang. The chicken's beak had actually repelled the grappling hook. Seeing this, Luo Feng's heart tightened. This chicken's beak was formidable. If it pecked a human, wouldn't it pierce straight through the body in one strike? Next, the chicken seemed to have identified its target, relentlessly pecking at Luo Feng's grappling hook. Thus, Luo Feng's attack failed the first time his legendary grappling hook had ever missed. Luo Feng quickly retracted the hook. The chicken, noticing the sudden disappearance of the hook, glanced around but found nothing unusual. Its attention returned to the coconuts. Realizing that his coconuts would be in trouble if he didn't intervene, Luo Feng turned his gaze to the epic quality spear lying on the ground. Since climbing trees with a spear was inconvenient, he had left it there earlier. Without wasting time, Luo Feng used the grappling hook to retrieve the spear. After all, the spear was meant for combat, while the hook was primarily for retrieving items. An epic quality spear could pierce through iron like butter. Killing a chicken would be child's play. The giant chicken was vigorously pecking at a coconut, growing increasingly puzzled. Why were today's coconuts so much harder than usual? Normally, a few pecks would crack them open, but after nearly 10 attempts, this one remained intact. The reason was simple: these coconuts had leveled up, and their hardness had increased accordingly. Once Luo Feng had the spear in hand, he launched the grappling hook at the chicken once more. However, this time Luo Feng wasn't aiming for the chicken's head, but rather its claws. Just at that moment, the giant chicken managed to peck open the coconut and immediately stuck its beak inside to drink the delicious coconut water. But it had no idea that danger was approaching. The legendary grappling hook quickly reached the giant chicken. Since it wasn't attacking the chicken's head this time, the chicken didn't immediately notice the hook's approach. Then, the hook directly struck the giant chicken's claw. By the time the giant chicken reacted, it was already too late. The legendary grappling hook had tightly grasped the giant chicken's claw. Luo Feng then controlled the legendary grappling hook to tighten, intending to directly sever the giant chicken's claw. However, the legendary grappling hook didn't immediately cut through the claw, but it did manage to sever a significant portion of the bone. The pain caused the giant chicken to start struggling wildly, trying to break free and escape. Luo Feng, who had long been prepared, immediately controlled the hook to retract. Meanwhile, the giant chicken attempted to flee. Under the force of the pull, the giant chicken's claw. Snap! The giant chicken's claw broke. The giant chicken immediately collapsed to the ground. It struggled desperately, trying to escape, but with only one leg left, it couldn't stand up again. Seeing this, Luo Feng thrust his epic quality spear toward the giant chicken. Although Luo Feng didn't throw the spear, the giant chicken was about 2 meters tall and nearly 2 meters wide. Given this, Luo Feng was confident he could hit the chicken. With a final screech, the spear pierced the chicken's body. Now pinned to the ground by Luo Feng's spear, the chicken couldn't move. Only after ensuring it was safe did Luo Feng use the legendary grappling hook to descend from the 30-meter-tall coconut tree. After all, Luo Feng was still wary of the giant chicken's beak. He didn't want to end up with a few extra holes in his body. As soon as Luo Feng reached the ground, the giant chicken noticed him and immediately realized this was the person who had attacked it. Enraged, the giant chicken wanted to attack Luo Feng, but no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't move. All it did was cause itself more pain. Seeing this, Luo Feng said, "Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more it hurts. Don't worry, I'll be quick. I promise it won't hurt too much." Luo Feng didn't have any sadistic tendencies towards small animals or large ones, for that matter. He was just trying to survive and wanted a taste of chicken meat. Since this chicken had delivered itself to his doorstep, Luo Feng saw no reason to refuse. In less than a minute, Luo Feng killed the chicken, giving it a quick and painless death. Now, staring at the enormous chicken before him, Luo Feng was overjoyed. Finally, he could eat meat with a different flavor. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Acquired giant chicken, +1. 100-fold reward. Obtained excellent giant chicken, +1. Giant chicken. Grade, outstanding. Weight, 520 kilograms. Description, high-quality chicken meat that is not only delicious but also enhances physical fitness. Consuming this chicken will improve your physique, and long-term consumption can strengthen all bodily attributes. It also provides additional effects, particularly boosting men's physical strength and hardness. 48, Chapter 48, Resource Rankings in Zone 9527. Shura takes first place, 6/7. 48, Chapter 48, Resource Rankings in Zone 9527. Shura takes first place, 6/7. After reading the description of the excellent giant chicken, Luo Feng was utterly stunned. The meat of this excellent giant chicken actually had additional effects and could even increase. At this moment, Luo Feng couldn't help but recall how the giant chicken's beak had clashed with the legendary grappling hook earlier. Could the hardness mentioned in the description really reach that level? If that were truly the case, it would be absolutely terrifying. By then, probably no one. Thinking this, Luo Feng decided he would eat more chicken from now on, having several pieces with every meal. Not for any other reason, but mainly to improve his physical fitness. Luo Feng couldn't care less about anything else. His gaze then shifted away from the giant chicken's head. For now, he would leave the chicken here. Luo Feng began processing the large coconuts. First, he turned his attention to the large coconut that was about to be pecked open by the giant chicken. This was the smallest among the coconuts. It wasn't that the giant chicken disliked larger ones, but it had discovered that the bigger coconuts were simply too hard to peck through, so it had settled for the smallest. Unfortunately, the giant chicken never got to taste even a sip of the good quality coconut juice. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Luo Feng approached the coconut and retrieved the epic quality spear. The spear had pierced through the giant chicken's body. Seeing this, Luo Feng had already grown accustomed to it. He brought the spear back to the wooden raft and gave it a quick rinse. Then, he started moving all the large coconuts onto his raft. He used perfect grade ice to chill them, believing that iced coconut juice tasted far better. As for the giant chicken, weighing over 1,000 pounds, moving it was no easy task for Luo Feng. He had no choice but to leave it there for now. It wasn't even noon yet, but Luo Feng planned to have chicken for lunch. At this point, he felt his 9x9 wooden raft needed further expansion. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't have enough space for all his food. Fortunately, no one knew about Luo Feng's thoughts, or they would surely be furious. Most people's rafts were still 2x2, with nothing on them except a person and a throwing hook. These people were still struggling to find food and water. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was complaining that his 9x9 raft was too small and couldn't hold all his food. Thinking about this, Luo Feng could only lament why the game didn't have a photo function. Otherwise, he would have taken a picture of his current food stash and posted it. That way, his shock points would start skyrocketing. With this in mind, Luo Feng didn't hesitate any longer and decided to check the chat channel to harvest some shock points. His shock points had already reached 90,000. Just a few thousand more, and he could activate the 10,000-fold reward. Luo Feng couldn't even imagine what the 10,000-fold reward would bring. A single banana could turn into 10,000 bananas. Luo Feng had just opened the chat channel and was about to check if anything new had appeared when suddenly, a game notification startled him. Ding, congratulations, player. 100 people in C Area 9527 have met the minimum requirements for the resource leaderboard. The resource leaderboard is now open. All your resources rank first on the leaderboard. You may choose whether to conceal your name. You may also choose to display the quantity of your resources, but the amount shown cannot exceed the maximum quantity you possess. Selection countdown, 3 minutes. If no choice is made, your name will be displayed by default, along with your maximum resource quantity. Upon hearing this prompt, Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded. He never expected the game to have such a feature. C Area 9527. Was this the C area he was in? If there was a C Area 9527, did that mean other sea areas existed as well? Were there other ocean survivors in those sea areas? At this moment, it wasn't just Luo Feng who received this notification. The top 100 players all got the same prompt. As a result, the chat channel erupted in excitement. Holy crap, the resource leaderboard is opening? I have so many materials, yet I'm only ranked 96th. I can't believe it. I'm ranked 100th. Looks like I'm making it onto the leaderboard. C area 9527. So there are other C areas? No wonder I couldn't find my wife. I thought she ran off with someone else. Turns out she might be in another C area. Luo Feng watched the countdown ticking away second by second and didn't dare waste any more time. If the system defaulted to displaying all his resources, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. After all, Luo Feng's wood resources alone had already exceeded 50,000 units. If everyone saw the full extent of his resources, they'd be absolutely terrified. Worse yet, if people decided to gang up and hunt him down, things could get troublesome. But Luo Feng had no intention of lying low. He needed this opportunity to harvest shock points. The top spot on the resource leaderboard was bound to attract attention. After some thought, Luo Feng set a display value. Soon, the 3 minutes were up. The resource leaderboard was officially activated. At that moment, all players in this C area noticed a new addition to their attribute panels: the resource leaderboard. C area 9527 resource leaderboard. Shura. Wood 1000, palm leaves 1000, plastic 1000, glass 1000, metal sheet 1000. Ma Yun. Wood 123, palm leaves 45, plastic 67, glass 18, metal sheet 19. Yuan Hua. Wood 26, palm leaves 106, plastic 15, glass 6, metal sheet 23. When the leaderboard appeared, every single player was stunned. They were all shocked by the rankings, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? The top-ranked Shura actually has 1,000 units of every resource. That's absolutely terrifying. 49, Chapter 49. Small Goal. Lifespan, plus 100 million years. 7/7. Author, Smiling Orange. Date, December 16, 2022. None of the other players had even 2 resources that broke triple digits. And yet, Shura God's resources had all broken double digits. It was truly terrifying. Players can set their own resource quantities, but they can't exceed their maximum owned amount. That being said, every single one of Shura God's resources has broken 1,000, maybe even more. I want to know, how did Shura God collect so many materials so quickly? I think I might know part of the reason. Shura God must have a lot of high-tier items, which would explain how he gathered these materials so fast. As for where Shura God got those high-tier items from, who knows? They couldn't have just been picked up off the ground, right? Luo Feng glanced at the resource leaderboard and noticed that the highest quantity among other players was barely over 100. Good thing he hadn't revealed his own tens of thousands, otherwise, the consequences would have been way too shocking. If he ended up inciting mass outrage, that wouldn't be good. As these players focused on the resource leaderboard, Luo Feng's shock points had now reached 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. Shock points have reached 100,000. Maximum reward multiplier unlocked, 100,000x. Seeing this system notification made Luo Feng infinitely happier than being first on the resource leaderboard. Host, Luo Feng. Shock points, 100,861. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000x. Check-in rewards, 0, 2. Now, no matter what item Luo Feng obtained, if he triggered a 100,000x reward, the result would be absolutely insane. Just as Luo Feng was fantasizing about the possibilities of a 100,000x reward, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Server-wide announcement: player Shura has claimed first place on the resource leaderboard. Reward, lifespan plus 1 year. Ding! Server-wide announcement: player Shura has claimed first place on the resource leaderboard. Reward, lifespan plus 1 year. This time, the server-wide announcement repeated 3 times, appearing in every player's vision. Every player who heard this was stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Holy shit. First place gets a whole year of lifespan. That's insane. You can actually get lifespan as a reward. If this game can increase lifespan, then I've gotta step up my game. Dying once costs 30 years of lifespan. If I don't earn at least 30 years in this game, a single death would be a massive loss. This isn't fair. Why does only first place get a year? The rest of us should at least get a few days or something. Luo Feng was also dumbfounded by this announcement. Back when he first entered the game, he had suspected that it might be possible to gain lifespan through gameplay. However, that was just Luo Feng's suspicion. He never imagined that such a situation would actually happen to him. Since this game could genuinely increase lifespan, Luo Feng's motivation to play became even stronger. After all, no one would refuse the chance to live longer. Now that Luo Feng had obtained the god-level billion-fold reward system, he certainly didn't want to settle for just a few decades of life. Lifespan obtained, plus 1 year. Tenfold reward. Lifespan obtained, plus 10 years. Hearing this system reward, Luo Feng was stunned before being overwhelmed with ecstasy. Even this could trigger a reward? This was practically defying the heavens. At this moment, Luo Feng spoke up. System, did you forget to add a 10,000 there? A tenfold reward? Are you treating me like a beggar? At the very least, you should give me plus 100,000 years of lifespan. Ding. Response to host, your current trigger multiplier range is 0100000. If you are dissatisfied with the tenfold reward, the system can reclaim it and cancel the reward. Hearing this, Luo Feng quickly said, No, I'm perfectly satisfied. I was just joking. Plus 10 years of lifespan is actually pretty good. Next time I gain lifespan, I'll aim for a higher multiplier reward. Just like that, Luo Feng gained an extra 10 years of lifespan out of nowhere, and he was absolutely thrilled. With the god-level billion-fold reward system in hand, Luo Feng refused to believe that he wouldn't trigger a high multiplier reward the next time he gained lifespan. Even a 100-fold reward would mean 100 years of life. Thinking this, Luo Feng stopped dwelling on the issue. Sometimes, it was better not to be too greedy. Contentment brought happiness. Thus, Luo Feng opened his status panel. This time, he wanted to take the opportunity to thoroughly examine his stats and attributes after entering this oceanic world. Name, Luo Feng. ID, 54,188. Lifespan, 79 years. Shock points, 222,333. Maximum reward multiplier, 100,000. Basic attributes. Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 9, Spirit 11, Intelligence 11. Average human stat, 10. Special attributes. Charm 11, Luck 9. Average human stat, 10. Wooden raft, 1010. Skills, Swimming, Master. Equipment, Epic Quality Spear, Legendary Telescope, Myriad Islands Illustrated Handbook. Pets, none. Assets. Luo Feng's basic and special attributes hadn't changed at all. This didn't surprise him, as he hadn't obtained any items that could boost these stats. Next, Luo Feng focused on his shock points. Thanks to the recent server-wide announcement, he had gained over 100,000 shock points in one go. Normally, a single person would only provide a few shock points at a time. Luo Feng wasn't disappointed with this haul of 100,000, as the number was still increasing at a terrifying rate. Once it stabilized, he would likely earn several 100,000 shock points. Moreover, since Luo Feng was currently ranked first on the resource leaderboard, shock points would continue pouring in steadily. Now, he finally had a relatively stable source of shock points. If everyone gets used to it, Luo Feng can periodically multiply the amount of resources he displays by several times, thereby harvesting shock points again. Slow and steady wins the race. Finally, Luo Feng focused his attention on the attribute he cared about most. That was his lifespan. Previously, his lifespan was 69 years, but now it had actually increased to 79 years. His lifespan was truly increasing. Seeing this, Luo Feng was extremely excited. As long as this game could increase his lifespan, Luo Feng was confident he could gain even more years in this ocean game. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much lifespan. Even if Luo Feng were given tens of thousands of years, he wouldn't consider it too much, might even think it was too little. First, set a small goal, increase lifespan by 100 million years. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60 plus chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks. 50, Chapter 50, Too Excited, 1/5. After indulging in his pleasant fantasy for a while, Luo Feng snapped back to reality and shifted his focus to his inventory. Now was the first real chance he had to take stock of all the resources he had gathered since arriving in this oceanic world. Previously, he had been too busy, constantly triggering various multiplier rewards, so he hadn't had the opportunity to properly organize his items. Just then, a data panel appeared before Luo Feng's eyes. Total assets. Items. Perfect quality water purifier. Perfect raft board. Perfect fishing rod. Perfect grade barbecue grill. Legendary grappling hook. Perfect quality light bulb. Perfect ice block 5. Swift travel charm 99. Treasure map fragment 2. Food. Fine golden banana 69. Fish 90. Apples 89. Sharks 2. Good quality pork and celery dumplings 99. Giant coconut, F, 99. Giant coconut, E, 1. Excellent giant chicken 520. Materials. Wood 55,555. Palm leaves 44,444. Plastic 33,333. Glass 22,222. Metal sheet 11,111. Female supplies. Epic fluorescent papaya cream 9. Luo Feng sucked in a sharp breath as he looked over his resources. He had only been in this oceanic game world for a little over a day, yet he had already amassed such an astonishing amount of materials. If he were to reveal these numbers to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. For now, Luo Feng decided to disclose them gradually. If he shocked everyone all at once, the impact wouldn't be as satisfying. This way, the thrill would last longer. The sheer quantity of items also indicated just how many shock points Luo Feng had accumulated. Otherwise, he would have already activated the 10,000-fold reward long ago. But it wasn't too late to do so now. Without these resources, Luo Feng's life here would have been much harder. Looking at his stockpile, Luo Feng became even more convinced Ed desperately needed a storage device. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't have enough space for everything. What if he obtained just one apple, and the system rewarded him with 100,000 apples in return? His raft might just sink under the weight. At this moment, Luo Feng had a strong premonition his storage device would soon be within his grasp. Not wanting to waste any more time, Luo Feng finished organizing his inventory and turned his attention to the giant coconut, stored inside the perfect ice block. After being frozen for a while, the coconut was now perfectly chilled. Luo Feng grabbed a glass, poured himself a cup of coconut water, and downed it in one go. Bliss. Refreshing to the core. On this scorching ocean, nothing beat the satisfaction of sipping on an ice-cold coconut drink. The liquid glided smoothly down his throat, its creamy texture reminiscent of coconut milk, truly a delightful experience. Unable to resist, Luo Feng drank several more glasses before finally stopping. At this moment, on an island unknown to Luo Feng, Zhang San and his two companions had just landed. The three of them had previously faced such strong sea winds. After multiple failed attempts to approach, they finally realized a truth: not everyone could be as freakishly capable as the Shura god, able to advance against the wind. Once they grasped this, they immediately changed direction. After several hours, they finally managed to come ashore from a different coastline. However, as soon as they landed, they noticed a very strange phenomenon. From the shoreline, a trail over a meter wide stretched deep into the island. Zhang San stared at the massive trail, puzzled. What kind of mark is this? Did someone else land from this direction? Otherwise, how could a trail over a meter wide appear here? Wang Er, who had also noticed this, paled slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "Look how smooth this trail is. It couldn't have been left by dragging a wooden raft. It's more likely something from the sea came ashore, leaving this kind of mark. But what sea creature could be this big and come onto land?" Li Si, after a closer look, suddenly turned pale. "Don't just focus on what's in front of you. Look at the entire trail. Doesn't it resemble the path of a snake?" Hearing this, Zhang San and Wang Er were startled. If this were indeed a trail left by a snake, the mere width of the mark, already a meter thick, suggested a terrifyingly large diameter and length for the creature. At this thought, all three of them wore expressions of deep fear. "Maybe we should retreat. This island seems dangerous. Let's not go any further." "I'd like to retreat too, but we're out of food and supplies. If we leave now, where will we find more? At most, we can change direction and avoid this path. Wang Hao and the others spent a night here without any trouble. It's probably not as dangerous as we think. Maybe we're overreacting. Let's just gather some food and wood along the edge of the island and not go deeper. That should be safe enough." In the end, the three of them decided to continue, opting to collect resources along the island's edge while avoiding the ominous trail. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained unaware of the events unfolding on the other side of the island. After drinking his fill, Luo Feng thought of Tang Shuiying, wondering if she had found the special treasure chest she mentioned earlier. He was very curious about this special treasure chest. It would also be a good opportunity to share the coconut water with her. So, Luo Feng picked up his legendary telescope to see what kind of special treasure chest Tang Shuiying had discovered. When he peered through the legendary telescope, his vision was immediately filled with a blinding expanse of snow white. The sight was so stimulating that Luo Feng's heartbeat quickened. Luo Feng had never seen such a scene before. For someone who had been single for so many years, it was an incredibly huge temptation. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 60+ chapters in there. Patreon.com/legendarytl. Thanks.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.